Today, 2 more squads will claim a spot on the main stage. But for 2 others, the road ends here. MIBR play 2025 EWC winners Team Heretics to top Group D. All gamers take on Global Esports with the loser heading home. And after that, G2 will face off against XLG to avoid an early exit, while Gentlemans take on NongShim RedForce for a chance to play in front of their home fans. It's the end of the road for 2 squads, but the main stage glory for others. The stakes have been raised. Welcome to Day 4.
Hi, everybody. My name's Chris Puckett, and I like to plant spikes. Welcome to Day 4 of the EWC. We're here for the group stages of Valorant, and I have my friends. We have Athena alongside Pilsky. Pilsky, do you also like to plant spikes?
I do, and I'm glad you consider us friends, Puckett. I really feel like our bond has grown so much stronger as I've watched all of my friends from Pacific, unfortunately, continue to lose.
Pacific is not always winning.
That is,
but America's.
But EMEA actually was probably the story of yesterday. Athena, how do you feel coming into the final day for week 1?
I wasn't actually convinced by EMEA until recently. I feel like they've kind of gone up on my list. I was really excited after yesterday. That last game was so insane to watch. Energy versus Vitality. So fun to cast. And of course, Energy actually dropping down. That was a big surprise, but I think it was really cool.
Now we dove into our first 3 days of action. We've sent our first 2 teams into the playoff bracket. We have 2 more eliminated, but let's remind you all how we got here and where we're going in a quick format reminder.
Today, 2 more squads will claim a spot on the main stage. But for 2 others, the road ends here. MIBR play 2025 EWC winners Team Heretics to top Group D. All gamers take on Global Esports with the loser heading home. And after that, G2 will face off against XLG to avoid an early exit, while Gentlemans take on NongShim RedForce for a chance to play in front of their home fans. It's the end of the road for 2 squads, but the main stage glory for others. The stakes have been raised. Welcome to Day 4.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a 2nd year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the 2nd place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a 3rd place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
So there you have it. It's pretty simple stuff. We started with 16 teams. We've sent our first 2 packing. Unfortunately for Pilsky, they were both from his region, Pacific. But we have an NA squad and an EMEA team in. Will we get our first Chinese team or Pacific squad moving through from this group? One of them is going out early tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this matchup at least is a little bit of a toss-up. I've more so got my eyes on the game between NongShim and Gentlemates later on. I think there's a reasonable chance for Pacific to actually have some success over there, but we're going to have to get through the appetizer first.
Let's talk a little bit about the money because there's some serious cash on the line. $2 million is the new prize pool. Athena, how's it going to break down? How exciting is this for the players?
Now, this is actually insane. I mean, $2 million just for the one game, Valorant. That's wild. And of course, coming out, I think that first place gets $600,000 as the prize. That's something that they're really going to chase because it's insane. It's a big amount of money. Imagine the amount of things and equipment and stuff you could add to your company, especially as a club. Plus, when they do win that first place, that is 1,000 points given to them in terms of the club points for them overall in the tournament.
Yeah, and Valorant is first off the ranks, so if you're able to get yourself a good placement here and get yourself plenty of club championship points, I think that's going to go quite well for you as you head throughout the rest of the competition and start to test yourself in some other titles.
Good call-outs there. Let's remind you all what happened in our STC replay of what went down. We've got the best highlights here, Athena, and we saw so many headshots, so many great compositions, and a whole lot of Lotus and Breeze yesterday.
Oh my
When you're
God.
looking back at top performers, who do you remember from day 3?
Oh my God, I'm thinking Durka for sure yesterday. I feel like I was just watching him the whole time and just losing my mind. And I feel like there were so many crazy clutches from yesterday specifically. And those highlights, they're really going to show that.
Yeah, when we get into these STC replay highlights, I'm pretty excited to show you some of the best gameplay that we've witnessed so far. Pilsky, we had a 30-round game. Will anything go that far in overtimes, or was that the best we're going to get from groups?
Oh, I think there's potential for more. I definitely think there's potential for more. I'm hoping that we're going to get it here. If we get it in this first game, it might be a messy 30-plus round game with, you know, a little bit of tossing. People will be, you know, trying to, you know, test themselves out. Yeah, things like that. So, but those are the exciting games. I personally, you know, some people, especially in EMEA, they're a little bit snobby. They're like, yeah, I like it when they play perfectly. Let's get all our things in a row. Let's make sure we run the default properly. No, man. Get the shotties out, you know, get the thrifties going, get some excitement going. That's what APAC's all about.
Yeah, I'm all about the half buys. Let's just let's see if we can make it work with a few ults. Let's take a look here at some of the big plays and, of course, the entrance on the day from EDG. Edward Gaming was able to take the stage against RRQ, and RRQ, well, they've struggled historically in international lands. Yesterday was no different. Did they play better, though, in their opening round?
In the second map, yes, but one map is not good enough to make a run at EWC, and unfortunately here, they will be quickly shuffled out of the tournament. For EDG, just continue to go strength to strength as far as I'm concerned, despite playing with a stand-in. It seems like they're a reasonable threat here. Are they going to be able to bounce back against BBL in a rematch? I'm not so sure. I think they're kind of settling themselves from, I guess, being an elite team, a top team in the world, as we saw over at London, as we've seen in many international runs for EDG, to just being a decent team within this tournament. You've got to ask questions of a team that comes in with a stand-in at the end of the day.
I do also think when you're looking at EDG, that coach playing signed, somehow he's playing insane. He's been phenomenal. I feel like a lot of these rounds, he's really done such a good job, especially when he's playing on that controller as the Harbor on this map. He was just holding it down, anchoring really well, and then when the time came in, they used a lot of that util very phenomenally. I think in general, too, you always get a little bit of a buff playing with your coach. And then this game,
NRG Vitality, best match of the group so far. If you missed it, go back and watch it on YouTube in between our breaks, specifically this map number 1, because NRG was looking flawless to open things up. And then all of a sudden, Vitality showing some life in the second half, Pilsky.
Those overtime rounds killed me, and I'm sure that they killed NRG inside as well. Honestly, I thought they were going to bow out of the series swiftly after losing that game, because I would be very much on tilt. Ascent was theirs on a silver platter, and then you're seeing multi-frags like that out of Vitality. But at the end of the day, with two teams of this caliber, this could be an international event grand final as far as I'm concerned. And I think at the end of the day, of course, one of them deservingly moving on in towards the playoffs. playoffs, and we might honestly see them both in the playoffs at the end of the day once we play through the rest of the group.
That ace is one of the rounds that I was talking about. Durka, he's just on fire. The mechanics were insane. Of course, that 2v5 as well from one of those players on Ascent. It was just so nice to watch, but it was really back and forth. And I think for me, the standout of this game was the fact that the mid-rounding was just so good. It felt like both these teams were so understanding of when to slow down the round, play really passive, and bait a lot of those executes and bait a lot of that util. And that's why every round ended in a bloodbath, because the first half of every single round, they're just slow, holding, and they're trying to execute with such low time on the clock. So overall, it was insane.
I don't want to blame the comp here and the coaching decision, but when Mata is this hot on the Rays, why do you put him on a Harbor? I feel like you want him on the W key, don't you?
I'm not going to lie, Puckett. This has been a question I've had of many teams, including
Don't
teams
you want him on the W key?
Hold on.
He's winning with it?
The first time he pulled out the Harbor in Americas, we were all floored. We were like, no, absolutely not. Why would he do that? He played insane. I think he still managed to top frag. And I think when you're on Harbor, you have util to support yourself, make yourself that playmaker on site. And I think it was really valid. Plus, you have Kiko on the op. Why would you change it up?
So you're surprised that good player is good on multiple
You're
characters?
the one who's surprised, not
We're
me.
making excuses for Marta. We're making excuses for Ethan playing Neon.
Hey.
It will never end until...
It worked, kind of.
Right. It worked.
They should have won, though.
Will it work for them later in the tournament? They sure hope so. Otherwise, they're out. Let's take a look at our schedule. Reminder, Carmine Core is going to be playing against a very interesting energy matchup because Carmine Core took out Paper X at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, can we just skip that? Let's just talk about the schedule.
We'll just talk about what we have in front of us because NongShim RedForce is now the big hope, and you can catch them here in the second match against the Gentlemates. We open it up with the elimination battle, AG.AL versus Global Esports. Who wants it more, Athena?
Ooh, I think here I'm looking at All Gamers, man. I think they have a lot to prove. They struggled. They didn't qualify for Masters London. They were that 4th seed in China, just missing out on qualifying. And I feel like they're really looking for redemption here, especially on a global stage.
Yeah, of course, very competitive domestically, coming through in first place straight out of kickoff from China. I think being seeded ahead in an international event maybe didn't give them the momentum that they needed and the practice. They're a team that is still growing, and I think that this EWC event is just another opportunity for all gamers to continue that path to being an elite squad.
I just heard some yelling from behind the scenes. These teams are getting themselves fired up. Everyone's been watching the World Cup, knowing how to get a little bit of energy going before we dive in. I was told we've got some more assets. We can just keep rolling on production as Athena. We get ready for this one. AG.AL went to a game 3.
Yes.
Do you think they're able to clean this one up in a 2-0? Or do they have weaknesses in the map pool? Or do teams have certain strengths? How does this play out?
Okay, respectfully, based off what I saw from Global Esports, I think All Gamers has it in them to 2-0 because the way I saw them playing against Heretics, I actually was genuinely surprised. That first map of Haven, it was their permaban for such a long time, and then they 11-13 lost. They had a crazy 6-round win streak to almost take it to overtime versus Heretics. And of course, you're thinking of Heretics, they're last year's EWC winners, so it's kind of crazy that they made it that close. So I'm looking for a 2-0 here from All Gamers.
We've
That's
got
my
Heretics
prediction.
versus MIBR over on the other stream. Thoughts on what we've seen so far in this group? Is it how it played out according to the experts coming into EWC?
I think, as far as I'm concerned, we've got 3 shaky teams in this group and then an MIBR who is probably just going to continue to put their feet up. Of course, we all know how good Heretics can be when they play to their ceiling. They are definitely good enough to beat MIBR, but form-wise, they're going to have to really turn things around because as far as I'm concerned, All Gamers should have won that series in the opening match.
Heretics are EWC champions returning from last year. Benji Fishy and a whole bunch of highlights. Can we see some highlights, though, from AG.AL or Global Esports? Reminder, this decides whether you're going out in the bottom 4 or if you're able to climb into the 9th through 12th. That's a big difference. If you win a following matchup, then you're into our top 8. This is our elimination bracket. It is GSL style. This is an old school format. Lose 2 and you're out. So all the pressure is on them right now. Athena, one more time. If you're looking for stars from this matchup, matchup in particular, do you have just 2 names to look at?
Okay, for me, number 1, Kira, duelist for AG, but also I'm looking at Shrimp. He's actually their initiator, and he's been insane. It feels like this guy has just consistently put up numbers, supported Kira on every frag, but also been there to trade almost every single time.
We've got our maps here. The bans come through for Lotus and Breeze. Talk me through the picks.
I mean, this is really classic GE, even without Frost on the lineup. I like the fact that they're quite happy to take a little bit of a different look into the map pool, to pick the map that is most freshly on into it and try to take a little bit of a risk, force the other team to show. I will say, though, that all gamers, having missed out on Masters London, have probably got a little bit more time to prep this than GE might have. And then Split will be the follow-up here for all gamers, which, to be honest, I don't mind at all for global esports.
Really?
Yeah.
This is all gamers' best map. They love this map. They played this map in every single series that they played for the EWC qualifier, and they won it every single time.
So you let them have their best map, but don't you have a lot of footage to prep on it?
True. But also you pick a Sunset where you don't have any footage of them on it. It's kind of scary.
A little bit risky.
Yeah.
I totally get that. Going into the decider, how do we feel about our team matching up on Ascent if you're global esports? Because didn't look so pretty in the opening round.
I totally agree with you. That's cause for concern. On the other side of things, all gamers, I thought they looked fantastic against Heretics. That was a very good map for them. GRQ was great on the Phoenix. I will say, though, that GE in the Ho Chi Minh finals against Paper X, Ascent was the only map that they were competitive on, quite honestly. So I think that there's more in the tank. And again, I'm going to say this probably all day today in this series. MIBR cannot play, Global Esports cannot play worse than they played against MIBR. It's only up from here. I expect them to at least take a map.
Is that a challenge or?
Yeah.
Not a challenge? No, I think for me, this is so all gamers sided. I think this veto goes right into their hands. The only big question mark here is Sunset for both of these teams.
I mean, that is a big question mark. I think Ascent probably definitely leads the way of all gamers, but I honestly don't think that even if you're really good at Split, that's showing some confidence to pick it into global esports. But historically, that's a map that they used to pick. The core of this team loves Split, and they know their way around it very well.
Athena, have you cast a Sunset yet on this stream?
I haven't.
Right?
Not yet. Have we even seen a Sunset on the
I don't
B
think
stream?
it's graced the B stream.
It has not.
Mitch, what should we kind of expect here, Pilsky? Is heavy, defense heavy? What have you seen from Sunset in the past?
I think it's just in flux at the moment.
Yeah.
Whenever a new map comes back into the pool, you haven't really got an established meta on it. So many Asians have changed at this point, so we need to kind of get those reps in to get a good idea of how it's going to play out.
All I can say is,
go ahead.
I hated playing this map.
I love playing this map.
Really?
Yeah.
I hated playing this map. The only reason was because of the breach meta. I played it when the breach meta was still there. There's stuns towards market every single round.
Every round.
That sounds like you ran into the trap every
Whoa,
round.
whoa.
We've got our players out on the stage. Let's introduce some of the beautiful faces gracing Valorant tonight. Walk me through our first squad as our cameras are going to settle in. We've got Global Esports on the right. On the left, of course, is AG.AL. And we're going to start here with the Global squad. So please, Pilsky, walk me through.
I mean, Yudatan, the only Korean player that made it to Masters London. Did have some coaching staff making it over there. Rest in peace to the Korean scene. Hopefully, we can start to pick things up going forward. NongShim's definitely flying the flag over here in Paris, but a fantastic duelist, very underrated. On the other side of things, this is a big fragging presence here on All Gamers. Fanggear really lit up the server in VCTCN to get that first seed coming through into Santiago, and he just continues to go to strength as the Russian player on this Chinese squad. But here's another man that's played plenty in China. He's going to know his way around playing against All Gamers. Bottom.
I thought you were going to keep going. That's your boy.
Yeah,
that's your Australian boy. And you're just letting me go for it?
Look,
that's crazy.
I was hoping you were going to.
It was honestly a great hand up. I thought you crushed it. Taking a look here at our agents. We've got the Phoenix.
You throw the ball and it just hits him in the face.
Yeah, it's early. It's the first match.
I literally was like, there's no
pass.
way you're giving this to me. This is your boy. But I really like this agent select because I think this is very similar to how both these teams like to play. A lot of the double duelists on lock, so I think it's really interesting. Udotan on that Neon's always going to perform. Autumn on the Phoenix has done a good job. Then on the other side, Kira with that raise, he's been phenomenal so far. For me, Fanggear on Neon though, I feel like he had a really, really good series so far on that chamber. I was kind of looking for that, but the Cypher makes a lot of sense because it's so hard to play without that real Senti util.
Who's this shrimp guy? Because looking at the numbers, he was the most impressive from all gamers. He had plus 11 overall, but also contributing in the assists. Seems to be very involved in a lot of the fights.
I'm going to do a hand movement for you. This won't be on camera, but I want you to... this is what shrimp means. Okay, this is what he does to people, and then that's all. What do you think of that, Pocket? Is that intimidating? If you stand up on the stage and do that in the direction of the other team, does that make you upset?
Well, is he like a mantis shrimp? Because they've got the most powerful punch of any creature.
Really?
Yeah, pound for pound. They're the strongest in the game,
that
baby.
That explains a lot. Thank you. I'll
You're
take
welcome.
that information with me as we head into the series.
I've got a 4-year-old. We've been watching a lot of nature stuff. It's awesome. Here's a look. Global Esports has looked terrible. They got rid of their coach, but it is a brand new day. They've had all kinds of footage to review. The question is, are they ready for AG.AL? We hand the mic over. It's Pilski and Athena for map number 1.
Yeah, cheers, Pucker. It is the first game here on the B stream. Elimination game between Global Esports and All Gamers. Global getting knocked into the lower bracket by an MIBR who looks like they're on the warpath straight into a top 4 as far as I'm concerned. We'll see how they go in their next game. That'll be over on the A stream. And All Gamers, quite frankly, had that Heretics game in the bag, but Heretics ever troublesome to try to close out against.
Yeah, it seems like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play and the maps, but we're going to jump right into the action right away because these players, they're contact playing towards this B main, but there's a trap set up here from Global Esports. Ready with a curveball, gets the flash down, he gets that on 4 players, but the Cypher cage is phenomenal. Crystal getting that pick onto Fangir, but Shrimp getting that initial one.
Yeah, gorgeous cage from Bai. Really avoids what would have been a disaster for All Gamers in this pistol. Slowing things down towards B main. The other side of things, Harvey a little bit concerned that there is going to be some pressure towards A. Looking to play retake with the trip still up on short. And of course, with the dark cover towards top middle, All Gamers trying to cause a little bit of reaction or a rotation for Global.
Feels like these teams at a standstill. GE going to try to regress, get some sort of information, at least get a numbers advantage, but they choose not to go. Udo there, he's lit. But the rest of his team, they're kind of playing all the way back. That smoke is going to come in. The execute's going to start. Udo with a pick onto GRQ. And all of a sudden, the numbers are down here. Kira just getting spammed down by Crystal. The fast flood is already here for Global Esports. Pushing into that smoke. But Udo gets that pick and Shrimp left in a 1v4.
Not much to do. At least one exit on the way out. 30 HP and nothing left in the ghost here. Reload comes out, but he's pinned into the corner by all of GE, and with only 12 seconds on the clock, it feels like a matter of time here. Harvey will put him down, and it's a great pistol for Global Esports. I felt like they had a good read early on that they didn't take full advantage of, and then in the mid-round, I think there's a big difference in, I guess, decision trees or pathways that we're going to head down. If Yudatan chooses to push B main there, that's probably just the round over, but his patience is very much rewarded.
Yeah, I love that Cypher cage right there. So nice to prevent. But Udo just getting away with so many of these free picks, walking through those smokes, trying to prevent and slow down the execute. We're going to go back to another trap play here from Global Esports, but this time they're gambling that wrong site. That's information going to be had really quick, while the whole rest of the roster of AG are on the side of B.
Orb tapped, trying to bait out some kind of trap. They just had to deal with one in one round previous. Kira built himself closer to a showstopper here. Crystal looking for some toes. No one crossing mid just yet.
Looking for some dogs.
Yeah, that's a good camp.
Running towards
you know, many Cypher players are toe enthusiasts.
No, I'm not going on this train.
Okay.
GE, they have a nice little setup here towards A main. That Marshall going to be able to spot any contact here. Fangir running right into it. Actually whiffs the shot. Udo tries to get another one. Peeks through those double walls. Patman stuck on this corner. GRQ has a feeling, but Autumn is there to support him. Patman with a pick onto Shrimp. And all of a sudden, it looks like All Gamers are not getting any of these picks that they're trying to. Pushing forward the confidence from Udo.
Yep, that's a little bit more like it for Global Esports. Despite some shaky stuff on the Marshall, still able to clean up all Gamers relatively easily. Haven't had too much of a contest just yet. This Sunset pick for Global Esports is really going to test the limits of All Gamers' map pool. Nothing really too exciting coming out compositionally from either of these teams. It is a double duelist off with a slight difference in the choice. There are pros and cons to both. The Phoenix very strong in this meta, but Raze is a classic on this map.
I think, too, when I'm looking at Shrimp, his util's been so phenomenal. I really like the idea of having a lot of those seize, nade, trap plays towards their defense side when they do switch over here for AG. But gun round on lock, trap towards mid, running out of market. It's Javi, gets the pick onto buy, and all of a sudden this round has kind of fallen apart for AG. You need to do something with these weapons.
Now one trade back from Kira. That was just such a perfect curveball paranoia with the Haunt for the scan to open up an early pick for Global Esports, and they're not done just yet. Dark cover towards bottom middle. Harvey going to take matters into his own hands, just trying to slip on through here. Fangir somewhat cognizant of this, but the timing is not good for him, and that's an opening pick here yet again in the mid-round for Harvey, who continues to push the issue, confirms that all gamers are outside of A. TP away here as they're looking to meet up with Kira towards that B side of the map, but Crystal has got a gorgeous deep cam and a one-way if this push comes in. And I think all gamers may struggle to get into the site here if Crystal is well positioned.
Yep. Patman towards that A site. He has a Prowler too, and that Haunt is back up for him to scan, get the info. But they don't really care because that weak side Cypher fully set up here, like you said. The Execute's going to come in. The nade to try to break any of those close trips. Prowler comes in, doesn't get anyone. They're giving up that site and planning to play retake. They have a lot of really good retake util on Patman with the fade dog, and that fade eye.
We spoke onto market side here for all gamers. Patman applying pressure for the flank. GRQ breaking through onto Udatan. That is a lot of entry power. Not really going to be having too much impact anymore. Offangle's looking pretty good for Kira on the other side of this one. Should be able to pick up Crystal if he goes unchecked. Nice little high-low on the other side of things. Isn't even needed. An easy one for Shrimp. All gamers, it was getting a little bit sweaty, but it looks like they are well and truly on top of this one. Round will be run regardless. Maybe not in clean as a fashion as they would have liked to, losing Kira there on spawn side. But Global Esports still well and truly in on this one. Look how much economy they have. They will concede this round. But really, it's looking to be death by 1,000 cuts if possible. All gamers will celebrate that one, but I think it might be a little early at this point, honestly.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's a little bit too expensive. We're going to have, at best, that light armor coming online for the rest of all gamers. But seems like they're both doing really good jobs at being proactive. I feel like for me, GE, they're really surprising me with their defense rounds right now. Using a lot of trap
You haven't seen them win many rounds, have you? Wow. These guys are
what was it,
good.
5 total? 5 total versus MIBR?
They are so much better than that series, I have to be honest. And the op is out now for Udatan. Over on towards this B line. Bit more of a spread approach from all gamers to start this one off. Tapping away, looking to try to take out any cams or early haunts. Dark cover in towards middle. Udatan has been established on this info line, hand in hand with Autumn, who will probably try to continue to build his run it back.
Slow default here for all gamers. 2-on-2. Looking to end towards A. That paranoia in the hands of GRQ. The Prowler actually catching onto that op. That's a really good pushback. Fangir using those walls to make sure they're getting that space, but still not entering towards elbow. Trying to ping pong towards that B main where Kira's trying to apply some pressure here with Bai.
Yep. It's a classic kind of skirmishy approach. Deny information to the defense and look for a reaction elsewhere. Had both Bai and Kira ready for the re-aggression into B main if that was what was going to be on the cards. But as it stands, Autumn has retaken this A info line very nicely, and the rotation's already coming in for GE as all gamers prep themselves for the B execute.
Slow, but it's okay. They're grouped up. But 3 players here on the side of GE already on site. The Prowler's going to come in. The dash out. So much movement. The Haunt's going to scan, but no one's connecting shots. Kira getting the pick onto Crystal and Uda. That's 2 for him. And now all of a sudden that default, that defense has fallen apart for these players. Running out of the smoke is Javi, not able to get anything. Patman and Autumn now all of a sudden left in that 2v5.
Fangir wants to do it, but he's very low on HP. Need a clean round here as all gamers, and they're all still kind of trapped inside of the site. Global Esports very much playing for exits at this point. Up picked up by Kira. Fangir and GRQ barely clinging to life, and they're going to choose the path of least resistance, pushing over here in towards defense spawn. That's going to be fantastic for them to establish a foothold in this game of Sunset. Should be 5 alive at the end of this one, unless they run into Patman.
Both teams definitely have done a lot of work.
Oh, which one would you
sunset.
choose? This is my favorite thing to do.
Which one?
Oh, it's too late.
I didn't look.
We're already past.
The umbrellas?
No, they were dresses.
Oh, what colors were they?
That was like a wedding dress. Oh, man. Honestly, that round for GE, I felt like they were in all the right positions, and it just was not clean enough. Like, that was just an awkward little exchange. Kira runs into the site and very easily gets a little double entry on, despite a good rotation time for GE. You're attacking into the Storm side. The Op and the Cypher are both on that site that AG are attacking into. Like, you have everything you need to hold there as GE, and you get absolutely nothing done.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just none of the shots were connecting. They were trying to play around those smokes, but just couldn't find anything. And I think now this timeout for GE actually showing to all gamers that that was a round that they knew that they should have won as well, knowing that they were stacked there, trying to talk about their crossfires, or at least make sure they're cleaning up their setups. Because like you said, that macro on that defensive round was really, really good. Almost perfect, I would say, just up until that execute. So maybe talking about maybe the util that they were supposed to use to slow down the execute, to separate, to isolate, or why they just weren't playing together.
I mean, yeah. You would have ideally, especially with the Omen in on the rotation, liked a nice paranoia timing through the site that the players were able to play off, or the Op to be able to cleanly trying to find an opening pick. I'm not even sure I heard an Op shot, quite honestly, and it felt like Crystal was just on a bit of an awkward angle. Regardless, all gamers will take full advantage of that. A very, very nice follow-up despite not a great start. It feels like they are in full control now. GE getting a little bit of a mid-walk going on. We'll see how all gamers deal with this.
The Op on buy. Good spot to be in. Holding for this pick. Padman's about to peek that top mid. Gets the pick. Buy. Here. Putting in the work. But this whole time, Javi, he's walked all the way down that mid. Bai is not falling for it, though, playing really passive. Everyone on All Gamers, they're not giving up that numbers advantage now, knowing that GE have been so proactive in pushing and taking contact.
That has even been a ping on Harvey's line here. GRQ very convinced that there could be somebody peeking in from this angle. The spacing is excellent from All Gamers. Stinger can only get so much done, let's be honest, and I saw it in the player cam. A lapse of concentration for just a second on Harvey. Just seems like GE are not quite focused enough here in the opening parts of this game. Need to switch on a little bit more. All gamers just like slow offense. Very safe on the anti-ego, but they will be heading towards the strong side with Crystal and Autumn in tow.
Autumn's going to be a big player here. That Prowler is going to catch him off guard, though. Shrimp immediately shutting down Crystal. 2 kills for Autumn. Is shut down by Shrimp, and now Udo just running. They're gonna hear that. Turning around is Fangir with that Op, gets the pick, and it's just a shutdown here for All Gamers.
Yeah, very simple, very structured, but sometimes those are the best rounds. Don't need to do anything fancy as All Gamers, just hold the economy is very, very good on this attacking side now. It's up to GE now that they've started to get some ults in the mix, especially courtesy of that multi-frag from Autumn to show some better rounds. Taking the timeout in towards the round previous wouldn't have been their focus. Now we need to start to see the adjustments coming in.
Gun round here for both teams. Yelts online. 3 of them towards the side of Global Esports, but they're not playing too aggressive just yet. Keeping that elbow control on that A main. Fangir with this operator, just trying to find a pick. Shoots at the lever because he thought it was a gun. Honestly, I would do that same thing. Honestly, we've all been there.
Well, doesn't elapse in too much. Got a ball out on the line. Yudatan dealing with the trip, just spamming away. That's a little bit of a win for GE here, but with All Gamers really taking their time, spreading them out and looking for a pick, it's eyes on Kira and Fangir v Yudatan, who is all on his lonesome. The dark cover almost creates an opportunity for Yudatan to take advantage of, but as has been the case all of these rounds, it's just not quite right.
Oh my god, that sucks. 9 HP on Fangir. He got the dink through the wall, through that box, but it just wasn't enough. And now just regrouping. All Gamers, they've been so good at knowing how to end here. That Cypher, though, fully set up on site. They do have this Prowler to break a lot of those. The nades coming in, the wall's in, a full execute. The rocket is popped from Kira. He's gonna be able to get one. Fully blinded. GRQ with a pick onto Crystal as well. And a 2v5. This is so rough for global esports.
I mean, all gamers are just rolling these sites. Similar to what we saw against Heretics, they were pretty effortlessly able to work their way through the map. Let's run on into these sites on Lotus in particular, and find man advantage is sort of same thing on Ascent. Very well drilled. This squad straight out of VCTCN. A region where Autumn is not used to losing. Unless he's playing EDG.
4 ults online though for GE for next round. Autumn just getting a nice little exit there on Kira. Patman holding. But I think this round now, this next round, they're going to be a little bit broke, but they have a lot of these winning conditional ults. I'm really curious if we're going to see Udo do some sort of play with that Neon ult, pushing aggressive, maybe taking a lot of that space, but they have to be aware of this op. They need to find that first and just make sure they're not pushing into it, because they've been punished by that now 2 rounds in a row by in mid Udo on that A main. They're just getting those initial peaks, letting them run into them.
It's a painfully slow offense for all gamers, like nails on a chalkboard, but sometimes those are the hardest kind of rounds to play against, where, you know, you just lose concentration a little bit. The other team had their head screwed on nicely, and then they're coming in with full confidence, and all it takes is a mistake or two from GE, and things can kind of fall apart. Now we're going to get yet another fight over this A side of the map. Curve, rather, the Molly and the Prowler in combination with the one-way will again secure the one-way. Overdrive being held here by Yutatan, as there are a couple of rifles kept over from the previous round. So once again, a winnable round for GE.
Yeah.
And another, as I said, painfully slow round for all gamers.
Setting up Udo once again towards A main. Trying to figure out why this B site can't be held with that Cypher util as well. Trying to delay for as long as possible. They have 2 players already set up on this site. And the up-down, the high-low, top-mid here. Patman and Autumn, they're just holding, trying to get a pick. Udo gets spotted out by Fangir, and they're going to actually execute.
Yeah, perfection.
W.
Just punishing those age-old positions that you're often playing. Patman will go down as well. That's one of the Vandals that you wanted to have in play. Autumn trying to put on his cape here, run it back active, and it's a complete disengage from all gamers.
Now they're running back towards that mid. Not going to fully execute yet. They're grouping B, but again, the Cypher util here, but why not? It's worked for them almost every single round. That one-way cage is going to go up. It's going to get blocked by Vi's cage. The Nightmare going online. Fangir getting his 3 kills. Kira is dropped by Crystal. 2v4 all of a sudden. They're trying to push this back site. Crystal punishes them. Autumn's there to trade, but isn't able to get anything.
Yeah, 5 in a row for all gamers. This is looking a little bit too easy. And I'm getting concerned about global esports, especially because of what we saw in their opening game. Feels like Groundhog Day here from one of the hopeful teams out of Pacific.
Fangir, I feel like on the operator, has done such a good job. I think he's one of the main players I was looking at when I was watching him play against Heretics. On his chamber, getting a lot of those opening picks. It was really nice to see, and so I'm kind of worried here for GE as well, in the sense of them not being able to push back that operator, constantly getting punished by it. Udo, he's fallen for that same thing 2 rounds in a row, make it 3 almost. And it's just really hard for me, for GE, to understand how they can adapt. And instead of adapting by not playing there anymore, they've pushed all the way up towards A main.
Yep, both of the duelists on the front foot here. Camera spotted out by Fangir, who was looking a pick towards B main. GRQ trying to disengage there with the paranoia, and Autumn will lose his life.
The trap setups were working for GE, but now they've just fallen into this trap of overextending themselves almost. Another pick down, making it 4v5 here, and all gamers, they're just going to sit. They know the re-aggression is coming, but it's on the side of B. Breaking that, it's going to be a little bit more of information here for all gamers, and they're trying to end towards this A site. But they kind of have a good setup here, GE. Maybe this is the round that they can win.
Overdrive on in. One player on the lurk here for all gamers, if he's even needed. Patman alone on the side now as the TP's coming in from Harvey on the other side of things. Big 3K for Patman by flanking up through top middle. Catches the Omen off guard, who was looking for an off angle over the spawn smoke. Plant going down. Crystal creeping his way up short. All gamers just trusting the buddy system over towards elbow. Walking together. There is a neural theft, but Crystal isn't using it. There are bodies over on short that he could have potentially thrown that on top of, but the hat is still well and truly on. Needs to tap the spike here, try to bait out a peek. But he's going to try to go a little bit more aggressive. Jiggled out on elbow side. All Gamers well aware of his position now. He doesn't know they're doubled up just yet. And this feels hopeless. All Gamers just playing this so well until they make a critical mistake, and Crystal capitalizes. A third round out of nowhere for GE, just off of heroics from both Patman and Crystal.
That was crazy. I was really concerned when I saw Udo all of a sudden move out of that A-Link and stand in the open. He got punished right away. But Patman, holy smokes, that 3K was really insane to watch here. That positioning a little bit suspicious, but Patman able to get 3, goes for that 4th. And of course, this 2K by Crystal. Those are the kind of heroics that save them. But again, they were set up somewhat good. They played really aggressive, though, towards that A main. Got punished once again, so they've switched it up this time. And finally, we're going to see some B main aggression right off the bat and leaving that A main alone. Maybe setting up some util to fake that pressure.
C's dodged. In comes the util. All Gamers always ready for it. Reaction from them is looking pretty good here. Yutatan under pressure. Autumn caught in the corner, just trying to keep himself alive with the curveball, and it's a disengage, but it's an expensive little exchange for GE there that I'm not sure they necessarily got what they bargained for. Yes, they've secured control of B main, and they are repositioning. So if they can try to go for a mid-walk or a mid-crunch later on in the round that works out for them, then maybe that'll be good. But as it stands, they're just spreading the map here and resetting.
Shrimp using that Prowler to clear all of B main. He knows no one's still set up close, so All Gamer is going to slow it down once again because they're waiting for some sort of information. It feels like GE has given it to them every single time the contact plays, but going towards this elbow here on that A site, they're going to be spotted.
Yep, camera from Crystal will confirm that All Gamers are inside of elbow. Patman is on short. That's a nice angle for the Nightfall. The cage giving All Gamers pause for thought as Yutatan has made it up over onto the side. Kira from up on high has a little bit of an off angle. Fanggear low on HP. He's already lost his life on the way in. And when will you pull the trigger on the Nightfall as GE here? All Gamers are trying to bait it out. Another kill for Yutatan. In goes the overdrive and the Nightfall. This is looking like All Gamers are getting torn apart here. Great rotations from GE. They are all over that one. That
was really nice. The flood retake, all the util being sent, just delaying for as long as possible. And that's what they're missing when that Cypher is set up towards that B site. That was really well done. The delay, the cage timing after that camera was broken towards elbow, just making them slow down a lot. That's what I like to see from Global Esports. This right here, all that util, they're so low now after this, and Shrimp trying to go for as many as he can, but just doesn't work out. I think now we're seeing GE play just a tiny bit more passive. The disengaged after getting that B main info was really important for them. You said they used a lot of their util, and they did, but they still had that retake plan.
All Gamers simplifying this one. A 1-4 with the Cypher on the lurk. Gonna creep up into a B site that is ripe for the picking. GE, both Harvey and Autumn, playing on spawn side for the retake. Checking for the cam is Fanggear. Prowler to clear out all of front sight. It's a pretty silent approach here. Harvey, though, dumping out the paranoia. Fast lane to try to disengage. One return back from All Gamers who are looking to try to keep Kira alive. I'm not sure that GE are going to check him on the site, quite honestly. I think GE think that all Gamers have been kind of shooed away in towards B main, and that is unfortunately not the case. Kira gets the opener from site, swings out on backside, go decently for GE, but they're still in a little bit of trouble here. Yutatan having some impact, but All Gamers trading out effectively enough here. Should be able to get themselves into a post plant.
Kira getting 2 from that position on site after being deposited is actually kind of criminal. The first, yes, element of surprise, but that second he was scanned and everyone knew where he was, still not able to pick him off. And now that spike plant going down, gets the rocket online, and GRQ just peeks Crystal.
6-4 here. It's a nice little approach from All Gamers. It felt like they just got into B pretty much for free. And the thing that I'm really impressed with, I mean, their macro is fantastic. I think the macro has been decent from GE, quite honestly, in a lot of these rounds. But they are so good at exactly what you need to be good at on Sunset. You were kind of talking about the breach meta. Trading utility on this map is everything. All of the reactive utility that's quick, that can be used in these bursts, that can be used to kind of bully map control. If you're really good in these kind of mid-round situations where one team's dumping a relay bolt or a paranoia on you and you respond with the perfect utility, that is exactly what you need to see In going the rocket, that should be Crystal going down. No Cypher utility. On an off angle. Almost good for 3. And now it's just the rest of GE with pistols.
This was actually just a thrifty, too, for GE, using those hero weapons to try to get as many as they can. Kira getting a pick onto Javi, not allowing them to even go for that retake. The Cypher trip is going to delay Autumn from being able to go for a fast flank. Udo also unable to shoot that. Roomba, and now 3 players alive for AG. They know where all these players are. As the flash coming in, Shrimp just turns it though. And Udo trying to go for 1, playing ring around the rosy, but isn't able to get it.
Yeah, jump scared multiple times that round, Udatan, unfortunately. And another round for All Gamers. This sunset pick is turning out not to be what GE bargained for.
Yep. Really nice change of pace here as well.
Come on,
for
G,
all
come
gamers.
on.
Even though they knew that they
G
couldn't
can
fit on
do
the
it,
thrifty,
yeah.
they still took it fast, and I really liked it. A little bit scary though, towards elbow. You got to make sure you clear your corners there.
कर देगी जी
Almost good for
भरोसा है
3. Trying to get them down, and now 7-4 here. Shrimp on the top of that scoreboard. He's one of those players we talked about. His initiator util has been phenomenal, but also his fragging power, insane. He has that Nightfall online, and a mid default here for both of these teams. Autumn pushed down.
Big mid walk. It's looking like really good timing here for Autumn. GRQ will go down for free. Curveball onto bottom middle, pushes by away. He's under a lot of pressure. They're dumping everything on him, the kitchen sink included. Autumn's found Fangir in the meantime. And forward with the proud dives in Udatan. This is all the way of GE. Shrimp didn't even use half his util. He's fighting hard for it, but I'm not sure he's ready for the third man. And GE will scrape together a 5th at the end of that half. I mean, full credit to All Gamers. They were so good at punishing the aggression all half long, but GE finally caught them.
Yeah, that walk down mid, Javi, really good timing.
ज़्यादा लीड नहीं है
The second that they turned around, holding that
2 round की
mid
lead है
from a main, All Gamers, they just found someone. Omen pushing all the way
बस एक
through.
pistol
And
round
now
निकालना है
going into the
जी
second
को
half here. We
बाद में फिर
talked a
comeback
lot
आ
about the
जाएगा
defensive macro from GE, but I think also for me, All Gamers, they really shined on their defensive side against Heretics. I say that. Pretty sure they didn't get a single defensive side on Lotus, but that's fine.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that map.
Yeah.
We talk about the other 2 maps where their
support your
defense was
argument.
really good. Yes, exactly.
Well, it was an interesting attacking side for All Gamers. Nothing sexy, nothing too exciting, but very effective Valorant.
I find Valorant so sexy. Just all the time.
What team has the sexiest Valorant?
No team.
No team? Not
None.
MIBR?
Harbor is the sexiest agent, though.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I mean, I can see why you're in full support of Marta now. That makes a lot of sense. We followed that argument to its logical conclusion, and now we can move on with the broadcast.
कितना क्यूट सा टेडी रखा
And
उसने
we're gonna get
अपने
fired.
था
That's
कौन सा
crazy.
प्लेयर हो मैंने देखा नहीं
I mean, yeah, every day I wake up and I think, oh, today could be the day. All Gamers, they are definitely earning their paycheck here, though. Could have already been through into the progression match in this group, but Heretics were a little bit troublesome for them.
Yeah.
Now here's a game that I think, based on the opening games of these 2 teams here at EWC, you'd be expecting All Gamers to win it, but out of 5-7-1/2, still really anyone's game.
Yeah, and I think I'm actually genuinely surprised so far by GE because obviously in their performance by MIBR, they had the 5 rounds total, which they've gotten just in this one half of
That's
this
the last
map.
time, by the way.
That's
We do not say that again.
And I
I'm
think
going to get in trouble. And
I think they're actually doing really well. Like you said, their macro on that defense was really nice. Their rotates made a lot of sense. It felt like a lot of the small things were just little adaptation, making sure they're not overextending on their aggressive peaks. They changed their defensive setup a couple times. They changed it up, and it worked out for their favor. And of course, back to that re-aggression when they know that AG are least expecting it. But Pistol for the second half now.
yeah, still anyone's game. It's not going to decide the game or anything, but it's always a
घुसली
feel-good
है
moment.
सभी नहीं 2 पिस्टल है
Local
अपने पास
Esports
और
back
3
onto that
गोल्स हैं
attacking
उनके
side.
पास
This is
4
where
गोल्स
Harvey,
और
who's
1
had a
पिस्टल
rough game so far, needs to be worth his weight in golds. That's a nice opener onto Crystal. The Cypher, you'd like them to activate a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later, rather. Maybe when the site has been taken and you're trying to bait out some of the rotations. Bit of hubris from Crystal that doesn't work out for him.
Playing full retake here. All Gamers trying to hold down into side by, trying to get one, but is pushed all the way off. Market is fully open for the taken Kira. He sped up onto site though, taking all of back site. And GE, they're gonna speed up, kind of, as long as the door opens, into a fake towards that mid. They're just holding now.
Yep.
Opening that door to apply pressure.
Just cutting sound. Kira on the off angle, though. He's usually pretty good on the raise. One off an additional paint shell. He's done a lot of damage, but hasn't walked away with a frag. Shrimp on spawn side cleared up by Patman, and Fangir, who had to rotate because the door was opened, is now put in a very winnable position. Let's be honest, GE barely clinging to life. Position confirmed by Patman. This is where you try to stall the man out. Haunt, jiggle, jiggle. But Patman very much not interested in taking this stall. They just want to try to time him out. The spike is nice and open. GE set up around it. And the off angle, the beat from Patman at 3K there from last year's Rookie of the Year in Pacific is enough to secure GE yet another pistol.
A really nice mid-round call there to just slow it down, cut noise, open the door, apply that pressure, and force those rotates. They really played with All Gamers there, but splitting up just wasn't it for All Gamers. The flood into sight, kind of being successful for Kira, but he gets punished because he's alone once again. Of course, pushing into market too. Really nice strat. Really nice ability to take that map control before even trying to get that spike down. And it's going to be a buy here from GE, the thrifty for AG.
All picked up. Handed over to Kira. They have been loving his showstoppers, and I can't blame them. The camera taking pictures of a bunch of GE. It's a group photo. Good times in B main. There's not really a whole lot to worry them here.
Contacting up through that smoke. Prowler's going to come out, make sure they don't have anyone bothering them from market. Front sight is secured, though. They're going to be able to get that spike down, but still playing it slow. Crystal has all of flank down. These players, All Gamers, just trying to find that isolated player.
They just don't really give away too much. I think All Gamers are playing the purest game so far. Shrimp caught on spawn side. Shorty out in the other side of the spawn, but checked well by Patman. So far, not really too much damage to speak of here by All Gamers. They isolate Crystal, but with a Marshall in towards spawn side, I don't think he's really going to care too much.
Oh my god.
He was hoping to catch his Russian counterpart off guard there, but not given the opportunity. And as it stands here, GE cleaning up everything that they would have wanted. 7 apiece and a flawless anti-eco. Yet another great start to a half.
Neck and neck. The bonus now for global esports. All Gamers are going to have their bye. Their defensive rounds I've talked about previously from Team Heretics, the way that they played against them, it looked really, really good. And I think I'm interested to see how they play against this team because, again, this is the first time that we've seen this map for All Gamers this year.
Yeah, coming back into the pool, Sunset may kind of decide some of these series that we have here at EWC. It's a classic round, fisticuffs over A, GRQ. Defending elbow super nicely. Fangir's got him back with the relay ball, just pushing GE away, who throw down their own hot hands. Autumn considering the curveball. In the meantime, though, walking through the top middle smoke, Kira is more than ready for it. And this is not what GE bargained for on their bonus. Harvey also called off by Shrimp. The last two players on elbow. It's a nice double peak timing. Only one kill for GE, which earns himself his run it back, but that's not something you're going to be happy with.
They're going to be happy with that one, at least All Gamers is.
कैसे हो मैं बढ़िया हूँ आप बताओ आप कैसे हो
I think they're really happy with where they are, even though they lost that pistol. 8-7. This just kind of goes to show how close this game is going to be. And I think this is what we expected too when we were talking about this earlier. It's the fact that it's going to be neck to neck. It's going to be scrappy, a lot of fighting going on. And the aggression from both these teams has been really nice to watch.
It's good money for All Gamers. 4 players with about 2K in the back pocket. Should things go right here, GE walking up in B main. They've been keeping this attacking side pretty simple so far. Just been death balling on in. And why wouldn't you when you've got to run it back to lead the way? Straight into the Cypher setup. By peeking in front of his utility is not really how All Gamers would have wanted that to go.
Yeah, the Cypher setup just not being good enough. No delay at all. They keep playing retake on this B side, and now they haven't been able to take it back just yet. Fangir trying to get a pick here, but Autumn holding a really nice pixel angle. Falls just off of it. These players for GE playing a post plan, aggressing all of a sudden into the site is All Gamers, even though they got hit by that Nightfall. It's going to delay them just a little bit. Unable to just go in and scale. Players taking this market. Udo, he knows no one's there. Everyone's out back site.
No.
Javi
Nice.
gets a pick onto Shrimp and GRQ trying to find anything. Kira, Patman trades back and forth. GRQ with another. Patman with another.
Thank you,
Back and forth once again. And these players, they're chasing after Fangi here, trying to get him to not save this and not die to the spike.
Another round move for GE. Cypher Trip will confirm that he's made it out of dodge, but all gamers, I think it's good that they've held on to one gun. The rest of the boys will have money to reinvest in that one, but GE keeping things simple has worked out a treat for them. The run it back leads the way into the site, and the post plant was easy as you like. Patman, courtesy of his multi-frag on the pistol there, earns himself a nightfall early on. You saw them putting spike plants and some orbs into that as well. And I think that ultimate really secured this round after a clean pick onto the Cypher.
Yeah, that mid-round has been really nice here, even after the post plants for GE. On that pistol, taking market, knowing they can't get that spike down without any space. They're prioritizing, pushing, and playing aggressive, making sure they're able to play a post-plant situation from more than just that B main angle. And they've done it again this round, using the Nightfall to delay for so long the outcome from backside, because once again, they had that market control. If I'm all gamers here, I'm talking about how we're going to fix our retakes. Yes, Spy wasn't able to delay as much on site on that Cypher, but still taking more than one angle in their retakes. Yes, they're trying to trade coming out backside 4 players in a nice retake, nice little crossfire, but no one's going to peek into them. GE, they've been so good at not giving that up.
I mean, I'm seeing similar problems for both teams, quite honestly, in the fact that I feel like people are playing off angles a lot and playing for picks coming into the side. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But in general, if you can wait for the big punchy pieces of utility, like a really high percentage paranoia through part of the site, or you have a really nice retake plan where the utils actually hit, that's when things get a lot easier for you coming back into B. B main dominated. You don't have to end up in a retake if the other team doesn't make it into B main, but maybe you'll have to test the other side of the map. Global Esports working their way into elbow now.
All gamers, 3 guns online for them, the 3 rifles. Cypher playing that passive setup by. He knows that they're coming in. He hears it. That camera's going to spot 3 of those players. And the rotates are coming in, but this is where they've struggled. The retakes. They're playing completely off. There's almost no delay. Kira, he does have the rocket online, but they need to come up with a good plan because GE, they've taken towards spawn. They're trying to push in. They're trying to deny all that space.
Seize comes out. Oh, utils exchanged here. Autumn punished on spawn side. In goes the rocket from Kira. Really looking for anyone on GE, leading the way, zoning the rest of GE away. Horde comes out, confirms Harvey's position. Utatan down on Jen, and now it's just Patman and Crystal trying to get it done from elbow side. A lot for Crystal to do here. He's been mechanically very sharp lately. Half is on from Shrimp. He's not going to stick it to completion. It's a up-down there from all gamers. Perfection on top of the spike, and they'll take the lead.
They've learned their lesson, holding passive in spawn, knowing that something was going to happen. They were going to take some sort of control. And all gamers, punish Autumn for pushing too deep into spawn, overextending, trying to use that curveball to get away with it, but unable to. And a beautiful use of util, the haunt timing too, coming in with that rocket to be able to scan that player top site, allow Kira to get that pick. Really nicely done, and just the timing on the spacing here as well, the pathing, everything looking really good for all gamers.
Yeah, really segmenting GE and making them uncomfortable with the rocket was very, very nice. Now they have put GE in much the same kind of position, only the singular rifle being afforded, courtesy of some multi-fragging in from Crystal. All gamers really looking to secure control of their economy if they can. A couple of players with some extra cash. Outlaws there for Fangir. Crystal's found Kira. It's a nice pick from the Cypher, who has overextended in 1 or 2 of these rounds. Oh, spike dropped in B main. That's going to be a hard one for GE, and the Outlaw is really kind of getting some carnage done here. Autumn with the Bandit, doing a lot of work, quite honestly. Pushing things into a 2-on-2. This is still winnable. Shrimp's over on spawn side. Crystal going to join Autumn. He's going to curveball in combination there with the neural theft. Caught by the Caesars. Autumn, he's under a lot of pressure here. Spike going down from Crystal in the back lines. Autumn trying to bark as loud as he can. He's one off a run it back. That's his last curveball. It's the Prowler for AG. Very tentative. Trying to clear out Autumn in this close corner. Crystal trying to play off of the back of Autumn's contact here. Missing his shot. That's the last Prowler out from Shrimp. GRQ going down here. Little bit of damage now as we head into a 1-on-1. Shrimp very much ready for the peak, and there you go. Crystal Unfortunately, the backwards crab walk is not as effective when you're playing against a shrimp. He's all over the crustacean movements.
That's crazy. Shrimp, one of the players we talked about in the pre-show, because he's been so phenomenal, especially in those clutches, especially with his util. He's just constantly been top fragging as well, able to trade. And I think they're Autumn chaining his util to try to delay that retake for as long as possible. Fangir getting 3 as well. All gamers, they're still not going to be happy though, I think, with this round. The fact that it got so close, they had those pistols online as well. It's just a struggle there. By just getting caught off guard once again with his Cypher. He's just standing out in the open, trying to get some sort of peek, and is just punished. Fangir getting the 3, though, being one of the main reasons why they won this round. Global Esports, though, running it down towards A this time, going fast, changing up the pace. The util's all out, and the site's free.
GRQ on the off angle. Not ready for Autumn underneath him. Takes a ton of damage there. Crystal, nice double inside a middle. That's a man advantage now for GE as Patman gets this spike down.
Crystal's been getting so many picks towards this mid, getting picks on the rotators every single time now. At least 3 rounds he's done that and punished them. The post time coming in. A lot of util chasing after that player in spawn, but unable to connect. 3v4, 2 players coming in from a link. The Nightfall goes down. Shrimp punishes Javi and Elbow. Patman getting the pick onto GRQ as well. The op goes down. Fangir unable to get anything, and Shrimp down on site.
It's a really nice reset for GE. That's the round that they were looking for. They will be a little bit disappointed that they didn't get the round previous, but they know how much damage they did. They marched into that next gun round, knowing that the reset was definitely theirs for the taking. Still trailing by 1 round, but should be able to get through an anti-eco here. And this has just been super back and forth. Both of these teams fighting really hard for the first map of the series.
I find it kind of crazy that all gamers keep falling into this trap that Crystal set up towards mid, where he's just lurking, catching those rotators off guard. Every single time he manages to get a pick, and it just makes that retake 10 times harder. They keep trying to play this retake as well, just not working out for them when they're not all there. The util as well, they're heavily reliant on Shrimp. If he falls, it's kind of rough, but a thrifty here for all gamers. Shotgun and a stinger on the board, trying to get for 1, play for 1, peeking towards mid. Crystal's gonna shut down Shrimp.
Yeah, it's literally the exact same angle that he picked Kiro on last round, or maybe 2 rounds ago. Outlaw looking pretty good in this round. All gamers with a lot of light armor. Little bait set up for Fangir here. GRQ trying to be the best salesman possible, but the blaze wall goes up. GE are not interested. They're going to be heading to the other store, straight into the A site. And they know that Elbow is dirty here. That is at least going to be cause for concern. The cage to follow up, but they're going to clear it from the other side. Paranoia is not going to be good enough to hit Yutatan there. The Bucky is getting to work, but we all know about the nerfs. It's not going to be a follow-up kill onto Autumn.
Kira here. That's going to be heard, and he touches the trap. Nothing really going to come out of that one. Crystal getting the pick, and Patman shutting it down. All gamers here. Feels like this next round is super important for them, trying to get ahead. But for GE, it feels like they're very comfortable. They're able to get that mid-control with Crystal, like we said. They're able to just be able to execute as well, and it feels like they're just baiting a lot of those rotates. They're playing with it in the mid-round. Their post-spawns have been really good as well. A tiny bit readable, the fact that they're going to aggress, but you always don't know which side they're going to do it, and they've used a lot of really good util as well.
GE, I think, putting themselves a little bit out in front, but AG, having taken attack timeout, want to make some adjustments on this defensive side. Still anyone's game for the taking here. Elimination on the line, and Sunset, you know, coming out of left field here in the veto.
Yeah.
GE always like to be tricky and difficult to prepare for in every single veto. I remember speaking to somebody about this last night, and they said, that's easier for me to prepare for because you just don't. You just focus on what your team is doing, and then you just figure it out on the fly. There's no point preparing for a team that just changes their comp every single time.
That's very valid. Jumping in, though. 10-10 here. Well-needed timeout for all gamers. Rifles, full gun buy for both sides. Fangir has the op though. This operator might be key in them for being able to get those lines on the defensive side and understand how to rotate off of them. Two of these players though pushing towards that B main, trying to do some sort of seize nade combo if they see anyone. It's not going to catch because all 5 players of GE are towards this mid.
Money is fantastic here for GE. If they can reset all gamers yet again, then this should be their game on a silver platter, straight towards the middle of the map. They've read this so well. But can they deal with the 3-stack over towards A here for all gamers? Do have Bite, tucks himself into Generator, nice and snug. Slid on in is Yutatan. That's a nice entry, peeking off the back of that contact. GRQ only going 1-for-1, but Fangir is the player that they haven't checked in elbow, and he's causing some problems.
Trying to find another shot. Crystal, he is flanking though. 2 of these players, Kira and Shrimp, they're walking up towards this A main. They might catch him off guard. Crystal gets punished, and now the side has been flipped. 3 of these players trying to retake from that A main. Elbow is being taken. The op is holding it down. Kira's going to walk up with Fangir. The paranoia goes in. The shot misses. The knife fall is out. Javi, that dark cover to delay. These players are going to have to run through it. The time just isn't that there. Fangir, Autumn, Shrimp with a pick onto Autumn, and they actually win that retake.
Yeah, that's rough. I felt like Javi, you know, he was doing well to drop the paranoia and the dark cover on a really nice timing, but he needed at least one there to give Autumn a bit of a hand. All gamers, that's a nice retake there, but with only 2 players surviving, this is still very much hanging in the balance. GE haven't gotten themselves the spike plant there, and with plenty of cash in the bank, still have this reset potential, but that'll only last so long.
I think now, too, GE, they know that operator's online for Fangir. They're going to be able to understand that he's going to set it up somewhere, try to get some sort of peek. I'm wondering if they're going to change their approach, try to find where that op is and just go the other way, or at least push him off. And maybe they might be a little bit more scared to set Crystal up towards mid. But instead, contact play towards the same aim.
Patman's ate the boombot there as the slide in from Yutatan yet again is quite fruitful for GE. Whoa. Over the top, catches 2 players. What a paranoia from Harvey. GE absolutely roll this A site, and finally it seems like they're breaking through.
Dude, the confidence to just execute, hold W into a site, knowing that there could be an operator there. They blocked off that elbow with the neon wall and just took that full A-link side. Like you said, beautiful paranoia from Javi. They played that so well. GE trying to punish that operator if they were set up on either of those sides. Of course, Udo with a beautiful 3K there to shut it down. All gamers, though, they're going to try to hold on to this op. They're trying to hold on to this rifle as well. Bai sitting in spawn is going to catch Autumn. Not able to finish him off, though. 30 HP on him. Fangir trading spaces. The bait and switch, but this time with the op. They're going to see that there. Nothing too crazy, but Crystal, he's going towards B main to try to catch them off guard.
Autumn's still hanging around. And you're right, but at the same time, GE's money is a little bit battered from the last round. They don't feel the need to push the issue. They just want to make sure they can min-max all the gun rounds towards the end of this half. Still 2 left in play. Whichever way you swing this, could definitely have an OT on our hands. A decent enough save on in there for all gamers. It's going to be a scrappy buy, let's be honest, but at least 1 rifle, an operator, and a showstopper is decent enough to work with. The only player who really kind of is left wanting is definitely GRQ, but an Omen with the judge can get work done at the best of times, especially on elbow.
Fangir opping towards mid, trying to shut down that one lurker that they found the whole time. He's actually going to get spotted by the cam, and that's really good information here for Global Esports. Please take the dart out.
That's classic. And not just the pistol. Autumn applying some pressure towards the middle of the map. With Harvey's dark cover, Blazewall to follow up. You know, Autumn is really just trying to apply pressure and make some noise, and he's sensing that he has a bit of a timing here. I think you can see from Bai's movements that he might be aware of that. He's going looking in towards spawn side, as is Kira, and unfortunately, Autumn will give up his life to the one player that can reveal where the rest of Global Esports are coming from. Overdrive pulled out by Yutatan. GRQ tucking himself in towards Gen is going to be very difficult to dig out. Patman has broken through onto Fangir. The operator is down. Shrimp's found Yutatan, but this is the player you've got to be concerned with. In the meantime, Kira has ripped the showstopper onto short side, and this is not going well for GE at all. Just down to Crystal in a 1-on-4. Has a neural theft of his own, but AG are taking no chances.
Definitely going to save that for this last round. The high-low. Crystal's going to be able to get one. Gets shut down but by. And by really good information, really good timing, actually, to just turn around and catch Autumn off guard. You could see the pings on the minimap there. They're trying to tell each other, hey, this is open. Please don't get caught off guard. And that actually worked out for them.
Yeah, good communication from all gamers.
Yep.
Got to stay on top of that kind of thing. That's the difference between a tier 1 team and the rest. Stuff from all gamers. Definitely a losable round for them, and if they do lose that round, they're going to be broken. That's probably going to be the end of the game. So GE now back onto what looks like another pretty good gun round. Nightfall in tow. Need to try to even this one up and push us through to overtime.
Walking up towards mid here. They've had so much success, Global Esports, so they're banking on it once again. The trip there, gonna get destroyed, and they're pushing through market, but GRQ using that paranoia to delay. These 3 players from the side of All Gamers, they've played off-site, walking all the way back on. They've struggled to hold the site before. Pam, beautiful pick onto Fangir. That's the operator down. And all of a sudden, it's 4v2. About to be overtime. Shrimp, unless he can do something, gets a pick. Him and Kira trying to work this. Kira on the fast flank, but that Neural Theft's going to let them know where he is. Crystal getting the pick onto Kira and Shrimp. 1v3, nothing left in his belt. No util. Just him and the rifle against the world.
Yeah. Very difficult position. Shrimp tried to crack back in onto that one. Finding himself a pick, but GE, even after this smoke elapses, there's not much being shown to Shrimp here. He'll make first contact with Autumn, but it's a nice peek from Harvey. That's overtime. Global Esports able to hold their nerve despite a little bit of a shambolic round on the A side of the map just previously.
These teams neck and neck. Seems like that last round was so one-sided, and this round comes around, and again, it's flipped the other side. It's just whichever team is able to adapt a lot quicker or understand and get those initial picks that get the success. Fangir, of course, dying on this retake was really rough. Beautiful shot from Patman, though, to shut him down. And then again, they don't have any need to fight super aggressively. The split worked out for them. They had all of market. They just played those post plants beautifully. The timings, the trades. This is a GE that looks completely different from the last time we saw them. And now they're back on that defensive side.
Yeah, it's a much better matchup for them. You know, the Pacific and the VCTCN teams very much familiar with each other, often practice together. Autumn has played over in VCTCN for quite a long time, so we'll know exactly what they're dealing with here. Push from Autumn. Yuditan in tow as well. Oh, that is phenomenal. Instant neural theft off the back of that. He has just won this round outright.
He's been kind of quiet all game, struggling on the defense side whenever he's on that weak side, or unable to just hold his own. And now all of a sudden using that power. Paman walks out into the smoke. Nobody knows he's out, but Bai getting a 4th. Could he get the ace in one of the most important rounds in this matchup? The ace for Bai! I can't believe it! When it matters, he comes back online.
That is rough for GE. Bai really throwing down the gauntlet here in overtime. They thought that they were going to be able to try to go for a pick inside of B main here, but that is perfect. Bai is just sitting in the pocket, waiting for them to go on the front foot. As soon as the curveball and the relay bolt come out from the neon, it's a perfectly timed peak.
GE, though, falling back into that trap where they overextend a little bit too much. Pushing towards that B main, they get spotted. Instead of falling back right away and repositioning and forcing All Gamers to use their util to re-clear, or at least use their bodies, they just stay. They stay there for way too long. Yes, they could have traded. Yes, Bai. He had a life round right there. But still, feels like they should have learned that from that first half. We saw it so often where they overextended, they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just one of those things, you know. You can sit back and try to play for some of these retakes, especially with Cypher as your sentinel, and if you have kind of these well-drilled plans, and it can go well for you. But I understand why GE stay on the front foot, and I feel like today a lot of the timings are just not really working for them, unfortunately. AG are a little bit more switched on. They're often getting the better end of these trades. And this is AG's chance to finally close out Sunset here. 4 players ready. As this elbow pressure is coming in from GE. Up goes the fast lane. They very much kind of trying to feel this one out. Immediate season response there from Stream. Out goes Fangir. GE under pressure now. The Boombot and the Prowler making Autumn uncomfortable, and Harvey only comes up with 1. That's not going to be good enough. And AG on the verge of closing out their opponent's map pick. Crystal in a 1-on-4, peeking into yet another high-low, and that's going to be VCTCN getting themselves that first map win. Pacific just continues to struggle here.
All Gamers winning GE's map pick. They hit this map so far in this tournament, haven't played it yet, and now all of a sudden showing that they could do such a good job. Of course, that last round, the gamble towards that A site, obviously getting rewarded. 4 players there. And now you're looking at Global Esports to come back.
Global Esports winning the pistol rounds, going to OT, and then getting buyed on. And Ace sending them back on. I mean, I don't know what you do, how you recompose after going into OT and having someone hand out over.
We got the shrimp. Honestly, Bai needs to stand up after an Ace like that and just wave goodbye to the other team. That's literally what he did to them. Unbelievable Ace that was. But the follow-up was great as well. Honestly, AG, I think they recognize the tendencies in both of the overtime rounds. I was very impressed by their macro all of this game. Their rotations were phenomenal, very slow attacking side. I think the defense struggled at times, but once they kind of seen enough of what GE was doing in regulation there, they were all over it.
Athena, I was looking at the numbers, and unfortunately, you were shut down if you were the Omen on Global Esports. Only 8 kills going into that final round. He picks up 1 more. But 9 kills in 25 rounds is not going to be enough.
I mean, you say that, but his util was phenomenal. I will give that to Javi. He was doing such a good job. His paranoias were there. His dark coverage
Wasn't it just 13 assists, though?
Yeah,
I'm looking at the numbers. I'm like, your KDA ain't that good, bro. Maybe the numbers are too simple.
I'm with Puckett on this one.
I don't think I saw enough.
That's not going to cut it.
C's do not get degrees here at EWC.
I have watched Harvey in Tier 2 and up into Pacific for much a time now, and I can tell you he is a fantastic player, but that is a classic brain drain game. You know, where it's a pressure game. You're the AG.AL of Global Esports. He's trying to do what he always does. You saw him right from the start of the game, trying to be super confident. He was walking down mid on the Omen on defense, but unfortunately, mechanically, he wasn't able to go toe-to-toe with all gamers, and that's what happens to Harvey sometimes. He's had some kind of underwhelming performances as an individual, and it happens to a lot of AG.ALs. It's nothing to do with his ability. It's nothing to do with where his ceiling lies. It's just to do with the pressure of playing on a stage like this and having a lot on your plate as an AG.AL.
I will say, though, to my point, I think he did get a lot of the timings right in terms of his util. I do think also that one push towards mid, he got that timing right when he knew they were in a main. He was able to get that free pick. So a lot of little impact frags. Yes, they were very little frags, but they were all impactful, it feels like. And again, I think he's done such a great job. I really was impressed by GE all game with those micro adjustments, making sure they're getting a lot of those timings, just the overextension for me. Staying a little bit too long in those positions and getting punished.
It isn't all on one player, but Javi, I'm still putting you under the microscope. Athena's going to give you a pass. Let's talk about the others, though, that we need to highlight. Who are the superstars for AG.AL? Who do you think is in a running for MVP of Day 4 so far?
Whoever came up with that game plan, honestly, and whoever's calling for them. I'm not intimately familiar with their team personally. You know, VCTCN and Pacific are on at the same time, and I'm definitely choosing one of those rather than the other to watch. Sorry, guys.
That's messed up.
But honestly, I was impressed by all gamers. I felt like I've boot camped in China before and played some of these Chinese franchise teams, and at times, I got to be honest, and this was years ago, to be fair, okay? The region has come a long way. I've thought, like, what are these guys doing? But AG's macro there was fantastic. Like, I really can't fault that. I felt like they were playing phenomenally.
I think for me, I was really looking at Fangir. I feel like his operator timings were really good. He did struggle a couple of times, but he was still able to punish when GE were trying to be overextending, like that round on elbow when he was opping towards that A main. He gets spotted, but still gets that peak, even though he gets dinked. So I think for me, Fangir was a player to watch in this game. I think also on the other side, Patman. That 3K on site.
Yeah.
Goes crazy.
Frost still undefeated here at EWC. We go to break. When we come back, it is game number 4 for Global Esports. Can they survive another one here at EWC? We'll find out.
कम बैक करेगी कि नहीं करेगी गाइस, क्या लगता है? मुझे तो थोड़ा सा मुश्किल ही लग रहा है, हल्का हल्का सा फील आ रहा है मुझे। ब्रेक कर लो गाइस, तुम भी पानी पुनी पी लो।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Deeply powered by AI, Filmora 15 understands your intent, dissolving the space between thought and action. When creativity and AI merge, every gap is gracefully bridged. With AI Extend, those almost moments find their perfect continuation. The shot keeps flying, and the energy never breaks. You stay in motion, and AI ensures every frame aligns with your vision. This is Wondershare Filmora, powered by AI. Edit as an expert.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, today I'm gonna play a 1v1. I don't know against who. Hopefully we'll find out during the game. Hello. Hello. Can I ask them roles or something? Like, what's their role? Now flex.
By the way, he can hear you on mic.
Oh, you can hear my mic and I cannot hear you? What the fuck is this? Initiator and flex. Country. What country are you from, sir?
He can hear you, right?
Oh. I forgot. But why did you tell me to write then? Hello, someone told me I had to type it out. Russia. Flex from Russia. What region do you play in? APAC. APAC Initiator Russia. I mean, it's Crystal. I mean, there is not a lot of Russian initiators in APAC, no?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Crystal.
Hello. It was so easy, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty easy, yeah? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I have to win.
yeah, let's go Sheriff 5.
Sheriff, let's go. Oh my god, now he's starting to try hard. Hello?
Okay, let's go Bucky.
Bucky, let's go. What? You one-tapped me, bro. The shit got nerfed. Hello? Okay, go. Aris. Oh.
Oh, I
got
my
time.
finger. Okay, I go Sheriff. Let's go. GG.
GG. Okay, give her the game.
Thank you.
Put down your baguettes and brie and get ready for game number 2, hoping for game 3. Global Esports just went to overtime but fell short. We have a very sad Pilski who is watching the Pacific get bodied. Pilski, we need to see a little bit of resurgence right now. We saw the players coming out, smiles on their faces on the stage. They look unfazed despite a very narrow loss at the end of last game.
I thought it was a winnable game. I thought that they played quite decently. And as I said before, I don't think that they're going to be upset that Split has made it in the veto. They have played a lot of this map. They know their way around it well. So I'm sure they know that all gamers are great at it as well, but they're not going to feel like this is an unwinnable series.
Athena, you were saying, though, AG.AL picked Split for a reason. You've seen this team go here in the past. Why are they strong in this map?
I mean, they're just so good. I feel like their defensive side, the aggression that they use, especially with Kira, has been really good. I feel like they fall back on time. Their setups in the mid rounds are really good. I feel like we saw a little bit of that on that Sunset as well, just making sure they're gambling a lot of the right sides. And as well, on their attack, they've been absolutely phenomenal. And I think this team just in general, when you can take Heretics on in this map and win, it really speaks a lot.
I feel like we've seen nothing but Ascent, Lotus, and Breeze on the stage until this series.
Yeah.
Why is Split not in everyone else's, I guess, top 3 of choices?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. You see a lot of it in Pacific. I'm honestly sick to death of seeing Split, but I guess maybe some of the other regions outside of Asia are a little bit scared of playing it. It's, it's some tight corners.
We
and
see
things
it a
like
bit
that.
in
That
America.
might, the judges might make you a little bit upset. If you're soft, you might not play something like that. But over in Pacific, we're playing that all the time.
You guys love your shotguns.
Yeah, we do. I was looking at that game, by the way, Puckett. That was also an OT. We had an OT on both of the stages, and Heretics won on the A stream. That was a gigabanger.
Reminder, we are also continuing group stages on Tuesday as we'll have our final deciders moving forward. Today, we're sending 2 more teams into our playoff bracket. 2 more teams will be sent packing, joining our 2 squads that went out yesterday. The big surprise of the tournament, Paper Rex out already after multiple second places and always looking to be in contention for a grand final. They were eliminated by Carmine Corps. We could see up to 3 French squads represented, or 3 French orgs here in Paris. And if you just watched recent events, Athena, this place is going to be taken over by fans.
Oh, yeah. First of all, the arena is insane. I've seen the stage being set up with all the seats for the crowds. If that fills up, the sound in here is going to be insane, especially if those French teams take the stage. The cheers are going to evaporate into this huge arena, and it's going to be kind of wild. And I think as well, too, I'm really excited to see the baguettes coming in.
Yes, all the baguettes.
You're a big fan.
I love baguettes.
I've seen you eat many.
He brings them in every morning.
If you don't have a fresh baguette, you're doing it wrong. Like, if you're eating yesterday's baguette, you're really doing it wrong. Let's talk a little bit about our teams as we still have a bit of a delay on this stage. If we can get a camera on a few of the players, I'd like to highlight the potential stars. Who here from AG.AL is breaking out from the Chinese region to really showcase their skill at a global level? Because like you said, they're playing at the same time as Pacific. A lot of people may be tuning into one stream or not the other. This is their time to meet these guys.
Yeah, I think for me, AG, it's not like a story of one player. I think they play quite a good, well-rounded game, and they have a lot of different people that they can lean on. Maybe that leads you in a direction where you get some inconsistencies from some of the individuals, and you might not get the results that you want. But I think multiple players could step up. They do like to swap around the duelist role a lot. I love what I see from Fangir, especially at the start of the year. I felt like he was kind of carrying this team a little bit, but as we've gone deeper into the year, and AG have continued to put together pretty respectable results, both domestically and internationally, quite honestly, I think that this team is extremely well-rounded and everyone can pull their weight.
Yeah.
Athena, what did you like in-game from this squad? Who has a strong role on this team?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Shrimp every single time. I feel like when I see him using his initiator util, it's been phenomenal. He also puts up the frags behind it. And I think for Shrimp, too, he's actually not IGLing regardless of being the initiator. It's actually Kira, which is their duelist. So it's insane that Kira's also able to IGL and play duelist. That's actually one of the hardest combinations to do when it comes to Valorant, because you're constantly trying to call for everyone to set you up, and you're also engaging in the fire, engaging in the fight in the middle of it, and you're also trying to make calls for the rest of your team. It makes sense why all gamers are super aggressive in this server, though, because Kira tends to do a really good job at taking a lot of that space.
Pilski, do you like the idea of the tip of your spear also being the shot caller?
In other games, yes. Like, I think traditionally in TAC FPS, you see plenty of good examples of it, especially if, you know, you have someone who's weaker individually. A lot of the time, they will go ahead and maybe get in on the entry. And if they die, they make space for someone, they set themselves up, and then they can see everybody in the post plant because they're already dead. I mean, in CS, there's plenty of examples of that. In Valorant, duelists are meant to get kills. They have abilities to get kills, so I'm not really as much of a fan of it, actually. But if it works for all gamers, then it works.
Kira on that raise is going to be my player to watch. Fengir is going to go over to the Jet. On the other side, we have a Jet in the hands of Autumn, and Udutan is going to be rocking the raise. Whose comp are we liking more? Is the difference is really just the Sky, right?
Yeah, I think Kira, I like to see the Fade a lot more. Patman on the Fade, sorry, he's been really good. But I do want to talk about Shrimp on the Sky, because actually something fun that they like to do on this map is they do tend to do a lot of 4-1s on their attack side. And they actually leave Shrimp to be that one. They leave that initiator alone, the Sky, getting all that information, putting pressure with the dog, with those flashes. And a lot of the time, he also has these really good catches on the rotators as well. So for me, I'm still looking at the Fade. I think just as a character, a lot stronger. No flashes, though, on the side of GE.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it can work to have your Sky on the lurk and apply pressure, but if the other team is prepared for you, then it's something that can really backfire. You can be very readable if you base your entire attacking side around Initiator Util. I like the Sky, though, better, honestly, in this comp with the raised Jet. I think there's plenty of examples, particularly in Pacific, where the burstiness you have of a Guiding Light rather than a Prowler that takes about 10 business days to get into the site is actually, you know, a little bit better in a lot of examples, but only if you're fast enough to play around it well.
Taking a look at our rosters, this could be the final game for Global Esports. On the other side, AG.AL is looking for a rematch against Heretics potentially, or a new fight against MIBR. This will also be an additional $25,000 if you win this game for AG.AL. A big game for both of these squads, and we are just moments away from jumping in. Pilsky, if you are just tuning in to Valorant for the first time, you've been working all weekend. What did they miss, and what are you about to see?
You miss Global Esports maybe not having the best start to their group, kind of getting battered around a bit by an MIBR that are actually playing over in the A stream and have lost their first map here at EWC. For AG, I think it's quite the opposite. They had a game that was well and truly winnable for them, and now they're looking for recovery here, and they've already picked up the first map. So let's see if they can try to capitalize on that and win this series on one of their most comfortable maps here.
And now jumping into their comfortable map, just like you said, AG, they're starting on that attack side. They've been really good and making sure they're setting themselves up for success. Lots of 4-1s when they do get to those gun rounds. But for this pistol, they're starting with some sort of mid-default, that dark cover going in, the flash, the paranoia coming back out. Baiting that out from the Omen is insane, but you've spent those nades to get that.
Good stuff. AG baiting out a little bit of the mid-trap there. Now GE will have to reset a little bit as this round drags on. AG, very similar to what we saw on Sunset. It is a very slow attacking side here. Trailblazer goes into the A site, once again causing a little bit of pressure. Fangir gets caught there by the C's, but Autumn, this is an excellent timing indeed. Two players not even looking at him. Spike dropped, and he's not going to need to hang around for too much longer. All gamers now throwing caution to the wind. Kira straight through the middle of the map, picks up Udutan, and they're looking to pick up the pace into the B site. They're very well aware that Autumn is still inside a B main, and that's something that they're going to kind of deal with later. Kick that can down the road, so to speak. Good timing for Patman to give GE the man advantage, and this is looking a little too messy here for an All Gamers who, for the second time, have got caught off. Harvey from Sewers does get an additional pick. Order finally cleaned up, though. Fangir could be the difference maker here.
2v2, the players are constantly spotting for it. I say that, but they didn't actually see him. Patman now has that haunt. It goes online. These players probably trying to play this crossfire. They have to force themselves out here. Patman and Crystal trying to scale.
Last player
Splitting up, but it actually goes well. Crystal getting the pick on Kira. Fangir with 3, but Crystal cleaning that up.
Yeah, All Gamers still keeping it very, very close, though. That is the third pistol this series for GE. It's not something they've been having trouble winning. But getting the map wins, on the other hand, so far, not so easy to come by.
Pistols have been good. I think the proactivity so good. Again, we've seen Autumn be aggressive. last map on the Phoenix, and now here with the Jet, he's taken so many really well-timed positions. And for all gamers, I'm questioning, they just need to be a little bit more aware of the gaps in their attack. But now, 4 players towards this B main. Fast take, trying to get that pressure down. Javi, he's alone on this site, but Batman from Heaven trying to help Fangir the peek onto Javi. And now Udo somehow getting by on the other side of the map. Fangir getting the trade onto Batman. 3v3 here. 4v3, sorry. Kira set up for this post plant.
Nice open plant there. Trailblazer into spawn side. All gamers will follow it on in. Crystal under some pressure. Drops the snake bite to push all gamers away. Vulnerable is GRQ, and Crystal's taken some damage, but been able to clean that one up. Autumn, 1 bullet left in the Outlaw here. It's a tentative 3-on-3. You do not want to get ecoed as GE, and it's looking more and more likely as we go deeper into this round. Autumn caught off guard as well, and Fangir, a cracker of a double entry to swing on from Shrimp, gives all gamers the eco win. That is crushing for GE.
Fangir with a beautiful entry, just holding W and getting across into sight, punishing Javi for having a weird position. I mean, he put that dart cover down after that paranoia towards B main, but still was unable to hold. He just stood out back sight, switching from his util to his weapon, and got caught off guard. The timing here, you see that? So hard to deal with.
I mean, they just weren't ready for someone to be that confident.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're expecting people to take the normal timings, and Old Mate is very much licking the snap and sending it. And this game indeed has gone completely postal for GE. Fangir now as the Outlaw active. He's got some help here. GE applying some pressure. Autumn, yeah, a little over-enthusiastic. A little excitable. But quickly quietened by an AG who are yet again playing a pretty slow one on this anti-eco attacking side.
I guess you could say Autumn has now fallen. Get it?
Yeah, he's leaving the server, some would say. Shrimp, he is, look, on that spray, looking like a shell of his former self, you might say. Kira's also caught one. I don't want to have anything for him. And it's looking pretty good for all gamers, quite honestly. Walking straight into an open A site. Shrimp has only lost his armor, and that's pretty much all the damage that's been done by GE here.
Yeah, just playing it slow, knowing that GE is going to do something maybe a little bit desperate.
Shadows traveling.
Shutting that down. But again, man, that second round was insane from all gamers. I really like the speed up, the change of pacing. Those are the kinds of rounds that I really like to see.
Well, that's the thing about all gamers is just like, at least at the start of the year, they run through VCTCN.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Kira's sending it, as most people are. Was dominated by Fangir in some of the games. Like, he's the memorable player for me. Speaking of which, that's one to forget. A little bit of damage being done here by Harvey, who's being a nuisance on spawn side. All game are no longer really interested in trying to hunt him down, although Shrimp wouldn't mind an extra one towards the Seekers. I don't think that's going to be happening. But yeah, I've been really surprised with how well-rounded all gamers are, to be honest, because I only really remember, you know, watching a few of all gamers games, quite honestly, and they were big games from Fangir, and I was thinking, yeah, this is just yet another import coming into VCTCN and hard carrying one of the teams. But it's quite the opposite, you know, watching them play here. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. Yes, Fangir is unreal, and that second round is a perfect example of why, but they've got plenty of substance to back that up.
Yeah, I think they've done such a good job as well at adapting, making sure they're fixing a lot of their issues, fixing the fundamental mistakes that they did make when they were playing in that stage 1 in VCT. But now a super quick round here. That rocket online. Kira and Fangir pushing all the way into B Heaven, trying to find one. Beautiful paranoia behind, but oh my god, I can't speak by Javi, but he gets punished with the rocket.
Autumn under pressure now in the back of the site. Kira has found Crystal in the meantime. Udatan fighting hard from Heaven's side, hand in hand with Patman. It's a 2-on-3 here. Spike has been dropped. Bai is up close in a pretty cheeky position, ready to swing out off the contact. GRQ in with the backstab, and that's what I was talking about. Perfect timing from Bai as soon as Patman makes contact with his teammate, and that is a round for all gamers.
God, I really like this speed up, the change of pacing, and they've kept GE on their toes now. They have no idea how they're going to play this next round. And it's so nice to see. I really like this duo too, the duelist duo of Kira and Fangir. They're so good at keeping up the space together. The util there as well to follow up.
That showstopper is perfection. I mean, it just shows how confident your Raze player is, because yes, okay, you're shooting where the paranoia is coming from, but it's a multi-layer thing. Not only does he shoot his showstopper, but he also saves his own life because the momentum of the ult puts him into a safer position until the paranoia elapses. So it's kind of just a win-win. And that's kind of the difference between just playing Raze and looking like a bit of an idiot fumbling your satchels and really being one of the better Raze players in the world.
Thrifty here on the side of Global Esports. They have that rocket online, but not really using two expended. Instead, a triple setup towards this B main. The paranoia is going to come in, but a little bit too late because Fangir, he's already made his way completely out of danger. These 4 players now leaving one.
Yeah. Leave the Outlaw over on the extremity. Continue to apply pressure and keep GE honest. They're just going to throw out a dark cover, and you know, they've put a band-aid over there, a little bit of tape, and they've said, don't worry about B. That's totally fine. AG also not worried about B. Straight into the A site yet again here. This is looking like a bit of a trend in the mid-round against the anti-ecos. I'd love a late round stack from GE, maybe later on in the half if they end up on another one.
Set up for a nice post plant here. They're aware that heaven is open. Fangir, he's going to hear all that noise actually from spawn. But the crossfire here. So much util being used. They're re-clearing this A main. Fangir's playing far back, but not far enough. He gets picked off right away. That's just an outlaw, though. 4 players still set up really nicely on site. They don't really have an exit strategy just yet. Kira able to get the pick off on Urotan. Another pick from GRQ. They're just playing their exits now on the side of GE.
It's the Outlaw from Harvey. Bandit not as effective, and AG exiting the site here. Over towards Heaven's side. Get the peek out here. Shrimp does go down. He already has his ultimate, and actually Kira is the player you would want picking up that pick because he needs to build himself up another showstopper.
Yeah, 2 so early on in this half would be insane. I think he's like 3 away. But now, 2 weapons saved for the side of All Gamers. They did drop 3, a little bit expensive, but they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to buy that next round. And an all-gun round here online for this next round. The last time, All Gamers, they just sent it, full sent it. They had so much stuff to go with it, the util, the ults. But they have to deal with this operator. Both sides, Autumn, taking towards B main. Getting flashed off the line. Javi is deposited, though. He's going to get the pick onto Kira, TPing out. That's a really nice numbers game here for Global Esports.
That's a little bit more like it from Harvey. He can be an impactful player even after a quiet first map. It's Global Esports, the player advantage here. Swing out from Patman in the 5-on-4 is probably not what you would be looking for, but he is always looking to be confident and try to take over the game, advantage or not. There's the pick from Fangir.
Wow.
Despite the great start for Global Esports, in the mid-round, they are being punished for pushing the issue a little bit too much.
Overextending. Patman there pushing through. You can't blame Crystal. Just holding an angle, being unaware that the op is about to peek him. And the Seekers going out. That's going to be a lot of information. They know that there's a player towards this site. Only one of them went towards the A site, and they're collapsing here. The ult, the Omen ult to go on site. The rocket coming in. Udo punishes. Bye. Gets that trade. Javi left an elbow using the paranoia. Trying to scramble. Trying to get one. Fangir opping. He's blind. But GRQ with the trade. 2v1 on him with an op.
Over on Heaven's side. Mistake there from Bai. That's a freebie, but position confirmed now. This is not an easy 1v1 for the operator. GRQ inside of the dark cover. Creeping around the side. This is patience from Autumn. Scoped in now, but GRQ is a little quicker. And that is around GE. Very much needed. It started well for them, but denied by All Gamers, who move up 5-1.
That was such a nice round. So close from both sides, too. Global Esports, though, once again falling into this punishment on their defensive side where they give All Gamers the numbers. Constantly peeking. This first kill was really nice. Javi getting that pick, falling back. They had the numbers. Everything made a lot of sense for them. But then just giving it up, and All Gamers really well done, too, to speed up, make sure they're using those picks. The knives actually popped, though, for Autumn towards mid.
Nice pick onto Patman. going down early in the piece yet again here. He's maybe spent too much time with Paper X, and if this keeps going the same direction, he's going to be spending some more time with them. Autumn, that's a nice double up. Could be the difference maker here. Instant reply from Fangir. Paranoia pushes them away from the spike, but GRQ will get his hands on it nonetheless. Just waiting in the corner is Yudatan. Doesn't seem like all gamers are cognizant of the fact that he is in that corner, but can Bai spot him out here? It's a little bit of an awkward situation. Yudo, how is your trigger discipline here, my friend? It's looking pretty good to me. And finally, GE in a winning position now. Spike dropped in the middle of the map. Fangir very low on HP, peppered up by Harvey. And I'm sure all gamers, with the op thrown away, should have no business winning this round. Fangir's been magical so far. Got his hands on a Sheriff. 30 seconds on the clock. This would be an outrageous round for GE to let slip through their fingers. Orbs up. There's just no way in hell.
Yeah, they're split up, though. Kind of scary. Crystal playing that close angle. Fangir is going to hear that snake bite coming in from close. Falling a bit back now, playing it a little bit safer as the time runs out. Fangir probably could have saved that operator, but it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't get into the hands of GE, they're still able to buy that next round. Spots Crystal, unable to get it, and a thrifty from GE. Autumn, lovely with the knives.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Bit of a mid-walk GE, taking a risk. And despite Patman going down to the operator, which continues to give GE some problems, they find themselves cheeky little position on Yudatan here to be a bit of a difference maker. We'll get a timeout now for things to be discussed a little bit more.
Timeout actually coming in from the side of all gamers. After that round, they're going to be really irritated, wondering what went wrong, but obviously just not clearing those close angles after getting initially those picks. Autumn obviously pushing all the way down. That confidence. It's nice to see GE still having it. Yes, it was a thrifty. Yes, they usually like to go for something somewhat aggressive, but still the confidence is there to bring it back into this map. And I think that's really nice to see when you're low.
Yeah, well, a pistol round and a win on a thrifty does not half make, though. You're going to have to see some substance on the gun rounds here sooner rather than later for Global Esports. It's not like they haven't been given a couple of opportunities and a couple of picks in some of these rounds, but as we've kind of mentioned, this is very comfortable territory for an all gamers who have already won the first map. And so far, this attacking side has been pretty faultless, but this could be a big opportunity for GE. Money is finally looking a little weaker, and if GE, after flipping the economy a little bit with those pistols, can win this round and capitalize, this could really change up the trajectory of this game. Same setup we've seen from GE before. Harvey TPing into the corner, but all gamers are not interested.
Op setup on that B line, though. Lots of good information. They're going to keep walking up. Might just catch off GRQ here. He's holding, though. He's aware there might be something aggressive going on. He's about to come in. Autumn picking off GRQ, and now they have the numbers advantage here. GE, they just need to keep it clean. Make sure they're not getting picked off. But Fangir, he's trying to find one with the op. Not going to give it to him, though, because this player's playing on site on Crystal. Yeah,
smokes are down here for all gamers, so that's a bit troublesome. What I can say, though, is if Bai can get onto that site and actually earn himself the pit, put it down, then that might just remedy the situation. It's a contact approach here for an all gamers who were initially letting the operator lead the way, but now they're grouping up towards a ramp. GE quite happy to play the numbers. They've got the Nightfall to lean on in the retake.
Retake could be online. Patman playing in that spawn. We have 3 players already over here. Kira, though, trying to go for something aggressive. Fangir gets punished through that orb by Patman. Crystal on site. Bai gets one. Crystal gets another. Javi, the pit actually spent. And now pushing towards it. Kira with 2. 5 HP left. 2v1, though. 16 seconds on the clock. He has the rocket online, trying to go for one. Udo not going to give it to him. The flank from Autumn, going to catch him off guard. The spike might be able to be planted, but it's not looking too good. 5 HP, and Autumn gets that kill.
It's a big round for GE to win. Money not great on the side of all gamers, but I don't think that the going gets any easier for a GE who only get through this round with 2 weapons. One of them will be the operator. My big concern lies in the fact that All gamers have a lot of ultimates coming into this next one. Bladestorm, Showstopper, and a Viper. It's a round that, a Viper ult rather. It's a round that really kind of plays itself sometimes. Open up with the rocket and then put the pit down. And Bob's your uncle.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is more of the playstyle that I like to see from GE, getting aggressive in that first early round.
What a pit. Honestly, we saw
Yeah.
the greatest Viper utility in that round. The snake bite from the defense went into Narnia, and then the pit just goes nowhere.
I know. That's why I heard the voice line. I'm like, there's no way that was spent there. But a fast start here for all gamers. 5 stacked towards this B. They're trying to punish any push. They realize the op isn't here and full sent it into an execute on site. Javi, Patman, really nice crossfire. By gets the pick. The rocket is spent. Shrimp trading. By though, getting that pick onto Udo. 2v2.
Yeah, I feel like GE may have overcooked a little bit, but with both of the players in some pretty good positions, then they could definitely pick up the pieces rather. And there you go. Crystal will do exactly that. From the backside of the pillar, very steady there. He had ordered to back him in from Heaven side, and all gamers trying to be a little bit dangerous, chucking a couple ults on into that one, but not walking away with a round.
GE all of a sudden online, understanding how they want to play their defensive side. They've been snowballing these rounds now. And it's looking really nice. I'm really enjoying the way that they're playing this. And of course, by delaying for so long on site, doing a good job. Him and Javi and Patman crossfiring on B. It's just made so much sense. And now they're setting up Autumn for success towards that aim. The players and all gamers. Rough by, just the Guardian, 2 stingers.
Yeah, tried to force into that last one. Autumn's got on this deep A info line. Crystal trying to zone all gamers away. GE well and truly aware that they're in the middle of the map. In goes the Cloudburst. It's actually a fake dash in from Fangir, and then his Cloudburst I thought was going to be used against him. Patman activating in from ropes, and it's a huge crunch there from GE. Great reaction.
What a beautiful collapse. So quick to make sure that these players don't get all that space towards Heaven. And Javi just sitting on site, aware in Heaven that they can't be pushed up. And now GRQ just going to try to get one. He might meet Autumn here, but Autumn hears him running around. The pick onto GRQ. Man, this is looking so good for GE. This next gun round, though, it's going to be a really big telltale if all gamers can figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, I think both of these maps have been pretty tight, honestly. I don't think either one of these teams... It could kind of be a weird situation. Like, you think regionally playing against a team that you haven't really played before, the veto can get a little bit weird sometimes. But I think both of these teams kind of ended up with maps that they were quite comfortable on. All gamers for sure knew their way around Sunset, despite not playing it in a while. And like I said, I mean, credit to all gamers for backing themselves. You're going to be confident on one of your best maps. But like I said, GE have been playing this map since... every iteration of this current roster, going back to the start of last year, has loved this map. Autumn on this deep A info line. Has a little bit of a greeting with Bai there, but it's not for too long.
Flash into B Heaven, pushing Crystal off the angle, but still, that operator from Autumn going to push all the way up. But these 4 players from All Gamers are falling back. They're trying to crunch onto him. The jump peak not going to be able to get him, and Autumn being pushed back. That rope is going to be heard. The satchels, the follow-up! Akira unable to get the pick. Patman, beautiful support onto his duelist, and now... the opening, it's gone. Fangir trying to get into A Heaven, trying to get anything, but they're not going to give it to him.
Yeah, it's going nowhere fast. Just a sliver of a timing there for all gamers, but Patman says, please come into my loving arms. I've got you, bro. Off angle from Crystal is phenomenal. All over that one after a bit of a mess in a similar position. And Patman, he has read this to a T. Easy one onto Fangir. And all gamers stuck up inside of B Heaven. Harvey from a nice off angle there. Takes a chunk out of Shrimp. Has got nothing really left to work with. Can't heal himself. He's heard the rope. And Patman will swing him regardless there. Not necessary, but he's here to send a message, as he often is. Patman is the epitome of confidence, and I think that's the perfect example of it.
He's been playing phenomenal. I think, the power of friendship, holding your friend's hand as they're trying to run away.
See, that's what he learnt in Paper X.
Yes.
They always say that, you know? And then some things happened. I won't get into it.
Kira trying to follow up. I really like the confidence from Kira, at least to try to satchel and chase. I think that was a good call, but they just weren't ready, and the Viper wall didn't go up in time either. And now, gun round once again. Last round of this half, trying to get it online. 5 rounds is pretty good for your attack side, but you definitely want to try to get that one more. Just the Seekers and the Omen online for all gamers. But Udo, he has that rocket. Autumn, beautiful positioning down mid.
It's a cheeky off angle. And Autumn has seen one of those before back home for sure. Not too worrisome for him. And a little dink from Patman. On to Fangir, who was trying to walk out A-Main here with Bai. They've both been caught by the Seas. You can't blame Patman for trying to capitalize, but that's where Fangir will rip the map wide open. It's not really super clear about how AG are going to put the pieces together here, but that is exactly it. Spike passed over to GRQ, and he's going to TP over towards A. Seeker's coming out as well here. AG very much trying to feel this one out.
Getting that spike down, but the Seekers is going to catch Autumn. Bai also turning around, looking at the right time. Udo going with that rocket. Nice. Going to pick off Shrimp. That's a big pick. 4v3 now, but Kira, he's all the way on an island towards mid. A late flank. He has to speed up because these players, they're starting their retake elbow. Paranoia coming out. Fangir with a pick. All of a sudden, the trades are down for all gamers. And a really nice crossfire onto site.
Yeah, for sure. I think some great off angles being played there by all gamers, and a great Paranoia timing out of elbow. Gave GE too much to deal with, despite being a little bit disjointed. Very impressive at how quickly they put that round together. That was 2 players caught by a Siege in A main. You get a pick on the A side of the map. The rest of the team are in completely different postcodes. But passing that spike over to the Omen, who has the ult available, really helped them streamline and put that together. Similar to Sunset, there really is not too much separating these two teams as we head into the second half.
Yeah, all gamers really good at punishing the second that they get that first pick. It's been really nice to see Patman obviously exuding confidence, maybe a little bit too much in that last round, going for that 1v1.
Yep.
The Seas was there, but still, it's risky, especially when you know that you have no players around you to support.
Yeah, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I think for Patman, that kind of experience is not really going to sway him too much. He's just going to keep doing what he always does.
I think it makes sense, though, because if he doesn't do that one round where he got that 3K, supported Autumn on his fallback, I think it makes a lot of sense. But now, this is going to be where it shows which team has done their homework, which team has done a lot with their preparation, because 6-6 pistol's going to be super important. Global Esports, they've been really successful with their pistols. They lost that second round earlier in this game. And whoever wants to get ahead and just start to snowball for the second half, it's going to be so important.
Yeah, for all gamers, would love to just close out this series that has been pretty strugglesome for them so far. Sunset was not a slam dunk by any stretch of the imagination, and Split is heading in much the same direction. One of the teams that will probably have some pretty good representation across some of the other games here at EWC. The Crossfire team's pretty good. That's what I've been told a few times.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever watched a game of Crossfire before, but that's what I heard on the grapevine.
I'm really looking at all gamers here because I hyped them up a little bit too much, I think, the beginning of this matchup. They've won this map every single time they've played it in the qualifiers, and so far, the 6-6 scoreline, it's not convincing me, just showing me that these teams are really neck to neck.
That's what I was saying.
I wasn't convinced, but hey,
there wasn't much
Esports.
to convince by it, to be fair.
That's true.
GE now on the attacking side. Straight up the guts. Fangir, not the player that you want to be seeing on the other side of that one. He's going to join up with GRQ on this B site, and they'll just play retake here. All gamers have very quickly mobilized. They're going to retake B heaven control and make this a little bit easier to digest here if possible. Satchel out. They want to clear middle. GE haven't put that spike down. Nice right click from Harvey to start things off. Bai with the quick entry, but GE are starting to punish some of this flood from AG. Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Patman finally putting that down as GE have got themselves a man advantage.
The healing up his team. 3 players, though. Two of them going towards heaven. The spam through the smoke onto Javi. That's going to be annoying. Udo is right below this rope. They're looking to drop with those nades. The flash finally online for Shrimp. Uses it. Drops. Spots. Udo unable to get anything. A Fangir with 3. Kira with a beautiful shot onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, this round has flipped on its head.
Oh, just all it took there from All Gamers, really. Udatan under the rope, needed to at least take one with him and make All Gamers' life a little bit more difficult from that. All coming from the same angle. But Fangir has yet again, in a pistol round, done something illegal. 3K from him, that spam kill onto Harvey. Honestly, just brings tears to your eyes. You're hoping for a third map.
Oh, that was like the last bullet too. He's just spamming and just the bullet as he's turning away gets the kill.
It's rough. All Gamers will be happy with it, though. Starting off this defensive side in a good position. The first pistol they've been able to glean for themselves in this game so far.
Lots of noise towards this B main here. The orb getting tapped. GRQ taking a nice bit of damage, though. Down to 72.
GE making themselves look really scary in B. Applying a little bit of pressure to unsettle All Gamers before they go link up with Crystal, who has been chilling with his feet on the coffee table outside of A. Couple of players here for All Gamers. They're just running the orb so far, really trying to min-max that showstopper as quickly as possible. Wall does get dropped, but Harvey is very much on his own there, and the rest of All Gamers have arrived to the party, and it's a great time so far. GE not really getting too much done until you get a little bit of messiness from Shrimp, but one kill is not really going to trouble All Gamers too much. You're happy with that anti-eco.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that next time for GE on that execute, nobody's just going out alone. That's a little scary for Javi. Getting out of that smoke, no one able to follow up. The explosion wasn't really there for them. Pop play through that smoke just wasn't there either. I think now I'm looking at All Gamers, this bonus round. They've been somewhat aggressive before when they've played this. Have a good idea, good plans going into it. The full gun buy from GE. But there are 4 players outside of this A, playing really passive, holding. This is what they did all of last map, especially anti-thrifty. But Bai is going to be playing it safe all the way back on A side, while 4 of his players are grouped up towards mid. I say he's safe, but he jumps back into spawn, getting picked off. And Autumn, I really like that GE aren't scared to take the rest of that space. Full sight now, getting that spike down. 4 players still in mid from All Gamers. It's going to take a while for them to come back to it.
You can't really feel for Bai there. I mean, he walks into traffic. The red man was very much present. So, bit of natural selection, unfortunately. As All Gamers organize themselves for a little bit of a flank. Harvey, who was trying to apply some pressure to in the middle of them earlier on in the round, will get hit by the guiding light. Gonna reply with a paranoia, but that doesn't really unsettle All Gamers too much. Crystal putting up the wall, zoning with the snake bite. Trailblazer and paranoia will push him back. Patman, they're aware of him in the corner here. They're going to try to push him out. Guiding light and paint shells to follow up. All Gamers are scaling in pretty nicely here, but the rest of GE pushing straight through that dark cover on A main. And Fangir, I couldn't even tell you what he was looking at there, quite honestly. He's going to go down to the spike, and GE anti-bonus converted, but not without some losses.
2 guns down. Not going to be too harsh on them. Still going to be able to full buy for that next round. And now GE going to be a little bit happier. Trying to understand how they want to play this map. That 4-1 tends to work for them. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more mid control here. Trying to bait out that Sky Util. I just really like the way that All Gamers has been playing well together. The operator online for Fangir as well. He's been doing absolutely phenomenally this whole game. 18 and 11. The first peak, though, going to be towards that B. He's not going to do anything way too aggressive, just holding passively. And for GE, using that Prowler, getting information, but falling back towards that mid.
I mean, this has just been their MO, really. Little bit of pressure in the early round. See if AG do kind of react with anything. You were kind of pointing out some of the aggressive tendencies from All Gamers at the best of times, and I think GE are kind of well aware of that. Both of these teams have been playing pretty slow on attack so far in this series, and once again, it's another 1-4 here for GE, but they might walk straight into the operator.
All Gamers slow? Did we not watch the same half?
Okay, yeah, true. That the first half they were pretty good. Some of the rounds they were slow though.
Fangir, though, he's about to spot out these players. He's going to hear that raise. Roomba, beautiful flick onto Autumn. And now these players flooding into sight for all gamers. Ready to get the pick. GRQ getting Udo10, shutting him down. This execute absolutely decimated. The spike has been dropped. Crystal on the other side of the map getting a pick towards mid. Reaggressing here, retaking, almost got the pick through the smoke, and Crystal all of a sudden left in a 1v4.
30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, he was the A lurker earlier on, and they wanted to set him up for a bit of a lurk play in the mid round, but there was no mid round. AG passing the test nicely there. They'll go through this round with 4 guns up. And GE, I don't know if their economy can really handle this here. 2 players are looking pretty poor.
Left.
Gonna have to ask some of the other boys to help him out, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like what we've seen from them, though, is really good orb farming. And Udo, one-off rocket. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get it on him. Try to do some sort of quick play off of that, or at least a pop execute. Try to get that round under their belts.
I don't think AG would be either. Be well aware that GE will want to be going for those. And this is just one of the best maps to kind of punish that guy. I mean, he's just showing off at this point.
That shot was nasty.
Very something-esque. Is not too surprising given where Fangir comes from.
Oh my god. No high five is crazy. Ah, there it is. We're saved.
No high five until the game is done.
This round, though, 2 rifles. The side of GE, their economy is a little bit rough. They will be able to buy next round, though. The op still online for Fangir. He has all of B main, but these players are going super fast towards B.
Yeah. A lot of bandits in tow here. Kira made a bit of a meal of that one, but good thing Fangir is chilling on the B side. B main is dirty, though, I would assume. And so, of course, Fangir will be a little bit concerned about that.
Reposition back to B main. They're still so scared of this B heaven. But this might be the read. AG might be able to get this pick here. That's going to be so much information, especially if they see this raise. Udo walking into this crosshair, but the pick, nothing. He gets a nice tag onto Crystal, 29 HP, the execute, they're going in.
Oh, it's a good pick from Autumn. Needed to check that corner, that could have been a bit of a disaster. What a satchel from Udotan. Operator on the ground in towards spawn side, but GE not overcooking this one. They've got a lot of good ults to work with now. Showstopper on Udotan. Crystal could get the pit down if necessary. Out comes the rocket. GRQ, not even sure if he saw him in the corner there. I don't know where that page shells is going, but Bai is under a lot of pressure. And as such, will fall to Udotan, who has just cracked that round open for GE. And look at all of the guns they picked.
For all gamers, there was just Fangir getting that shot off on B main. But also Kira playing so close, a little bit rough. Especially when you know that they're on that low buy, instantly getting punished. Crazy round here from GE, but I really like the reads. Definitely scary coming back into that B main. They knew the op was set up somewhere, but a nice gamble. Especially because they caught off Kira.
I mean, that is a calling masterclass from Javi. They are playing a very similar comp themselves, and they know how to play around that B main operator. Something that has been piloted many, many moons ago by Paper X. Patman knows his way around this comp. They know the theory and how to deal with it, and I think that's a perfect example of them just really utilizing all of the strengths of the comp that AG are trying to employ and using it against them there.
The timeout now coming in from the side of all gamers. They're obviously going to be upset with that one. Feels a little bit like deja vu from that last map, pausing after getting thrifty.
That's a round that loses you the game.
One more round, guys.
And now,
one more round.
They've usually had a good result off of these timeouts, just knowing what they have to clean up. But GE, the confidence. I love that they're still so confident no matter what they're doing. They were down, but it didn't matter. If I'm all gamers, though, I'm not sweating too hard. I feel like their general macro on the defensive side has been working really well for them. Again, just whiffing a couple shots, but also playing a little bit too close. They didn't have time to re-clear that B heaven once they did take it with their thrifty. So it's just an unknown place for them. The rotates just weren't correct. The positioning just wasn't there in time. Now we're going to see a low buy from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. Trying to min-max the money to go a little bit deeper into this game. It's still got plenty of legs in it. GE great economy. And we were talking about how many rifles they picked up in just that round previous. 4 stack over here towards B early on. Autumn dodges the boom bot nicely. And there's no Sky there for GE. So he won't be able to get healed up as we go deeper into this round. You can see GE on the other side of things. They were looking to really punish aggression on the extremities. And this is a classic Patman move on an anti-eco, just walking straight through the middle of the map.
That dog might be able to spot him out, though. Sees him in ropes. Fangir getting the pick onto Patman. And again, the punish.
Yeah.
But these players, they're zooming into this.
Having a good time, bruv. Crystal gonna put the pit down. They're really trying to dig their heels in. Autumn is cripplingly low from earlier. And that's an operator going down. Showstopper going into the side, GE. This is a pretty big fumble after a massive thrifty in just the round previous. AG take a timeout and respond with one of their own.
Beautiful timeout call. Going all the way back, getting the read as well onto Patman. They've known and they've done their homework to see that his tendencies are to walk up mid. Getting that pick was beautiful. The re-clear shrimp, beautiful with the util as well.
I mean, I don't know, man. I just, it's illegal as someone from Pacific to question Patman because he's just so good. But yeah, some of the rounds this series, there's been some great ones. There's been some not so great ones. And that one was unfortunately more of the latter. One dealt with by Kira, GE. They do have a follow-up buy to this one. Autumn's found GRQ, but Kira able to safeguard ropes for the meantime. Oh my god, Patman has dodged the Trailblazer. That is perfection. Kira's found Harvey in the meanwhile. This is so disjointed from both sides, but Patman, a little bit unhappy with how that last round went, is starting to take this one over. Spike being picked up now by Crystal. As the Prowler hasn't cleared out by, that's not the timing that Patman was looking for, and now we're into a 2-on-2.
Operator with knives online for Fangir if he wants to pop those. The op and knives. Fight potentially here because Autumn's also set up. A lot of delay. The orb. Making sure that spike gets planted and just holding this right side of heaven. They're going to be able to spot each other out. The timing on these scopes. Not seeing Jet's head. Autumn hearing those knives getting popped. A little bit spooked. Popping his. 2v2.
Oh, the drop down. Punished by Crystal and by under too much pressure there. GE able to pick themselves up another round after a little bit of an upset in the round previous. We, you know, had some messiness, has to be said, but good recovery from GE.
Question Patman's timing. Look at that
That's what I'm
round.
saying. You know,
Look at
you
that
can't question it.
round.
You can't question it because then he does this.
He dodged the dog through the smoke.
You know, could you ever tell him to stop? No. You know, there is no stopping.
I mean, he wins rounds like that. I would never tell him to stop. The op online, though, for Autumn, going for an A Heaven pick this time.
Yeah.
But Fangir is actually about to pick into it.
Oh, this could not be good news here for Autumn. Would be a cracker of a shot if he comes away with it, but that angle is far too favorable for Fangir. Udatan also spotted outside of A. Throws out his paint shells. He's seeing a lot of green on his screen, and I'm not talking about the new Shrek movie. Strip now finds himself a pick, but he doesn't even clock onto the fact that Harvey's just TP'd into the back of the site, which is not ideal at all. Now GE definitely have a chance in this round.
Using that smoke, that dark cover, tapping the spike, trying to find any numbers advantage, anyone giving them that peek. But of course, All Gamer is going to play with so much discipline. Autumn, Fangir, sorry, going with that op. Spotting, not going to catch anyone off guard. Nice off angle here from Patman. On the flank.
Op being swapped over to GRQ. They're going to kick this one off with the paranoia, and Kira will almost certainly dive into the site. Harvey can't see a thing, wants to play that close angle. He's been spotted out. The Cloudburst is maybe helping him a little bit, but not enough. Patman only able to come away with one, and that is perfection for All Gamers. Mana advantage, all the high percentage pieces of utility exactly where you'd want them, and as such, an easy retake. GE have got to be sweating now.
They got to figure out how to shut down Fangir, man. He's just been having such a good game, and he's won that op battle now 2 rounds in a row. Able to pick him off.
And a timeout for GE here. Feels like we're going into the dying hours of this series unless they can show some resilience. been a very, very back and forth game indeed against an all gamers who look like they're in pretty good form. Like game against Heretics, I felt like I was seeing some good stuff for them. We've talked about how they've been pretty good in China so far. Great kickoff, and just missing out there in stage 1.
For me,
go to another international.
For me, I'm really surprised with their map pool because all gamers, they've kind of had a history of not having the deepest map pool, not the best at rounding out what they can play. But now we've seen their Sunset. We saw their Haven versus Team Heretics, which was one of those maps that we were really questioning a long time ago. And it's just so often now that we've seen their playbooks. They've done a really good job this off time when they did not qualify for Masters London. They managed to do a lot of really good work on their fundamentals, a lot of making sure they're studying and putting in the work to study and have these setups on these maps. And now 11-9. Kind of a weird buy, mixed buy here on the side of Global Esports. 2 rifles. It's looking a little rough.
Let's see what they can come up with. Quick one over towards the B side of the map. Fangir on the line, scanned out by the Horn and pushed away by the utility. That's a decent entry on in there for GE with a 1-for-1 onto GRQ. Kira on the same line, spotted out there. The dark cover going to obscure his vision as Patman gets this spike down. Oh no, it's missed heaven. There is a bit of a gaping gap in the smokes there for GE. It's been thrown a little bit too quickly. Dink onto Fangir. He's lucky to be alive. I gotta be honest here. Yutatan not seen by the Boombot, but will be by the Trailblazer as he tries to zone them away with the satchels. Still a 4-on-4 here. AG really struggling to break through on this retake until Kira finds an entry. Great reply from Patman. That gives him the Nightfall, and I don't think that AG can complete this retake now. Shrimp's the only player high on HP. That's a decent angle for him to take that peek, but still not good enough. 1 tap in reply for Patman, and Fangir will get an exit, but that's all he'll have access to. Double digits now for GE.
Fangir unable to get that first pick on B main once again. He struggled with that one angle throughout this game. And GE, they're really using that to their advantage, going really quick. I really want to see them do something similar, maybe on the A side with their gun buy, because it feels like every time they're on the Thrifty, they have a lot more confidence, or at least on the weird buy. And now going into this next round, I'm going to be interested to see what they change up here for all gamers. Fangir, he's had success in A. He's had success towards mid. He's struggling a little bit just with that B main pick. When he falls back into sight, he manages to do a good job. But then the setup just falls apart. He's staying towards that B. They're worried they're going to do that again. But instead, it's a really fast A split.
Kira opens it up well. Yutatan down early. Autumn looking to try to follow up on the fact that they've lost the opening pick, but Shrimp has got Kira covered. Healed up in the corner despite the fact that he's vulnerable for the snake bite, and it's just not comfortable enough. Autumn, I'm surprised he comes away with that one. The satchel was definitely making him uncomfortable. GRQ smoked off for the time being. GE forced to slow this one down.
Slowing it down. Trying to see if there's any overextension here from the side of all gamers. They're not going to give it to them, though. Fangir has full mid control. That Prowler is going to get Shrimp. Nothing too crazy. Falls. GRQ still has a Paranoia online. Patman really trying to get Shrimp to peek out of that corner. The re-clear, though, towards A Heaven is going to get delayed as Bai puts up his wall, uses that Molly as well. The snake bite. So much time wasted here. All gamers doing a good job of baiting.
They're well aware of where GE are. 30 seconds on the clock and you're going to go around the world to beat.
30 seconds.
I mean, they were just clearing out the flank, I guess. Both teams well aware of each other's movements here. Shrimps tucked into the back of the site. Bai with the jump spot will confirm GRQ. It's a little bit of a messy spray, but the Paranoia looks pretty good, and all gamers peeking off the back of that. Series point for them.
Again, these setups from all gamers are so clean. I really like to see it off the back of those first initial peaks. I really like that they hear that satchel going fast towards A Heaven, and immediately the answer, the crossfire, Kira with that rocket, the setup as well with Shrimp, the healing through the snake bite, the satchel just to delay a little bit longer. No overextension here by Shrimp as well, enabling him to just delay for so long. Patman using all his utility to try to clear him out from sight, to try to bait some sort of peek, and it just didn't work. And And now all of a sudden this last potential round, low buy, weird buy, forced buy from Global Esports.
Yeah, they're shoving their way through the middle of the map to meet up with Crystal. Yudutan is one off the showstopper, but he's lost Patman in the meantime. Straight through the snake bite. Rocket's out now, but he's been plucked from the air. What a shot from Fangir. And he's hungry for more. Didn't hit that one onto Crystal. He's just sitting in the snake bite. But we'll choose to meet up with the rest of the boys. All gamers on the brink of closing this one out unless you get something outrageous from Autumn and Crystal here for Global Esports. He'll coming through from Shrimp. Another warning shot from Fangir. GE just continuing to tap the spike, just praying for a mistake from all gamers, but nothing's being given here. Autumn on the line, dealt with by Fangir. All down to Crystal in a 1-on-4. He cannot see a thing. Needs to pick up the spike here. It's a high-low on one side, and op on the other side. And it looks like he's walking in towards his death. All gamers holding the line, chipping down at him. It's a nice double, 25 seconds now. And Kira and Fangir are going to give Crystal some respect and some space to work with. If he could get the spike and get the plant down, then he will actually have a pit. And this is a very winnable 1-on-4. This could be one of the best ones you've seen in quite some time. I cannot believe that shot hasn't connected from Fangir. Jump spot in from Kira. It's another fake plant. He's just peppering away at him. He has to commit to the plant now, and Kira will go on in, try to cancel it, and he'll be successful. It's an anticlimactic end there for all gamers, but good enough. And GE there, missing out on an opportunity to go through to that progression match, will be knocked out of EWC.
GE at least redeeming a lot of what they have, showing up really well this matchup. They just had that slow start versus MIBR and couldn't get the ball rolling, but this time they really put their all into it. But of course, 2 losses in this format and you're out. GE, they do get eliminated. Lots of stories around them, lots of interest, especially with the removal of their coach, but it doesn't matter because now they have a lot more to work on. For all gamers, though, a beautiful ending here. A beautiful start, for their story, for the rest of this game, the rest of this matchup. They've struggled to prove themselves. They struggled to qualify for Masters, but now they've won a game here at EWC.
And well earned, honestly. I think they probably could have won their first game. GE giving them a run for their money, though. I think that the first series we saw from GE in this tournament was, you know, really nothing to write home about. But this was a winnable game for them. I felt like on both maps they had the potential to close it out. But as I've said all series long, continually impressed with what we're seeing from all gamers here. And as they move into the progression match, I mean, they're not going to have an easy opponent, but if they can continue to play as consistently as they have and hit their ceiling, they've got a chance at least.
Do you have an MVP? Because Fangir definitely won my heart over in the second half. That Jet operator dominating the A site.
There's something about Russians, you know? Like, they all play like that. The ones that play Jet, if you're Russian, you just do impressive flicks, have ridiculous movement. It's just outrageous to watch.
Insane aim, reaction time, and of course precision. They get the job done. AG.AL, though, much tighter than we expected coming in today. You got to give Global some props on playing a little cleaner game. But can you talk me through this one, Athena? How do you finish the first half 6-6 on your opponent's best map?
Yeah, I think that was crazy. GE, they put up a really good fight on their defense. It feels like a lot of the plays that they were making was make or break, for them. Lots of over-aggression, but it worked out really well for them. Patman especially being one of those key players where if he dies, the round kind of goes bad. But if he wins, if he gets those fights and enables that confidence, he manages to get those 3Ks almost every single time. And it feels like for GE, they did a really good shout. A lot of adaptation and a lot of working the map to make sure they get that tie.
Yeah, I mean, they're very comfortable on this map, but unfortunately, all gamers picked it for a reason, and I think they showed their quality yet again. Not an easy opponent for them on either one of these two, so well deserving of the 2-0. Scrape their way through the series, and look, I think that's going to just continue to make them better as they move deeper on in towards this group stage.
Overall, do you think the comps are going to stay the same? Do we see another split if AG.AL moves forward?
I think the comps are going to stay the same. I think for AG as well, definitely keeping the split. I
अगले
mean, when
मैच
you're
मिलते
playing
हैं
on this
guys.
attack side, it's a defense-sided map, so getting 5 rounds, getting 6 rounds, that's actually pretty good. Obviously, the more the merrier, but still, those 5 rounds enabled them to actually get away with winning a lot more rounds on the defensive half as well. They've been really good on their defensive side so far. I've really liked all the setups that they've done. So if I'm AG, I'm keeping this map in my pool.
Pilsky, this is the end of the road for Global Esports. What will you remember from their performance here in Paris?
I think this series, reasonably serviceable, quite honestly. It sucks not to win a map, obviously, but I think both of the maps were winnable for them. They showed their normal level of performance coming out of Pacific, but yeah, it's going to be disappointing to walk away without winning a map here from EWC. Definitely going to need to kind of retune things and refocus things as they head into the next stage of Pacific. And I think that there's going to be a lot of people with some question marks around GE, and they're going to have to prove a lot of people wrong.
It wasn't the most exciting way to finish, but if I am the coach, I am happy to see my team not throwing away their lives. They are going to play the time, secure the win, and ensure they're going to the next round. Doing so, they're going to bank another $25,000. $55K is guaranteed for our Chinese squad. And of course, they're still in the running to make it to the playoffs. One more win, and they're getting through. And while you guys were casting over on Bravo, I had up the other stream. Guess what happened with the Heretics?
Ooh,
You tell me.
won?
All right, so game one, we're going OT, same time as what we were doing over here on Bravo. Heretics walk away. Game 2, blowout.
No
Dominant performance. America's looking a little sloppy in the second half of this tournament,
already
Athena.
qualified. Listen, relax.
I'm ethnically European, by the way. So that's big for us.
Yeah, I like having every flag available as well. We're going to be cheering for all of our favorite players and all of our favorite teams. Sorry, she has like 7 different World Cup teams. She's representing Morocco, Egypt, Canada, USA because she lives in Ohio. We're taking a look at
Oh,
what
why are
we
you
got in
doxing
front of
me?
us.
This is crazy.
I'm just saying, my partner has US citizenship, so I'm like 1 green card away, and I'm on the bench with you guys. Okay?
Come sit on the fence with us. In the meantime, we've got a fun bracket for you guys and a whole lot of highlights on the other side of this. I think we're going to take a quick break. Pilsky, before you go, for anyone who's missed the games, we're on YouTube. What do you scrub back to?
That last series from GE was fantastic. I'd probably, for me, because I missed it, I'm going to go work and watch that first map from MRBR and Heretics. I thought it was fantastic.
I gotta watch the blowout. I gotta understand what happened to my America's team, the one that I predicted to win the whole tournament. There's no way they're losing like that.
All right, I didn't hear anything on the other side of the headset, so we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it could be the decider. Will Gentlemates be a third squad making it in for EMEA? Stay tuned and find out.
गाइस देखो तो मैं अभी आ रहा हूँ थोड़ी देर में, बस आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में, बस थोड़ी देर में आ जाऊँगा.
Play is in our DNA.
See this? Made with Envato without a production budget, and you can do the same. As a video creator, I need high...
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
देखो गाइस मैं आ रहा हूँ बस, मैं भी आ जाऊँगा जैसे मैं स्टार्ट होगा। देखो तब तक आप लोग एंजॉय करो, रिप्ले दिखाएंगे स्ट्रीम में का भी।
Announces that your favorite map has been removed from the pool. How do you feel? Okay, show the camera. And now let's show each other. Have you got the same one? Yes, you do. Well done, boys. A solid start. What about when you lose a 1v1 and the opponent is left on 1 HP?
Being out loud as well.
I'm looking for the correct one.
Just don't tell the other person what to pick.
I guess.
I think we're on point right now. I think
this one should make
I
sense.
think it makes sense right now for sure.
Is there.
Okay, okay, let's see. Show each other what you chose. Yes, nailed it. 2 for 2. When your luggage doesn't arrive.
Luggage?
Your luggage doesn't arrive. Get inside.
Maybe I'm
the,
overthinking a little bit.
Get inside the head of Martin.
Martin, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Just trust your gut feeling, Martin.
All right, boys. For 3 out of 3, show each other what you chose.
Oh.
What about when you get 30 kills in an official?
It just makes sense.
Where are you going with this one, Minnie?
I don't know.
Martin's
He
got
made
his
me
already.
overthink. He made me overthink, to be honest.
No.
You want to lock it in?
How do you feel?
Take a look, boys. Let's go. Let me take you to the practice room. You're in a scrim. In between rounds, there's not much noise going on. The calls have already finished. And then you hear from just outside your headset that your teammate has farted.
This one maybe. Not this one. Maybe this one.
All right, show the camera. And now take a look at what the other put. Let's go, boys. You lose on your map pick in game 1 of a best of 5.
We lost few first maps already, so
nothing much.
right? I think we're thinking the same, right?
we have to be
We're
The
cool like
best
that,
of
right,
5.
Martin?
That's all you got to think, right? First
Right,
map,
Martin?
plenty more to go. That's right.
Whatever.
You can always bounce back on the next. If you're on stage and you get knifed.
I think this one is fast again, to be honest.
I mean, this one could be, but.
We go. All right, boys, show the camera. And now show each other. Let's go again, boys. What is happening today? We're on a streak. Pick one of the sprays to describe your coach.
Okay, there is one choice that could be obvious. I'm just going with this one because, you know.
Show each other what you chose.
Okay.
7
Okay.
out of 8. We've
Oh,
hit
boy.
the record. Can we beat it? What about if your teammate whiffs the easy kill?
I think you need to make tasks just for us, on like new question, just for me and Martin.
Yeah,
maybe.
two on the same page.
I mean, it seems like it. Show each other what you chose. This is ridiculous, boys. 8 out of 9. Getting more and more impressed every single time. Describe your AG.AL in 1 stick.
Okay, let me.
Not this one for sure.
Are we thinking the same, Martin?
It depends if you're in a funny mood.
Boys, show each other your cards. You've done it again, boys. You've done it again. Minnie and Martin. I mean, this synergy. I could have told you this before this piece, but it's off the charts, boys. Well done.
Hi, I'm Zekin from MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent in a 1v1 team. This is good. They're using a Phantom. This should be a hint already. Yeah. Who would use the Phantom here? And he's beating my ass, so he's probably good. Oh, he's deegging me. Oh. This guy's frying me. Who would it be? Phantom Deeg. Who's a Phantom guy from not my region? He's jumping. Wait. I saw his knife. The only person I've seen use that skin, I think, is Jing, but it's hard. Is the correct region so specific? Phantom guy from Pacific. Ascension winner. Okay, this is someone from NongShim, but who?
Hello.
Oh my god, he said hello.
Hello, Jacket.
Is it you, Damien?
Yeah, I'm Dumby.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water fist.
punch me. Yeah. Come here.
Come here! No! Whoa! Whoa! Calm down. Hey!
Come here!
Get away from me!
Omar, come here!
No. No.
Nice.
GG. Very happy, I guess, right? Very, very happy.
Welcome everybody, I'm Ginny and I'm joined with Gentlemates, and today we're going to be testing their voice line knowledge. Alright, first voice line. Your mind is just as dangerous as your...
Does Omen say that?
Harbor.
What? I never heard Harbor say this.
It's one word that he says. It's pretty easy to guess.
Your mind is just as dangerous as your weapon. Has to be, bro.
Can you guys read out your words one by one?
Say it. Grind. Body.
Family.
I do a football pitch.
Beautiful. Picasso. You?
What?
You're actually right.
Weapon? Oh! Good job, Martin. I don't know how you thought of
How
that,
did
to
you
be
think
honest.
of that?
I have no idea. You're smart, bro.
Enemies in our way, hope they like... blank. It's a neon voice line.
Can I have two guesses?
I have two as well now.
Okay, what was up? Blue 2-0 pink. Which team is blue? Like which country?
France is currently leading against Gentlemates.
I like that.
To be shocked.
You?
Us. They like us, no?
Aw.
I have stunt and die.
Last one.
I don't want to play, man.
So the right one is enemies in our way, hope they like getting hit by lightning.
Oh, that was way
It's
too
not
wrong.
in the game.
But that was really close.
Someone made that up again, by the way.
Remember something super high level
Oh, I
tactic.
have it. Bro! I swear to God, I heard it.
But he didn't even try to be...
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Word at the end. We all saw that.
I don't know how to call DNA.
So you're not.
No, bro. I misunderstood, bro. I remember
But it's good.
Do not worry, my radiant friends. I will.
Bruv.
It's chamber, right?
Yeah, Chamber says it's a KO.
Chamber to KO. That's so good, Star Show.
Can you read it?
Destroy with my big weapon.
Eat baguette.
Call Martin. He's that guy.
I have two cheerleaders saying, let's go. And Star Show picture, you know, M8 win. They're rooting for us.
So does it say Stark's picture or is Stark's picture on there?
No, she wants a picture with Star Show, but then when you look here, what do you say? And mine is, no, sorry, I meant Minnie. Yeah, because they mispronounced the name, you know. They want a picture with Minnie and not Star Show.
Did this actually happen?
Every time they want a picture with Minnie or Martin, you know, and they just forget about everyone else.
Do not worry, my radiant friends. I will unplug their talking toaster.
That's impossible, by the way.
Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you.
some pretty interesting responses that we've got here. All of it's done for now, and we're going to be heading back over to the show.
Welcome back to the groups here at EWC for Valorant 2026. We've already sent a few teams packing, but now it's time to send another team into our top 8. Both Gentlemates and NongShim RedForce have looked incredible so far in this event, and now it's time to find out which maps they will face off on to go to the next round. We welcome back in Mitch and another Kiwi, by the way of Australia now, right, Avril?
NZ, Oceania, we're from the same region. That's what counts at the end of the day. We're going to combine it together for the friendship buff.
I love this buff. Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about the squads, though, coming into this one. If they missed the earlier qualifiers, how did NongShim get here? And, of course, what did Gentlemates do?
Yeah, Gentlemates, they were able to overcome, actually, the series that the team in the series we just saw being all gamers in a bit of a... Oh, sorry, no, they didn't. Wait, I'm thinking of
Gentlemates played Sheila.
Yeah, Gentlemates played Sheila.
XLG.
I'm getting the EMEA and CN matchups mixed up. But they do well against Sheila over there to make their way into this progression match. And for NongShim, I'd say a more difficult opponent. I mean, not always straightforwardly, because Sheila, I think, are a little bit underrated. But G2, a lot of expectations around them. And NongShim continues to have the better end of that matchup.
I mean, it's just a better look for NongShim. We talk about the fact that we last saw them finding success all the way in Master Santiago. They're changing things up. Bit of a role swap between Francis X-Ross and the team that starts to bring them back into favor.
Sheila Gaming will match up against G2. That'll be going down on Tuesday. And, of course, NongShim or Gentlemates, the loser will play the winner of that match for the second spot out of Group C. But if you win right now, you are in, and it only takes 2 maps to do so. Taking a look at our map pool, we just witnessed our first split in Sunset. Do our teams like these 2 maps? Are we going back to the classics like yesterday and the days before? It was Lotus, Breeze, Ascent over and over again.
I think NongShim are going to like Sunset a lot less after how things went against G2. They wanted to pick that one in to try and test their mettle, see how prepared G2 were going to be on a map being brought back into rotation. Ended up being a bad idea because NongShim looked like the far worst team on that map. I also think looking on the other side of things with Gentlemates, they let Breeze slip through the veto. Usually they would kind of first ban Breeze. They're not particularly good on that map. We were a little bit confused in the broadcast, like, why would you let this one go through? Obviously, Sheila Gaming are going to pick it. That ended up being the only XLG map win in that entire series, so I think that should be fixed today from Gentlemates POV.
Pilsky, as we take a look at our players, let's talk a little bit about the roles as we wait on the maps. Actually, the map veto is in, so we'll talk that first, and then we'll get into the agents. So Breeze is out and Fracture is out. What do you expect our teams to pick?
Well, you just talked about the Breeze. Lotus will be the pick there for Gentlemates. That's a map that you've seen a lot from them in the past, but it's not too uncomfortable of a map for NongShim. I think, look, let's be honest, they know their way around a lot of maps in the pool. We've seen them make very, very deep runs in international events. Both of these teams were present in Santiago, so I'd be surprised if you get a kind of map out of this pool where it feels like a slam dunk for either of them.
Yeah, and I think this is so far looking like a decent Gentlemates veto. You have the Fracture that they probably didn't want to play anyway, and then you look over towards Lotus. Lotus, this was the map they destroyed XLG on. Like, it wasn't close. It was, I believe, the most one-sided map of the entire tournament so far in EWC. 13
I think Martin
and 1.
was 20-2 at half on Raze on this map.
Starzo had 20 as well. Literally 2 players combined for 40 in regulation. You almost never see that.
That's pretty wild stuff. So they were able to blow out. They haven't been tested, though. We haven't really seen them without an economy on that map yet. So we'll get a chance potentially in this first series. And, of course, we will go to Haven as Gentlemates will choose defense. How do we expect it to play out for our South Korean team? Why is Haven their map choice?
It's a classic in Pacific. It gets played a lot. A lot of the times it's left in towards that third map. And NongShim, they know their way around it. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure they have changed up their comp because in Pacific, there was some really hit or miss Havens, especially when Ivy was on the chamber. But I think that NongShim have kind of been changing up their approach and ironing out some of the different roles, and they've been looking better and better in general, not just on this map in particular.
Bands coming in. We got Split out of the action. Sunset is gone, which means Ascent is in. So Lotus, Haven, Ascent, no Breeze this time around. How do you feel about going to a game 3?
Yeah, I think this is, like, when you start to look at this, talked about the fact that NongShim didn't quite go well in that Sunset that they thought they would versus G2. Didn't want to risk that one again.
Knock their confidence a bit, maybe.
Ascent is probably a very neutral decider here. I think this is a... aside from the fact that, no, I think this is about as like laid out as you could. Lotus, Haven, Ascent is like, to me, the default 3 that you would normally play here.
If we didn't see any of the previous games, like pre-EWC action, who was higher on your power rankings between these two teams?
Oh my God.
Because it's different regions. I understand it's really hard to rank.
So
like
I would have said Gentlemates only because NongShim, pre the role swap that they're coming into this tournament for, they were looking a bit rough. I'll leave it at that.
NongShim is just an absolute Greek tragedy as far as I'm concerned, Puckett. They won the first Masters of this year.
Start the year off hot.
I've just watched them through the entirety of the Pacific stage just continue to make very questionable decisions and still look very competitive. In the EWC quals, credit where credit's due, they've done very well for themselves and they've come in hot to this tournament. I think we're starting to rediscover some more of that Santiago form. However, I think Gentlemates will be well aware of that because, as I mentioned before, they were at that tournament. I'm sure they were watching NongShim lift the trophy over there. They're going to know exactly what they're in for here.
This is also a rematch from Santiago. Don't forget, it's I believe it's the upper quarter rematch here. It's NongShim 2-0 back then. And it's been a while, but I think Gentlemates have been working towards this revenge because you know, they want to go over and get all the teams that beat them previously.
If you do it here, you are locking up some serious money. 90K is guaranteed in the top 8. That is what they're playing for. As we take a look at our teams, let's dial into a few of your favorite personas on the stage. We've got 10 fantastic players on the right side. Of course, you have NongShim representing South Korea's finest. On the left, you've got Gentlemates, kind of a hodgepodge from all around Europe, a classic EMEA FPS squad. So as we take a look down the line here, Pilsky, walk me through some of the players and expectations jumping into this first map.
Yeah, I mean, for NongShim, as I said before, they've already lifted a Masters trophy here in this current year. The second part of the year, the second stage after kickoff, not going necessarily so well for them. They kind of, after the Yoru nerf, have had an ongoing identity crisis. What I can say, though, from watching their initial game up against G2, is that Ivy has seriously recovered his form. He was absolutely unbelievable in their opening game here at EWC, and he's the player that I have my eye on.
Do we expect to see a Vice in this series? Are we going simple?
Yeah, on Lotus. On Lotus, I think that's where you're definitely going to see it, 100%.
And does that slow down a player like Martin or Mini?
Martin, no. Nothing slows down Martin. Mini... Yes, and he's on the Neon, but Mini is just kind of doing his role there. I think he's going to be playing a little bit more sacrificially. If you're sliding on into the site and getting your head blown off and Martin's following you up, I don't think you really care too much. You just say, Martin, you know, take the wheel and take us home, mate.
Francis choosing to go with the Sky and, of course, the Cypher there for Bippo. So walk me through the agent picks. Do you prefer one comp over the other here?
They're both good at different things. I think that the Cypher offers you a lot of utility and information. The camp can be fantastic. The trips, as long as you're responsible about where you're putting them and they're not just getting broken by the Raze nade, can be very useful. Cage is worth its weight in gold. For the Vice, I think it's still good, but I think particularly on this map, you're seeing it so much that if you just keep placing down the default wall, people are starting to get less value out of it than they used to.
Yeah, maybe the Cypher trips you up a little bit, pun intended, given that it's less played on this particular map. But then again, I feel like some of the Cypher setups are a little bit more straightforward, easier to break. Vikes does seem like the safer pick here. I would argue the much better ultimate here as well. But I'm a little concerned maybe for NongShim, just because I saw General Mates play so damn good here.
Game is ready. It's time to jump into the best of 3. This is your upper bracket final in Group C for a spot in the playoffs. On the mic, it's Avril with Pilski. Pilski, take it away.
I will. As we've just been told that there's a little bit of a tech pause elapsing in the server. Thanks, Puckett. He's really hung me out to dry here, but I'd expect nothing less from him, quite honestly.
You're looking a little wet out there in terms of how we're getting into this one. I don't even know what that means, Pilski. We'll just ignore that comment altogether as we get ready to lock ourselves in for the Masters Santiago rematch. Last time these two teams played each other, because guess what? Neither team made it to London. But we have a very different story for how these two teams had their journey in Santiago. One of them bowed out instantly in playoffs, didn't win a single series, losing to both the team in front of us in terms of NongShim and also AG. The other side, NongShim, they won the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, the quality is evident on both of these teams, but I think both of them have gone through a little bit of a downturn in form when you talk about going into the next tournament of the year, post-Santiago. Not only that, but I think both of them have gone and dealt with some degree of identity crisis due to the change in the meta post-Yoru. Martin was phenomenal on Yoru, a hard carry player, as was Francis, and I think both of these squads enjoyed the fruits of how strong Yoru was in that current meta and how well they were able to play him, and since then have really trying to be reinventing themselves and see what they can come up with. And I think finally you're starting to see them, both of these teams, in better and better form. For NongShim, some role swaps over there that I can get into a little bit more, but for Gentlemates in particular, Mini and Bippo swapping from Sentinel and Duelist respectively.
And people are quite down on Bippo, not gonna lie to you, coming into some of the big events. Bippo role swapping over towards the Sentinel, allowing Mini to take that position on the Duelist away. And honestly, in that game versus Chile Gaming, a couple days ago now, Bippo did stand out, particularly on the Haven. Super active, very sharp, held his own, completely allowed and supported General Mates to get that very swift victory on those 2 last maps in the BO3. And again, I think the only reason
Welcome
that
guys,
game went to 3 maps is because the permaban breeze ended up coming through. And much more comfortable with Chile Gaming. General Mates clearly still not quite on the money for that particular map. Now they don't have to play for this series though.
Yeah, that'll help things out a little bit. Can still see some teething issues being ironed out here on the stage, so have a little bit more time. Oh, hello. Looking very ready to get into this game here. You love a little icy stare.
He's about to give the camera a kiss.
Okay, don't lean in too close. It's a game of chicken. We're going to pivot that back away.
Guys, vote कर दो,
NongShim. Speaking of a man on Kiss, Xbox has been phenomenal this year as a initiator main. Playing earlier on in the year, just really kind of pivoting into that role for NongShim and feeling I honestly seriously questioned it at the time, but you cannot question someone that ends up going like plus 30 in a Masters Grand Final, playing a particular role and looking like one of the very best to do it. Since then, though, NongShim have swapped Francis back over to that initiator role that he's very comfortable on, and X-Ross has kind of been flexing around a little bit. He's been really piloting the Phoenix quite nicely, and he's definitely been a bit more of a fragging force in an active duelist role on NongShim that's been impressing me. We already knew that he could do that. He used to play the Yoru back in the day in Tier 2 and various different other versions of NongShim, so, you know, it's been good to see him prove that he can do that on the Tier 1 stage as well. Definitely a very exciting rookie this year for NongShim.
Just looking through our tech issues at the moment. I think it might have been Mini's PC there, not too sure. But yeah, for NongShim, I mean, we've seen what their peak looks like. They've been trying to get back there all throughout the rest of the year. I think it really takes a bit of a toll on you to go from winning 1 Masters to not even qualifying to the next. So coming into this event, knocking down Gen G. Very close game in that qualifier for those that missed it. Gen G, who were looking like they would have been a true force to be reckoned with at EWC. I'll tell you what now, as the Pacific teams start to fall away from us, all around us, NongShim have to be the team to carry the mantle.
They do. One of the only teams from Pacific that seems to be performing at this event. Global are gone. PaperX are gone. NongShim.
RQ's gone?
Yeah, RQ's gone. That's it. I mean, NongShim, they're the last ones here. and they're in some pretty good form. So I have my
Like
hopes. I have my hopes that they're going to keep this trajectory going. They weren't really swayed by the fact that they had a pretty tough opening game, even against an opponent that they'd already been able to get quite familiar with at some of these international events. And it looked pretty good for them outside of that one map against G2. I think that was a series of blowouts going back and forward. And I think this game is going to be pretty exciting once we finally get into it, because stylistically, these two teams both like to be a little bit aggressive. NongShim, they love to really just do the same thing over and over again and challenge you to stop them. For Gentlemates, on the other hand, there is definitely some nuance. I'm a big fan of the calling on Gentlemates, but, you know, why would you not be pedal to the metal if it's working for you and you've got a player of Martin's caliber to back it up?
You got a player of Starzo's experience as well to lead the team. That's what I'm really looking for here in terms of the veterancy. Newcomer Prox on the team as well. Heavy the weight on his shoulders, I'm sure, for an all-important game like this.
I mean, picking up someone like Prox, it's pretty straightforward. You have a problem on your team in EMEA, just add a Turkish player. Somebody else has a problem, let's grab another Turkish player.
More Turkish players, higher your win rate.
Hello.
I don't think he's really been blowing the doors off just yet.
Just ask BBL, they're winning.
Yeah. That's something that I'm super familiar with, because I'm more so a big fan of the SEA Tier 2 and the Pacific Tier 2. I'm looking forward to the play-ins in Pacific. I'm sure plenty of people are looking forward to the play-ins in EMEA there. There'll be some, you know, representatives that Prox will be familiar with. I think I saw that he was on Enterprise. Someone will have to fact check me on that, but they are a team that, if you load up their page on VLR, there's a lot of green. They're doing a lot of winning over there. So I'd imagine they're probably going to be one of the teams you'll see in the play-ins once we actually head through to that in EMEA. But, you know, I would recommend you to watch the Pacific play-ins as a biased person.
And I won't stop you either. You know, you're not going to get the America's bias coming through that you would otherwise. Or perhaps EMEA bias. We're blessed that we got no EMEA bias on this broadcast today on the B stream.
Yeah. I mean,
not that they need help, because they've been winning so far. That has so far, to me, at least looked like the region to look out for. I don't know what it is. EWC, EMEA really stepped up last year. Fnatic Heretics in the grand finals. That event really, I think, saved Heretics in many cases in terms of that particular roster finally finding success again after kind of being in the dumps a little bit. They did look good in the earlier match today as well on the A stream. Heretics did lose a map to AG, but otherwise looked insanely good, particularly on that final map. And to sort of give people a little bit of context to how things are going across both our streams, in Group A, 100 Thieves are qualified through. BBL, EDG still yet to play in the deciding game. Vitality we covered on the B stream yesterday. NRG unfortunately did not get that win, and Vitality 2-1 them. That was probably, I think, in my opinion, slightly biased from my perspective because we were on the broadcast here, but best game, best match of the entire EWC tournament so far. Now NRG and Carmine Corp in the decided game in the lower bracket. Now here we are in Group C, waiting for Gentlemates and NongShim, the winner of which will qualify through into the playoffs. Loser will have to face up against the winner of Shilai Gaming and G2 Esports, which could end up being Gentlemates Shilai in a rematch, NongShim G2 in a rematch. You guys obviously also saw the fact that MIBR was dismantled by Heretics. MIBR still need to play all gamers for their decided game as well. So we're nearly looking at our first 4 teams qualifying through. This is the only group that's still waiting on one team to qualify through.
Well, still figuring out a couple of issues down on the stage. NongShim looking very relaxed indeed. That is, he definitely doesn't play like that, I can confirm. But that would be an interesting game of posture.
Relaxed in his lane. I'll forget the rest of the quote, but
flourishing, thriving, moisturized. Definitely moisturized, these South Korean boys, I can confirm. Skincare, very important.
Well, still time for the players to get locked in and moisturize in their lane on the Gentlemate side of things. How good would it be for another European, another French organization to show up on the main stage for playoffs to play in front of their fans?
Yeah, for sure. I think that they're going to have plenty of representation in the playoffs. So, I mean, quite honestly,
Guys, जब
would
like
I be a greedy
like
man
and
to say,
subscribe
can
करो
we
यार,
just
like
have one
and subscribe
Pacific
जो
team
like
in the
शुभ ने
playoffs
यार।
here at EWC? Can I
और
just
जो
get a
भी
NongShim
इस
win?
channel पे नहीं है, subscribe
I'm
करो,
going to be
subscribe।
biased and say that's what I would like. No disrespect to
अभी
Gentlemates.
technical pause है,
I'm
अभी
sure
थोड़ी
that they're
देर के
going to
लिए
fill out the stands if
रुक
they
गया
do make it into the playoffs one way or another. They've got multiple lives, okay?
Billy never thought he'd be a NongShim fan this event.
I love NongShim. I have no idea what you're talking
he had
about.
so many Pacific teams he was going to go for, and he's, you know what? We're locking into NongShim fandom today. He's been converted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could be a frustrating team, that's for sure. And he definitely questioned some of the decisions. They figured out the meta at the start of the year, and since then it's been a lot of questions that NongShim has had to kind of figure out the answers to. You've seen some role shuffles. You've seen players with up and down performances. So far, NongShim have been on their best behavior here at EWC, but I'm wondering how much consistency there's going to be behind that, because they've got a lot of world-class teams sitting in front of them, and this is not an easy group. Like, this was a group where, you know, I don't think that there was a team where you would look at them as like, this is the best team in the world, but you have a lot of teams that are very good as far as I'm concerned, or have at least had some very good results in the past. G2, XLG continue to manage to scrape their way into top sixes and internationals and things like that, and be a very respectable team coming out of China, even if EDG is leading the way. And Gentlemates got to an international at the start of this year, as we kind of already mentioned, even if they did kind of struggle in EMEA, as did NongShim, though. I think this event will be a good redemption for both of them, and a little bit more confidence if they could do quite well at it as they head towards the tail end of the year.
Like a fun fact.
Of course, I'd love a fun fact.
The fun fact I have for you is, so far in the group stage of EWC 2026 for Valorant, there's only been 3 eliminated teams. Do you want to know who they are?
I thought it was a fun fact.
It's fun for some people.
Who is it fun for?
Probably Athena if she was here. Probably Mitch Mann and Tom Biz.
All
Probably
right.
Kakugu would find it fun.
Okay. Who are the teams, Kevin? Let us all know quickly, because the game's about to start.
Probably Esports IQ and Paper Rick.
I
But you
didn't
know
hear
what? Who is going to make it through? You know which team is going to take the mantle and the torch for Pacific and lead us into victory? That's right. I'm going to use the us here, because I'm going to come onto the train. Choo-choo our way into map number 1 here. Finally, the delays are over. No more waiting. Gentlemates, NongShim.
Start हो रहा है match, guys.
Map 1
Let's
Lotus.
go. Come on.
Attacking side, NongShim, no utility, 5 sheriffs. Absolutely classic, guys.
No classics to be found on that team. Absolute sheriff, guys.
Paranoia being held on front side of B main cam will allow Gentlemates to walk up towards C mount. They very much just have a trap in the middle of the map here. There is the one guiding light that Francis will have for 50 seconds. Does confirm that there's at least one player on C mount. The door gets opened by Gentlemates, and they're starting to make some movements in the middle of the map.
Okay. NongShim ready to receive whatever that's going to come their way. If it comes at all, Gentlemate's going to be backing out a little bit. Starting to move over towards Waterfall. NongShim taking advantage, taking control of the mound.
Yeah. Danby sitting outside of C here, seeing what he can fashion for himself. X-Ross picking up that orb. You could tell that Prox was thinking about ripping the Paranoia and sending all the boys in, but they're going to take the path of least resistance and sit on the stack over the top of the smoke. Starso not quite able to pepper down X-Ross, but Danby's getting caught in the corner.
They just leave Danby down there. Now they discover everyone's gone from Mount. It's B that's under pressure. Bippo walks away from that scenario. So it's a freebie. I mean, they saw that X-Ross was already through into the door. Now, waiting for the rest of NongShim to show up, by the way. They're going to play majorly offside, actually.
Bippo working his way through A, while the rest of Gentlemates trying to come in from Waterfall side. Haunt dealt with as X-Ross takes the next contact. He's got a couple of them lined up, and it's a nice multi-frag on the raise.
Let's see what Francis can do. He's got 1 kill so far, 2 versus 3, and maybe the Sheriffs will just do the work for them. Prox will at least reply now in a response. Both of our NongShim players stacked up together. A shot would be good onto Prox, but it's actually Prox and the Omen, the young rookie of Gentlemates, showing a big-time 3-piece to start out on the pistol.
Gonna give him that defuse. Get himself the From the Shadows. I mean, it's not much of a choice between that and the Neural Theft, but you'll take what you can get, and a pistol is definitely what you were looking for as Gentlemates here.
When you're late to the buffet and all you have left is Neural Theft and From the Shadows, you'll say, well, man's got to eat.
Yeah. A little dry, but it's something. Another guiding light there coming off cooldown for Francis. Threw his first one over towards C-Mount, but that was not enough. Dambi going down early on in the piece, and Gentlemates.
Oh, the force up.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Guys, you're here for pure entertainment. This is exactly what NongShim do.
The G2 stingers are coming out. NongShim just beat that team, and they're thinking, all right, steal some strats. Not going to reveal it too early here, though. Massive stack up, put onto the test is going to be Mini. Oh, he's been taken by the dog, he's stunned, but he's still got shots in there. Nearly got a double kill there. Courtesy of Xros, so he will be able to get the trade into 4v4 now.
Now comes the Prowler from Starzo. Caught out in the open, but the rest of Gentlemates trying to peek off the back of his contact. It's an absolute mess on the B site here. Jumping right click from RB down to 20 HP is Prox, but it's another 3K. What a massive step up. He's 6-0 for Gentlemates here to give them the first 2 rounds in the exact same scenario on that B side.
Wow, and now you're starting to look at this economy once again for NongShim. Took a bit of a gamble there. 5 Sheriffs round 1, 5 Stingers round 2. I'm afraid it's going to have to be 5 Classics round 3, Mitch. Or not.
No, not for NongShim.
Not for NongShim. You know what? Dambi, you buy that Bucky.
This is what they do, man. They buy Sheriffs, they buy a Bucky, and they see what they can get done. In their vintage Ascension run coming up into Tier 1, they were just running havoc on the Tier 2 teams. And look, we're a long way away from that, but old habits die hard.
Stacking up Big 5 again. Dambi leading the way. Nothing close in terms of Uto coming through from the Cypher, but Bitpo says, let me just introduce you to my judge instead. Martina follow on through. Bitpo ripping another play in Francis. NongShim gonna be down 0-3 in just a short while now.
See if they can pick up any scraps at the end of this one. It's not looking particularly great, and it's a little bit of a jiggle fake out there for Gentlemates. I'm loving the way they're peeking together right now. They look very in sync, and NongShim, I wouldn't say they're looking disjointed. That was only a pistol round, and a lot of these XVXs in the first 2 rounds have gotten quite close, but the spacing and the training from Gentlemates is really tight so far. They're looking very switched on here.
1 enemy remaining.
I think it's really important to employ that kind of play style against a team like NongShim as well, because they're always going to be aggressive, coming in together. They like to play, you know, 1-4s or 5-0s, as you can see right here.
Showstopper round, ready to go for NongShim. Xros, he wants it. Oh, barely dodges out from that shot on the Outlaw. But the rocket will not land. It is just going to reveal a little bit of the positioning. NongShim working their way through a tree into the arms of Mini, who again looking for that kill. Will finally get on to Xros as well. We're getting on site for the rest of NongShim. Dambi, shaky shots, but he lands a double there. How about the transfer? Not too bad at all. Francis still alive for the rest of the team. We'll go down now to Prox. 2 versus 3. Prox will finally lose his life. 7-1, still a good scoreline, but now Bitpo, the last one standing, falls, and NongShim get there first.
Yeah, RB off the side of the rope, finishing that one off for NongShim, who were probably a little bit disappointed that they pulled the showstopper out there, expecting Gentlemates to be deep down fighting towards rubble. Instead, the rocket connecting on not much, but it did open up the rest of the space for NongShim to open up the door and just go straight into A, where they had a whale of a time.
And back to C we go. Yeah, quick one onto A. After multiple rounds heading on the opposite side of the map. One away from the Seekers is going to be Francis here as well. Instant flash in and around the corner is going to be Xros.
Dambi running on up. There's the Seekers for Francis. And after a little bit of pressure on C-Mount, NongShim going to make their way back towards spawn. Ivy was wary of maybe a push towards the middle of the map, and NongShim changing things up here. Dark cover going to be thrown out towards spawn side, and out come the Seekers. NongShim just going to follow those straight up into A and try to get a bit of a read on what the setup is for Gentlemates, but the site's wide open.
Seekers will reveal all that information. They all go towards B. Dambi's already beat a lot of the rotations coming through from Gentlemates as well, forcing some utility from the opposite side on through. That was a pretty decent paranoia, but doesn't end up being a kill for NongShim. The opposite ends up occurring instead. Dambi just missing out on opportunities time and time again to find this opening that NongShim desperately needs. Not getting anything. It's Gentlemates looking for the flawless.
Stivey 1 on 5, but even a player of his caliber in excellent form at this event, this is too much for him to do. Will be a defuse for Gentlemates. Ivy looks for a couple of exits again at the ends of these rounds. Gentlemates are peaking so nicely together. One player just jiggling for the other. And of course, they're up 4-1. Like, they're looking fantastic so far here on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I think multiple missed opportunities, though. Perfect paranoia coming through from that drop, but RB just doesn't get the opportunity to land any effective shots. Same thing could be said for Danby, who just sees bodies from Gentlemates crossing in front of him. And on the opposite end of things, Gentlemates, every single kill required, leaving Ivy all on his lonesome. Still get to get a kill, by the way, for Mr. 0 and 4.
Prowler dealt with stuff, so feeling out the offense. It's usually been pretty quiet on front B, but this time NongShim a little bit more active, baiting out a Seize and a Paranoia. Gentlemates pulling the trigger on a couple of pieces of util a little early, expecting NongShim to speed up.
But it's going to be a slowdown instead. Prowler's out first. Starzo's really close to this one. Wants a piece of the action. He's going to be one away from the Nightfall as well. This one could get bloody, and we'll get bloody quite quickly. Prox has got himself no paranoia, unfortunately. Boombot to lead the way, and he's spotting all the players. Francis will get one back, but Martin is simply better. Gentlemates rip away the opportunity that NongShim have for themselves. Look at all those red X's in the pillars.
Star B. Similar to Ivy in the last round, he has been very clutch in the past for NongShim, but this is an excellent setup. Martin, a 4K to shut that one down, and a showstopper in the back pocket now, even though I don't think it's really needed, quite honestly. They're getting everything done with the rifle work and just throwing bodies at NongShim. Yep. I don't even feel like a lot of the time the utility's been hitting that much for Gentlemates. Like, they're honestly just brute forcing NongShim, which is exactly what NongShim are usually good at.
I mean, it's just simply one Boombot. And then Starzo using his own life to give the opportunity to Star Duelist in Martin, who has no issues dismantling the triple player threat from NongShim there as he head into our first timeout. NongShim need to think about where their problems lie. They've only got the one round so far, and that is not good enough.
Still plenty of opportunities for recovery here.
Like and subscribe.
NongShim know their way around Lotus. Let's see what they can come up with, but it's not going to be easy, especially at this point in the game. You're already down 1-5. Gentlemates have had an excellent start. They've got great money. As mentioned, Martin has at least got the showstopper, so that's one big ult for Gentlemates, if not multiple
like
that they probably have access to at this point in the half, given how kind of dominant the last few rounds have been.
This is the Lotus. That was a dominant win for Gentlemates versus Shilai Gaming, proving again why this is their map.
Guys, Monday से हम
PUBG Battleground, pretty broken by
live stream करेंगे दिन से.
Overdrive ready to go as well. That might just have to be the tool for the round. A lot of spam coming on through downstairs for Gentlemates. They suspect something is up here. It's got
better VALORANT
stream
करेंगे.
But even quicker now, the response. Prox in, Nightfall there as well. Ivy just cannot land a shot. And no issues here, Martin and the rest of Gentlemates only losing many.
Gentlemates
all too happy to get those kills.
NongShim are just getting battered here by Gentlemates. Not even allowed to get onto the site in any of these rounds whatsoever. Contested on front B. As soon as they open up the door, it's an overdrive and a showstopper with a Paranoia and a Nightfall dumped straight on the heads of NongShim. Perfect coordination here for Gentlemates, just all moving so cleanly in tandem. Really well drilled unit right now on the defense.
Like and subscribe. If there even is one, is that Gentlemates use 3 ultimates. Oh, it was a pretty low buy for NongShim, so now
like and subscribe guys, like and subscribe. पोल में लगा सकते हैं मैंने पोल कर सकते हैं आपकी कौन सी टीम पसंद है और कौन सी जीतेगी आज का मैच.
And now France is under pressure as well. Starzo's looking for more. Boombot doesn't quite land its mark, but Martin has sights on RB. Now it's just Francis and Ivy on their lone side. The money situation is terrible on the flank, is potentially Mini as well. Rock in a hard place, I'm afraid.
It's not going to be easy. Francis should just go down here. Easy operator pick there for Mini, who's got them pinned into A lobby. Spike dropped on the floor. And Ivy, I mean, best case scenario here, feels like he'll break the donut, but outside of that, this is not going to be a round that goes the way of NongShim, and that's not even going to be the case. Off angle from Martin. And the rounds just continue to look easier and easier for Gentlemates.
Gentlemates मतलब M8.
If it wasn't for the one assist for Ivy, I'd be
pumped है अभी.
congratulating him for
निकाल के रहेंगे वो
being
आज का
hired
मैच.
as the new James Bond 007. But we do live in a world where NongShim are at least looking at that one round, Ivy on that one assist. That was a gun round though after a pretty broken buy previously.
NS भी comeback करेगी guys.
More broken
NS
buys
का comeback होगा.
for NongShim.
होगा पर.
Darby still with the opportunity on the overdrive.
Tension मत लो. NS
Another one of
comeback
these
करेगी.
half buys that NongShim are always dangerous in. And as you mentioned, Darby looking
Guys,
to get on the
subscribe
front
करो
foot
यार.
here with the
Subscribe करो
overdrive.
यार.
In goes the guiding
Like
light
भी करो
and the
साथ साथ.
relay pulp, but the trips are looking pretty
Likes
damn
नहीं हो रहे
good
guys.
here, and
Likes
the
नहीं हो रहे
defense
क्या?
even better. X-Ross from the back
कर दो
lines
यार,
gets
likes
nothing
guys.
done, and although a few of the stingers have made it out onto
कर
the
दो
side,
यार.
unless RB goes huge here, it's not
Guys,
going
like
to
कर
be
दो यार.
good
Like कर
enough
दो.
for
Like कर दो
NongShim.
guys.
1 versus 2, the clutch opportunity starts to look a
Like
little
करो
bit
guys.
more
Like
possible,
करो.
but he has to get rid of 2 of these players, and one is right there. It's going to be an ace. He's looking for it. 6 bullets in the chamber here, and RB will not, as Martin triples up again.
So consistent on these multi-frags here. We know just how good Martin is. Sometimes needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys. But when Prox is having a game like this,
Like करो guys. Like करो. Like करो. Like करो. Vote डालो guys अपना. Vote डालो अपना.
the squad's looking very,
6
very
votes
well
अभी तक.
rounded.
वो तो पहले से हैं.
I mean,
अभी
it's a
और vote
classic.
करो ना
Whenever
यार guys.
NongShim are kind of down at the doldrums, he's always going to try to pull through a round for the boys. But
अपनी prediction दिखाओ आज
I
कौन
mean,
जीतेगा.
5 an ace it would be outrageous. 4 is already impressive enough.
A clutch ace would be ridiculous. But the belief was certainly there. But do we believe that NongShim can recover anything now
A
in
पे
this
तो
half
full
with 8?
stack है. A पे तो 3 man stack है.
Because that was the closest that NongShim had to a round outside the actual round that they did win quite some time ago. Seems like it's well and truly in the past and in the history books.
Gentlemates
Ivy
very
wait कर रहा है.
committed
कोई फंसे मेरी wall
to
में.
this A rubble
फिर वो
control.
attack करेगा.
Are starting to rotate away now. Starso, as well as Mini, maybe trying to clear the middle of the map. That's really nice from Prox to just bait out the Vice wall. But
Nice.
Ivy not too perturbed by that. Wants to try to keep this one in check. The Boombot will confirm that he's inside of lobby.
Here we go, prepping the paranoia. Same couple of Cypher trips that we've seen a number of times now. 45 seconds here, still waiting to go on in. B's also nicely covered, especially with the door tap. That's what
Attack करना पड़ेगा
NongShim are
ना.
looking for to
Time नहीं
make
रहा.
sure that
धीरे
Gentlemates
धीरे टाइम खत्म हो रहा है. इनके ऊपर pressure बन
are going
रहा
to be
है.
holding further away from the map, but they execute finally going on in. Flashes are good so far. Darby just wants to walk straight into the cage, and Bippo says thank you very much. That's going to be a free double kill plus an arrow theft and a sliding shot as well. Bippo with the triple here, and NongShim only get 2 kills out of all of that.
They didn't even hit the trips, Kev. Like, the cage setup was nasty, the counter utility was perfect. These setups for Gentlemates are perfection.
30 seconds.
नहीं
Look
मान
at
रहे
those
भाई. नहीं
cages.
मान रहे.
Bippo is a dirty man playing up on top of the double stack.
Guys
Gets
जो भी
himself
देख
a
रहे हैं यार, live
freebie,
stream को
backs
like
up
करो
well
यार,
by Mini in the
subscribe
back
करो
of the
channel को
side.
भाई.
These players on Gentlemates are playing perfect defense on Lotus.
It's a dangerous map. If you're not Gentlemates, but for Gentlemates right now, another day at work. Barely working, actually. Just having fun at this point as Martin lets it rip. Nice double rocket for rocket trade. It's always a fun one to see in the kill feed.
2 on 4.
11-1 है क्या? 11-1 है क्या?
Francis
Defense
has been
में.
caught with the
M8
spike.
का.
Down A.
11-8
Many
है.
times must be
11-1
RB
sorry. 11-1.
with some kind of outrageous 1v4 ace. He's
Oh,
spotted out on spawn side. Bippo tapping away, but cleaned up by Starso and Mini.
11-1,
Peek out from main
11-1,
side. Double
आराम से.
digits for
11-1.
Gentlemates. They've got 10 rounds. I'm not even sure if this has been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is
NS.
turn off the HUD here. Looks like MIBR versus GE all over again, I'm afraid.
Guys like करो यार.
Where
Like करो.
is
Like करो.
NongShim
Like करो.
right now?
Subscribe करो
Not
साथ में.
alive on Lotus. Maybe hopes for Pacific will no longer be alive after this series as well. Still a best of 3, of course, but this one is starting to look like the writing is indeed on the wall. The best scoreline that NongShim can get now, 2-10 in the first half. And they'll buy together what they can. Mini up and aggressive early. RB already teleporting.
Time to try and double your rounds. That's the best you can hope for. Judge on front B is a choice for Gentlemates. Not forced to purchase out that weapon, but they really understand that NongShim love to just kind of wolf
Buy
back
तो है पर
and fall in the middle of the map.
इतनी कुछ खास buy लग नहीं रही मुझे.
Lucky to get out of that. A big swing coming
Shield
through
बहुत
NongShim
कम
would
है.
have punished him. And RB, okay, well, we're depending on this guy to get the work done, but Mini's already got 2 response done. He finally pops in the overdrive. Steel Garden from the attacking side as well. They're going to walk into Stars, so he's been stripped away from using the Judge. And now finally, so late into the half, NongShim with a player advantage and a plant.
I mean, it goes without saying it's a must-win round.
10-2
If
कोई
Bippo
फर्क
won't
नहीं
be
है.
threesome, it's time to pack it up.
एमेट को 3
So
राउंड
walk
निकालने
in.
सिर्फ 3 राउंड.
But
और इनको
Danby
बहुत
smartly
अभी वो
positioning
करना है.
over towards Heaven side. It's going to be really hard to break that, and the
मुश्किल है
crossfire
NS के
towards
लिए
B
वाला
main.
मैच.
And with the guarding light clearing out Waterfall, I think they're going to be well aware of where Bippo can be coming from. They're going
Neon
to force
आएगी.
him to tap it.
नियॉन मारने वाली है. साइफर को. क्या बोलते हैं guys? नियॉन मारेगी.
He's ready to swing. Cage will make things a little bit more interesting at least. And Bippo, all he hears is just shots flying in from all around. He'll get Ivy down, but he's only got 2 HP. Your time is
बोला नियॉन
very
मारेगी.
quickly going and running out.
नियॉन
And
नहीं
like
मारा.
you
Sorry,
said,
sorry.
the crossfire is going to be
Sky
up
नहीं मारा.
and
Sky
available.
नहीं.
I don't think Genomates will be too upset though. 10-2 is still a grossly one-sided scoreline.
Absolutely.
One-sided है.
NongShim have got a lot of work to do here, and Gentlemates will be thrilled with how this has started.
3 राउंड guys.
NBA
सिर्फ
teams
3 राउंड.
continuing to eat good here in Paris.
आज तो मैच एकदम से खत्म हो रहे हैं ऐसे एकदम.
NongShim can come up with
ऐसे
here
ऐसे
now
खत्म हो
that
रहे
they
हैं
move
मैच.
over
पता
to
नहीं
the
लग रहा आज का
defense.
मैच.
These guys have been in many big games, so you know that they've got the right mental and the resilience to claw their way out
गाइस जो
from
भी
a
लाइक पे नए हैं
deficit.
लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस. लाइक और
But
सब्सक्राइब करो जो
with
भी
how
चैनल
well
पे नए हैं.
Gentlemates are
और
playing here, it
जो
really
लाइव
just
स्ट्रीम पे
feels
नए
like a
हैं
matter of
वो
time. Like
लाइक करें
honestly,
स्ट्रीम को.
even
और
if
चैनल पे
NongShim
जो है
has
वो सब्सक्राइब
really
करो.
good defense here, the macro is all on point. Like when all you need is 3 rounds to close, and you know you've got Martin in this form, Prox seems to be having a good game. Like it's just going to take a couple of individually good rounds for Gentlemates, and they'll just win this game.
Prox was 7-0 in the first 3 rounds. And your least experienced player with a decent amount of pressure on him is already fragging out of control. NongShim outside of RB looked like they were asleep at the wheel, and even RB, only so much that he can do. I'm afraid even if RB won the ace clutch, how many more rounds would NongShim really have gotten here? Well, I'll tell you the good news. They've gotten more than XLG got versus Gentlemates on this exact same map a couple of days ago. That was a 13-1. So far to 10-2. And as we come back from, very soon that is, from the halftime, boy oh boy do we need a giant string of defensive rounds for NongShim to even begin to think about the possibility of maybe sending this one to an OT.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they can
When
do
you guys
it.
NS
And
करेगी
that's not
comeback.
just specific
NS करेगी
bias. Like
टेंशन मत
NongShim
लो.
is just
NS
this insane
आएगी.
team that goes
पर
on
ये वाला
streaks
मैच
sometimes.
मुश्किल है.
It's
अगला
definitely
मैच करेगी
possible,
NS
but
comeback.
you'd be a fool for not backing Gentlemates at this point in the game. It's looking like Lotus is theirs on a silver platter, but as all things start, we need a pistol here for NongShim to start to say this game could get a little bit more competitive.
Guys किसने पास रखा है
Because,
इसने
I
अपना.
mean, they're liable to force in the second round. We've already seen that. They're able to cause upsets on ecos. Even if they lose the pistol, they might win a game. But when you've got a team that's already on 11, at some point they're just going to get an ult cycle in, or someone's going to go berserk, and that's going to be the game being over. So must-win pistol here for NongShim. Get a little bit of a fight over A to start this one off.
Okay, well, camera already starts to spot on the aggression coming through from NongShim. Just be delivering an orb over to Danby so far. Guess what though? B has already been overtaken. And now the pistols start to ring on true. It's Prox and Bippo
बोले मैंने M8
again.
अलग
How
पंप
about
पाया.
another
M8
3K
अलग पंप
pistol for
पाया.
Prox?
आज नहीं मान रहे. आज नहीं मान रहे
And
M8.
think about Haven.
M8 आज बोल रही है.
Ivy.
M8 बोल रही है.
One before yet again,
Gentlemates बोल
they
रही है.
know that he was the
आज
player
तो
over
तोड़
towards the
के
C
जाएंगे
side of the
आज
map. They've
NS
cleared out all of B. They've got these deep off angles. It's a little bit of a crossfire setup off of Mini. Bippo just waiting for his time to peak as the chickle comes
4v1
out.
है नहीं जीत पाएगा.
And
नहीं
Ivy
निकाल पाएगा.
really just posturing to see if he can earn any more points towards the steel guard, but with the knife out
बोला
and the
ना,
wrap from
नहीं,
Star, so
आज नहीं.
Gentlemates are all over everything.
2 round
They
और
have
बस.
the entire map,
2 round और.
and NongShim have nothing.
RB's 10-12 right now, kills to death,
Guys
and that's
vote
the
नहीं
best
करेगा यार.
scoreline.
Vote करो ना
NongShim.
यार.
It gets worse from there.
पोल रिलीज किया मैंने.
As you look at the actual score
Vote
of the
करो
map
अपना.
itself,
सिर्फ 6 वोट आए हैं. 10 लोग देख रहे हैं.
11-2. I believe the math is correct. What does the Stinger Force on the defense look like? We're about to find out, I think.
Not good. Not as good as on attack, that's for sure. They're probably going to buy Sheriffs and armor if I was to know NongShim. Yeah, they don't want a Stinger Force here. Only Ivy's going to be piloting that. And it's looking like much the same as the pistol. Camera spots 4 people outside A. We don't go A.
They're going to go into the Stinger. Here we go, Ivy. Better have something good for us. Razorvine can only do so much here. The fast lane covers the angle and lets everyone else slowly walk on in. Well, those Sheriffs slowly making their way over through the spawn as well. Trip's going to mark the long flank angle coming on through. Bippo up to defend against that.
Trailblazer going forward here. And Bippo with the Vandal might have been spotted in the corner. Doesn't seem like NongShim are aware of it. And even if he was, Gentlemate's all ready to swing off of that contact. Jump spot from Danby. Already punished. Paint Shells actually forcing Gentlemates into a bit of an awkward fight. But we're looking towards Waterfall and spawn side for NongShim to finally have some success here.
Still 3 players up for NongShim. This is getting a little bit awkward for Gentlemates now as France is looking for opportunity. It's a good blind! But only gets 1 kill so far, and Ivy, unfortunately, he was on site, but it just doesn't get his one. Leaves 2 players live for Gentlemates and a map point now. Decided. That got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Gentlemates still 12.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't looked at the entirety of the game list here at EWC, but NongShim might be setting like a world record time of speedrunning this game. We should probably sign him up for like Gran Turismo or something like that. I don't know. Is there a racing game?
Like I said, the only thing about this that is not that bad for NongShim is that Sheila Gaming did worse somehow. That's genuinely the only thing.
Great. Thanks, man.
That's what we get to compare it to. But Lotus is looking like a no-go for any team against Gentlemates. The way mates are playing right now, NongShim, you called it already having to think about Haven. I'm afraid I'm not believing in the comeback anymore. This is a little bit ridiculous. I'm just hoping somebody on NongShim goes positive in stats for this map, if that's possible still.
That's possible.
I don't mean possible in the mathematical sense, but more in like the spiritual sense.
Spiritual? Yeah, look. There's going to have to be some soul-searching done after this game for sure. RB's starting to think about where he wants his monitor. He doesn't even know anymore. Nothing's working for him. Not a timeout for NongShim here.
11-13 RB. I believe get 2 more RB. Let's go neutral at least. Let's break even.
NS को ज़्यादा वोट मिले
Ivy scoreline there. तो दिखाओ यार remember the good times when he popped off versus G2.
M8 कर रही है.
Before that, he had to struggle some kind of stage in Pacific. So, look, a little bit inconsistent, unfortunately, as Gentlemates have wrestle control of a lobby. That's a little tickle from Danby as Mini follows that Prowler into his death. Nice opening pick for RB.
Needs 1 more, then he goes neutral at least. We're not going to look at a negative scoreline. Danby doesn't quite land the shot he wanted. So we'll slow this one down slightly. Danby just still checking. Yep. Gentlemates Soul over on Rubble. Bippo exploring mid, by the way, for what it's worth. Smoke allows RB to get a little bit aggressive. Oh my god, that's good.
Nice.
Woo! 4 kill.
He's done it.
कर सकते हैं अभी थोड़ा सा है chance. थोड़ा सा इतना chance है.
Stop the count. That's it. End the game now. RB went positive.
I'm not sure that's happening.
That's all we need.
He's doing a good job here, but RB, nicely done. The ace earned.
Wow.
That's
my man.
That's a wooden spoon prize at this point. Let's be honest.
But
a hell of a round for RB. I mean, that's what he always does. RB always turns on the heroics when NongShim are down and out. Usually, it ends up putting them in a circumstance where you have a little bit of faith. In this case, I'm not sure that's true, but that is bloody impressive. Try walking through a dark cover with a man advantage that he earned himself in tree, and just every shot connecting perfectly on the Guardian. That is delicious.
RB giving us the best 1v9 performance ever. X-Ross now looking to help the team out if he can as well, but Martin on just the pistols already responding. By the way, this is only pistols from M8. And now they're upgrading. NongShim, come on, you got to be doing a little bit better than this one. 2 rifles now for Prox and Starzo as they start to make their way onto C.
Neural Theft coming out and cage to zone. Gentlemates trying to get a little bit of a feel for where NongShim are positioned as the spike starts to go down here. Danby is still sitting on this outlaw line. From the shadows punished as Starzo continually tries to get this spike down and finally be able to do so.
Once RB. And if RB goes down, the round is probably over. Prox still holding that position, making things annoying for Francis at the moment. But there's the shot from Danby. Play advantage.
Blind ठीक time पे है मैं.
Not quite found as Bippo will be able to get one back, but tell you what, Danby and Francis will get the 2 required. Man, Francis waited
Guys, जो
a
लाइव पे
long
नए हैं,
time before he
like
got
करो.
that kill over
और जो
towards
भी
now.
चैनल पे नए हैं, subscribe करो यार.
We might have hit
Subscribe.
12 for Genomates, but NongShim's deciding just to give us a little
Chat
bit
करो
more.
यार guys.
Yeah, they're
Chat
working their
करो.
way into the
मैं तैयार हूँ
series.
इधर बात करने के लिए. Chat
It's
करो
a
आप.
bit Sesame Street-esque, you know, counting one at a time. I think that's a relevant reference because it's like, you know, they're coming back to life here. The coffin's open, the count's out.
Game sound गई क्या?
I think even if they don't get loaders here, though, it's good to win some rounds on the tail end of what is effectively a pretty big stomping. Make them feel better about coming into Haven. Like, Gentlemates are a bit more mortal than they've been so far.
Just a warm-up map for NongShim. Sadly, it will cost him a map in the series, but gonna move in quickly this time around. Ivy will at least take down Martin first and foremost. Prevents the TP from landing through as well. Procs to respond onto Ivy. 4 versus 4 now. As many will get another one.
3v3 again.
What else can we get here for NongShim, who's still waiting for RB to make his way if possible?
Guys, मैं आपका vote के लिए इंतजार कर रहा हूँ poll में. या vote करोगे अपना poll में. Vote करो.
The door.
NS की M8 बस normally.
Vote. He's taken a lot of health away from Gentlemates here. Trailblazer going forward.
और like करो यार. Like नहीं कर रहे stream का.
One, see if he can finish off one of these
Like
players.
नहीं कर
Let's not forget it does 30 damage.
करो.
X-Ross knows that Gentlemates have to put the spike down here, and the dark cover will give them a little bit more space to do so.
He's still got the blast pack as well, so that even might deal enough damage to potentially finish off a player. Waiting for the big flank. As RB is saying, I'm coming in, fellas, but X-Ross is not going to wait any longer. Here we go, 15 HP for Starzo. Will still get RB. He would have to clutch here, but it's not going to happen. There's NongShim. Gets 5.
NS comeback कर रही है guys. लग रहा है मुझे आ जाएगी वापस.
That's me adding on to that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. What character do you identify with, would you say? I feel like I'm definitely an Ernie.
I don't live in a garbage can, so not Grouch.
No, actually, I'm Oscar. That much is obvious. Get a timeout here for Gentlemates.
That's respect.
Yeah.
Real talk. You're 12 and 5 and you're going to time out.
You've got 2 timeouts. You may as well use one of them. Get some coach input. NongShim are giving you some problems.
Coach is like, all right, so Haven. Don't need to worry about this map. So Haven, guys. Start the coach.
Timeout आ गया guys. Timeout.
No, look, you got to give credit where it's due for NongShim. Haven't been showing it so far too much in this particular series, but a very, very strong team indeed. Already made their way through G2 earlier on in this group. And although this map has not been the best for them, they're picking up a little bit of momentum, a couple rounds here and there. You're getting some big plays from some of the boys.
As
mentioned before, for Gentlemates, I mean, this timeout is really just a chance to get yourself involved. If I was sitting in the coach booth, I'd be saying, look, losing a couple of rounds here. Let's just play this one safe, min-max the money, and get ourselves in a position where we could just hit them with an ult combo to get the game done. The problem is that, honestly, Gentlemates comp is not really that kind of comp. The only really massive impact ult here is the showstopper, honestly, so it's not really going to work for you.
And the showstopper's gone.
NongShim.
So that was the impact ultimate taken off the table. Bippo, though, that's some pretty good sharp shooting so far. Doesn't realize that X-Ross already has the angle covered, so not only Procs and Stars are left alive, and Arby and some quick move for X-Ross, dismantling.
I'm not going to get carried away just yet, but these rounds are going good.
As soon as you get excited about a NongShim comeback, they're going to lose.
I'm going to hold my tongue, but these are good rounds.
Until I see the 12-12, I'm going to stay calm.
Oh, sorry.
It's good reaction from Darby, though.
PUBG के कल से नहीं है, मतलब कल से नहीं है.
Timeout,
my mistake.
not just for that round, but
मैंने गलत information
allows Gentlemates to think a little bit about the gun round about to come online here as well.
One round at a time is NongShim's mantra here.
Look at the stack of ults on NongShim, by the way. Got 4 there.
Op is out for Danby. He's going to have the overdrive to be able to try to complete one of these retakes a little bit more comfortably.
21 July
से start, guys. 21
July से
I didn't see any of the players here on Gentlemates as the Prowler leads the charge and confirms that X-Ross is sitting in the baby door. Oh my god. Rocket straight on in, opens up this baby door here for Gentlemates.
Paranoia was perfect there. Brilliant play. And Danby waited till the last moment there, but will be able to stop himself and get blown up by the boombot as we move over towards the A site. In response is going to be RB. Seeker's coming on through to start revealing some positioning and allowing that flank to come on through. Danby and RB. The one's getting all the kills so far, leaving Genomates down to only 3 players. No plant yet, and Danby will continue this operator carnage.
NS आ गई अपने फॉर्म में वापस गाइस.
Bippo on his lonesome. Not much to do here at Rubble.
मेरे को
Spike
पता है
drops
ना
on
NS
the
कर
A site
सकती
and
है.
40 seconds to work with. Maybe try and make this one expensive for NongShim. Francis will find out where he's at, but maybe not in the way that he would have liked. Cage going out here as Bippo waiting for NongShim to kind of overcook this one. Can you TP past that or jump over it as RB? I stripped it. So Bippo well aware that someone was trying to give him the runaround.
No TP sadly, but he does have a smoke available. How badly do they want to chase this one? You got good money here, to be honest with you, but yeah, time's gone out. NongShim will respect it. Mates will walk away with 1 gun.
Showstopper invested, and it doesn't end up working out for Gentlemates. That timeout they took earlier would definitely have been where they discussed what they wanted to do in this round. NongShim all over it and not really needing to burn that much. Like the strat worked. That's a classic, like in the coaching booth. Okay, we found the exact pick that we were waiting for and looking for, and then got battered in the 5-on-4.
And that was just clean. Love to see that, but
don't play the rest of it.
12-7 starts to look like a respectable scoreline. I'm going to say that much at least.
Yep.
If it wasn't for the fact that mates are already on 12, you'd be thinking, okay, that's quite a competitive map so far. We wanted to see quite a string of rounds for NongShim on the second half, and they are delivering that right now. And Danby, he's unspotted in how far up he's pushed. With a little bit of help from Ivy, he is in a good spot. Ivy's going to fall, but surely Danby will get the clean up here as well. He might even get a secondary on the overdrive. Millie is so good on the Sheriff so far, but doesn't realize that Xros has also joined the party, leaving Starzone now as a lonesome member, but he at least is unspotted.
He's got some great timing here. Francis going to get caught as Starso creeps behind them with the Stinger. Francis checking the back lines. Will go down. Xros very badly needs to convert this kill. Prowler just left-clicked here by Starso as Xros buying time. The C's will connect onto him.
Nice.
Pick on the Phantom is Xros. 8 for NongShim.
Wow.
This is a bit of a streak they've got going on here, Kev.
This ramen is taking a little while to cook, but I'm
like
smelling it right now.
like करो, subscribe करो चैनल को, जो भी चैनल पे नया है.
NongShim starting to make a believer out of me with these rounds coming on through.
Hell of a shot
आवाज
from
भी नहीं
Mini.
आ रही क्या
That's
मेरी
not
guys
easy
आप
at all.
लोगों? आ तो रही है यार आवाज. सुन
Listen,
नहीं रहे
Genomates
बस.
still have an overwhelming opportunity to win this map, but NongShim, minimum right now, really getting the mental belief back in. That regardless of what the scoreline looks like going into Haven, NongShim will say, well, we started to make that comeback happen.
सुन लो मेरी बात.
Time to simplify this one for
subscribe करो
Gentlemates.
साथ.
Run at Ivy. He's 5-17. Surely we can crack into this C site here. Dark cover's given him a little bit of help, and he has a steel garden to work with. In goes Mini. Arcrose was popped, and in comes the showstopper to help him out. Great defense from NongShim.
And that's both the players breaking the sheer utility that makes it onto site. They get cleaned up at the same time. Danby now. Relay Bolt really slows things down. Genomates just can't walk on a site. Paranoia just giving Bippo a bit of problem here as well. The rest of M8 stuck.
Spike dropped. Ivy's peeking
Is it
out.
flawless? Is it flawless?
Yeah, they're just getting, well, not quite. Prox, credit where credit's due. He's having a fantastic game for himself. Danby looking to charge him down hand in hand with RB. 9 up for NongShim. Wow. That was a hell of a round. They just put up the wall everywhere.
And you said, let's simplify this one. 5 up. Run at Ivy, see what happens, and what happens is 2 players make it past the sheer wall. Ivy holds his own. Xros drops a rocket on the other guy, and then suddenly it's 5v3.
I mean, you can play this very kind of lone player setup when you do have the raise rocket in the middle of the map on the rotation. That's exactly what you want to do with it. Some people will take the rocket and go fight C-Mound or Rubble, but when you're that player that's on the rotation at the raise, it really just simplifies a flood retake. You just rip the rocket and you go for it.
जो भी like पे नए हैं like and subscribe करो guys. Like and subscribe guys.
Last time I was joking around like, yeah, whatever fellas, we're up so many rounds.
I think this is it.
This time it's like, no, actually, guys, we gotta win this last round. Please, what's happening?
Guys, this is the EMEA. Let's not make an embarrassment of ourselves, okay? Let's just get this one done.
Guys, we're up 12. Where's that 13 at? NongShim is getting a lot of momentum here. Way too much momentum here. 3 away from giving us an OT. What a wild comeback that would be to give us an OT after a 2-10 start. Broken money for Gentlemates as well.
I don't think you were believing, Kevin, but I see a twinkle in your eye, you know?
I told you from last round that I was starting to... The NongShim Ramen was starting to make a believer out of me.
1-4 here for Gentlemates. Not a good buy for them. Faint shells will push Bippo away as he tries to obscure their intentions with the cage and the camera, which he's using to get a little bit of a feel of how much NongShim are defending A Rubble, and the answer is, well, not a lot. Gentlemates will take that space for free.
Full rush कर दिया उन्होंने A पे.
Many up first. Overdrive looks good so far, but he needs a target. Gets it onto RB, who actually walks on forward. That's the Overdrive at least shut down here. Now they have to come on through to help things out for Gentlemates. So we have any upgrades? Just 2 guns so far, but it's 4 versus 3. All 3 from NongShim coming through from the top.
Yeah, Nightfall picked up off the back of the plant there for Starso, and Gentlemates playing this one very safe. All turtling because they know the Steel Garden will come in, and they've dodged it perfectly.
Here comes a Nightfall. That's a perfect response. Does catch at least the 1 player there, if not 2. What are Gentlemates going to do about this one? Playing it passively. No one's tapped the spike here. Francis! Okay, Bippo gone. That evens up the numbers, Martin. Cheeky paint shells straight onto the spike.
उन्हें time buy करना है.
Gotta start thinking.
मेरे को time buy करना और जीत जाएंगे. You could diff नहीं कर रहे हैं.
Shot to come on through. You hope. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. 2 players left on both sides, and it's not gonna work. Is it 1 versus 1? No, Ivy versus Prox, and he's just gonna defuse. He's just gonna defuse.
He just sticks it all the way. Prox a little bit too far out of position outside of the door. And that's double digits for NongShim. A very tentative standoff. You got very, very nervous for NongShim after you saw that entry on the Overdrive and the follow-up Sheriff shot. They had a really good post plant for themselves. And as I said, they played around the Steel Garden perfectly, dumped the Nightfall on NongShim. They did everything they needed to win that round except win the post plant. Maybe a little bit too safe, honestly, with this setup.
Dude, Prox is what he couldn't get through the door. He couldn't get through the door. It closed on him. It closed on him as NongShim closed the round out on him as well.
I mean,
money's at least back in the hands of mates.
The door was closed on NongShim, but they are battering it down slowly but surely, is hanging on by the hinges. 2 more needed to push us through into OT, and then they seriously have a chance to step into this one. A little bit of a fake pump on the C site there for Gentlemates, trying to bait out some kind of a reaction. But they don't see anything from NongShim. Trailblazer has cleared out all of that A space.
NongShim said, we will rebuild. That fortress is looking better and better round by round. A little bit of swapsies with the guns here, as Mini wants to be the fast guy on the entry.
Yep, Guiding Light going to confirm there's still no one outside of A for Gentlemates, who will retake that space. I'd imagine that both Starso and Mini will try to apply some pressure to this C site with that smoke on Waterfall. TP will fake out that Gentlemates are trying to actually commit to this C site, and it has drawn a rotation from NongShim. Pressure on X-Ross.
Look at this though. X-Ross in a great position. Like you said, he is up first, and he's got a freebie. Doesn't quite double up though. That should have been 2 kills for France. We'll find the 2 that X-Ross does not. And now France is tripling up, leaves Starzo on an island, and hello, 11 rounds. NongShim looking for that OT. They better take us OT now, because I'm going to be pissed if they did this level of comeback only to lose the next round.
This could be the fakest comeback of all time. But X-Ross has got a massive smile on his face. Little bit nervous to only go 1-for-1. Probably could have got more done there, but Francis, the hero of the round, knowing that Gentlemates wouldn't be expecting that Sky so close on the rotation, they thought it was the solo raise, and not quick enough from Bippo. What a transfer from Francis. Been seeing those kind of shots come out from NongShim, even in the G2 game, and now there's only 1 round left of regulation. How have we ended up here?
Seeker's ready. Martin 1 away from Showstopper as well. Gentlemates, early control. TP in there for Prox. Seekers in response against the Prowlers.
NS ने आग लगा दी guys. NS ने आग लगा दी. बस एक और round hold कर लो.
Here's the rocket.
Yeah, in comes the showstopper here. Martin looking to zone back. NongShim, he's got a lot of targets. What a shot from Francis. Doubling up, continuing his good form from the last round.
Nice.
Ivy as well to Bippo. Numbers are running dry here. Prox is gone. Starzo dead as well. And RB will send NongShim into the overtime. Comeback has been secured.
I think Gentlemates are shitting themselves. I'm not gonna lie.
मजा आया
That
यार
is not the
ये वाला
position you
मैच
want to
है
end
तगड़ा
up
भाई
in.
ये वाला मैच मैंने सोचा
Only
था
needed
इतना
one
तगड़ा
round
निकलेगा
in that second half of regulation to get this one across the line.
12
What a
नहीं
resurgence from
11
NongShim.
10 to
It's
10
just
to
been perfection on the
10 to
defense.
से
They are pumped up.
12 to हो गया था भाई
Puckett's been waiting on the sidelines for about 12 rounds now, thinking it was over.
His knees aren't going to hold out much longer.
He's going to have to
getting
wait
on a bit.
a bit longer because we are locked into this map now, into the OT. If you only watch the first half, you're thinking, all right, it's done. There's just no way, dude. How do you get 10 rounds in a row as NongShim RedForce after going 2-10 in the first half, losing the pistol anti-eco, putting yourself at 2-12?
और इंस्टा पे वायरल होनी चाहिए वो इस
And you're
मैच की
like,
क्लिप्स
10 rounds in a row, fellas?
I think mates needed to 11-1 on their defense. That's where they really messed this one up.
That's the thing,
Oh, sorry.
'cause
But yeah, it was on their defense.
Mates got 11-1 versus XLG and they won off that. But I'll tell you what, 10-2 is not good enough.
No.
10-2 is where 10-2 is where you unfortunately fumble it.
Unlucky. Okay, NongShim, full momentum with you. The last representative in Pacific, pulling off one of the most unreal comebacks in regulation I've seen in quite some time. Can they close this game of Lotus now? Gentlemate's not happy about how this one is unfolded. Looking to challenge A early on. They'll be given that rumble control. NongShim on the other side of things. Gonna take Mound and look to potentially crunch the door in the middle of the map.
Yeah, getting active here. Gentlemate's defense was perfect. I mean, both defenses were really where everybody won their rounds. Dog is the only thing that gets caught by the trip here, and okay, Bippo, you would like to get that kill into Darnley, but he's just a little too slick for you.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit lucky to be alive.
एमएट जीत गई थी यार पर एमएट ने पता नहीं क्या किया
Starso in the baby door, and that is a
अब
bit of a
नहीं
problem
अब
for
एनएस
NongShim, who
अब
now start
एनएस
to
को
get a
रोकना
strike
मुश्किल
down.
है
Mini next up to
अब नहीं
back.
रोक सकते
Only
भाई
going 1-for-1. Dabby on the front foot, almost good enough. Francis now. This
One
could be
by one.
another
Nice.
heroic play for NongShim RedForce, but the swing from Brox is better. Gentlemates, that's their first round in 10 rounds in a row. They
नहीं रोक
finally
सकते
break
भाई
through in
अब या तो
OT.
एनएस करके जाएगी या तो
We're about to do about 10 rounds of OT because everyone's going to win their defense and not win their attack. That's probably what's going to happen here. NongShim will be called up to the plate again to get their defense sorted. Man, Stars are really
डिफेंस कर रहे हैं भाई एनएस अब ओटी होगा
the
फिर
last
से
1v1 as well.
फिर से ओटी होगा
Trust
देखना
in
भी
the rookie. Prox has got to get it done.
ओटी हो रहा है फिर से
Pressure on
मुझे
his
फील आ रही
shoulders,
है
and he delivered that one. As,
गाइस जो
just
ब्लैशिंग पे
about
ने
almost
लाइक एंड
everyone is
सब्सक्राइब
starting
करो
to
यार
go
तगड़ा
positive
मैच
in
लगा
there.
यार ये
KD's now on the side of NongShim.
माँ
After
कसम खा के
all
रहा हूँ
of
जितनी
that,
मैंने लाइव
Darby
स्ट्रीम
up
करी
to
अब तक वॉच
sniping.
पार्टी करी है ना मैंने
Looking for his first
उसमें से
target.
अभी तक ये सबसे
Operator
तगड़ा
on
मैच
the
है अभी
line. Down goes the smokes for the attacking
अभी
side.
ग्लोबल
They've
स्पोर्ट्स
already been
करके आया
thrown out, at
उससे भी
least on the
अच्छा
heaven
मैच
side
चाहिए
for Prox. Danby
मजा आ रहा है इसे
Prox
देखने
been
में
helping. Backed up by X-Ross. Looking like
5v4
another OT now, unless we
5v3
can get a
बल्कि
really nice 3-on-5
5v3 हो
put
गया
together by Gentlemates.
Now they know where Darnby is, but they don't know where RB is. Paranoia in play as well. Does make a catch, but Starzo is right around the corner. And doesn't get two here. Bippo on for a singular more. And wow, Bippo is going to make this one interesting. 1 versus 2.
Again 1v2
NongShim have to be at least a little bit careful right now. And Ivy
बोला
climbing back in terms of
बोला
kills.
भाई नेम
2 rounds of OT.
नाम
This game is phenomenal.
लम्हाई
Honestly, it's the best game I've seen in quite some
भाई
time.
अगर मैं आपका नाम गलती ले रहा हूँ तो सॉरी भाई
I am
नहीं
down to
जीत
go
रही भाई
for like 4 more OTs. You know, that MRBR Heretics game was
मुश्किल
pretty
है
good, but
मुश्किल है अभी भाई
I'm not gonna
मुश्किल
lie,
है
this one has potential to be better.
गाइस जो ब्लैक चैंपियन है यार लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करो यार लाइक
NongShim
एंड
just mobilizing themselves super
सब्सक्राइब कर
well
दो
on the
गाइस
defense here. Mixing in the operator there on Danby.
My
Something
all
that he
legends.
wasn't doing when NongShim had their Santiago run. It was always Francis to wield that
नहीं
weapon. He
नहीं
started to
नहीं
move
नहीं
it into
नहीं
his
एनएस ही
repertoire.
I'll
जीतेगी
tell you
भाई
what, the winner
एनएस
of this map is whoever
एनएस
can figure out their attacking side the quickest right now, and while Darnby is just straight into Starzo's face. Last time we saw this, Starzo did so much, but now it's all Ivy,
NS.
it's all X-Ross and the rest of
NS.
NongShim. Can they get this attacking side of the
4v2
OT
4v2
done? 4 versus 2. And if they can do this one, Lotus may just be theirs.
स्मोक हटेगा और रेज मरेगा
They're pretty low on HP, and that's where Martin can maybe capitalize.
2v1
Traded out by Danby.
Mid
And
top
now
mid top
Bippo
प्लीज मिड
tasked
टॉप
with
देख लो
another clutch here for Gentlemates.
मिड टॉप है
Spike has been established. He knows that Danby is over towards the B main side of things. Gonna try to get the half inside of the cage, but the spam through from Danby is good enough. NongShim with their first map point here.
NS bhai, NS hi jeetegi.
14 rounds to get there. We've arrived. Like I said, the defensive side, no question.
Like and
Both
subscribe
teams
karo guys.
have been
Like and
fantastic.
subscribe nahi karega
The
guys.
attacking end, that's been the biggest problem. So the fact now that NongShim have found an attacking side win, as long as they can make sure the defense is once again solid against Gentlemates, the map goes their way, and you got to start thinking about the psychology here as well, the mental of Gentlemates.
बस डिफेंस कर ले NS. Defense.
But of course, another opportunity.
Damage है, neon damage है.
Shells to come on through. Martin and Prox opening up the first 2 kills so far as Starzo gets the third. Gentlemates, brilliant play advantage. Ivy, he's put into a clutch A scenario before, but it looks like we're going to another 2 rounds of OT.
Spike planted.
100%. What a haunt from Starzo. Scans the entire team. And NongShim immediately just loses the round outright. Nightfall invested. Dodged nicely by Ivy, but let's be honest, he has no business winning this round, and Starzo is just looking to add insult to injury on the off angle here.
Nice.
Phantom spray battle goes the way of Ivy, but the wraparound from Martin pushes us into yet another OT.
By Nightbot आपको message भेज रहा है, कुछ देख लो.
Who can sort their
कुछ
attacking
message
side?
है
I
Nightbot.
know both teams just won their attacking side on that last
Interesting
2
match.
OT, but
मजा आ रहा है
the
देखने में
trajectory
guys.
of this entire map so far, it's been the weaker side for both of our teams. Like you said, that whole scans
OT पे OT.
3
Third OT.
massive amounts of information. And RB trying to be a little bit tricky, keeping inside of his own smoke.
ये होता है ना मैच देखने लायक जिसमें पूरी दोनों टीम जी जान लगा दें पड़े.
1v5 be asking a little bit too
हाँ,
much, so
जीतना
let's
है.
reset ourselves.
तब मजा आता
Brand new
देखने
round
में.
here, brand new OT round
कई
number
मैच ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर
29.
टीमें अच्छा अपना 100% इन दे रही
All around
हैं.
the
मजा ही
pillar
नहीं आ
side
रहा है.
of things, big paranoia.
फिर लोग ट्रोल करते हैं उनकी टीम को कि हाँ टीम अच्छा नहीं खेल रही.
Extros off the blast packs, and Martin will trade one back via the pink shells. RB through the boxes. 2 players left to play, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
Earned himself another paint shells, and from the grave, picks up one more. Martin giving Gentlemates a chance into this round. The Trailblazer trying to figure out where these last players of mates really lie. Guiding Light with the double peek is punished handily by Gentlemates. And they're back on map point now.
इतने से रह गई यार, इतने से रह गई.
Seemed like a self flash there, unfortunately, from the sky.
I think they were just trying to peek with it. Like, they were both low on HP. Martin must have done like 400 to 500 damage there just by himself. First paint shells comes out.
That was
He
close,
gets that peek. He gets another
Guys,
paint
like
shells off
समझ
of his
like करो
secondary
यार,
kill.
like
And
करो,
even
तो
though he
like
gets
करो
spammed
यार.
through the box,
Like
he's
और
well
subscribe
and
करो
truly
भाई.
won the round for Gentlemates
Like
there.
नहीं कर रहे यार.
Yep.
14 बंदे देख
We
रहे
go,
हैं. Like
pumped
करो.
up. Good to see the spirits are high. Gentlemates match point
इतना
again.
इंटरेस्टिंग मैच
Map
बना
point,
दिया
I
है
should say.
NS ने.
It's been 2
कहाँ से आई
rounds in a
NS
row
उठ
of
के
heavy
अभी.
aggression over towards rubble, then over towards pillars.
OT पे OT खिला रही
This
है
one
अभी.
starts to look a little bit slower.
Door opened. Operator out for RB, and he's been able to get himself on this pretty deep line. The rotation's coming out for NongShim. Trying to back up Ivy inside of the C site, and they're pretty well timed. Guiding Light is dodged by Prox, who may take some space in the middle of the map now with Bippo.
Okay, that's an aggressive smoke coming on through. Prowlers over towards C as well, dragging attention to that side of the map. Arcfroze will confirm the information as now just a sheer wall to be diffused before mates walk in.
They're going to pivot B here for sure. Like, there's no way they don't. I know they're sitting in the high-low. They've put a lot of pressure on this C site. A minute on the clock. Gentlemates have got to make up their mind here.
That got info. That was really good for info coming through from Francis. But now we're going to start committing over towards the side. Both our Neons going to kill so far, but Ivy responds just a little bit more. 3 versus 4. Operator still there for RB. You called the pivot. It's going to be late into the round, but it will happen. RB's going to fall off a little bit to build time for the rest of NongShim to maybe appear through the door.
Nice pick from Xros. Trailblazer confirming that Starso is in the middle of the map. They're going to tap the spike on B and pivot to A. They know that RB was over here. I'm not sure they know that he has an operator. There's the cross from Prox. There's no smoke for Starso to cross here. Almost gets caught with the spike.
Saw the player though. That's the important part. Operator now revealed RB on the top side of the map. Prox waiting for him on the other side. On the long flank is going to be Xros as well. RB's the only player that's really marked for the time being in terms of his approach. Numbers very good and even better now for NongShim.
बस आराम से
That's the 30th round, looking to go NongShim's way.
30
rounds is the record so far for EWC for this year's event in terms of how many rounds we've played. And it looks like we might just go a little bit deeper still. Stars are 1 versus 4. And now that the defuse has been tapped, he has to go in, but a double face will make sure that he will not. Round number 31, here we go.
Yeah, I felt like Gentlemates, like, they read that well. They pumped C, drew out the rotation that they were looking for. They had the info line into B, waiting for someone to kind of look for a pick in towards Connector on Waterfall's side from NongShim, but they never pivoted B early enough. It felt like they were kind of split 3-2. You could still see the two players inside of door when they tried to commit into C there. And I know, like, look, if they get in there, they go 1-for-1. Maybe they draw out more rotations for NongShim, and that's where they can potentially capitalize. But as it stands, the C trade didn't go well enough for them to pick up the pieces.
I think the numbers was pretty bad as well. I mean, yeah, could they have ended on B possibly, but they weren't sure about RB's positioning there. They thought they had 30 seconds left to play through. Might have time to do a final rotate, fake out the B, buy a bit more time.
100%.
But honestly, a 2v4 is a hard ask in that scenario.
Very tense on the stage here. It's been a crazy game if you're just tuning in, by the way. NongShim were at one point in this game down 12-2.
Vote karo guys, vote karo NS ko.
10 round in a row comeback to overtime, and now we're just in a bit of a goat rodeo going back and forth.
Guys, subscribe
I'm bloody enjoying it.
30 rounds. Yesterday with NRG Vitality that started with a 0-7 lead.
What was the MIBI Heretics game? I got to double check that because that had a big OT. That one was 16-14. Okay. We've beaten it.
We've had 2 games go to 30 rounds.
I thought it was more, but
you're right. We're officially up for minimum 32 now.
Yep.
So this is officially the longest game and the closest game of EWC so far, if you only look at the OTs.
कास्ट ट्रेवर है EWC का सबसे longest game है सबसे longest game है EWC का अभी तक सबसे longest बोल रहा हूँ मैं guys interesting match है ये वाला मैच मिस मत करो अगर कोई यहाँ नहीं देख रहा है किसी और चैनल पे देख रहा है तो guys देखो अगर नहीं भी देख रहा तो अपने किसी दोस्त को बुलाओ दिखाओ ये मैच.
He's been paranoid out. And Darby's just got 2 so far. Good response from Bippo and Mini, but it's still player advantage. NongShim, it's Starzo, the final player, and he's getting spammed out in Waterfall. He hasn't taken any damage. Might get a kill onto RB. But it's Darby with the quad here that will give NongShim 16.
A massive 4K from Darby there, and NongShim couldn't do it in regulation, but now here in overtime have figured out that C setup. All over it. The cages go up. They bide their time inside of it. Oh, that's rough. Mini could have been really the player to go massive there for Gentlemates, but Bippo also from the backside of the site, only going 1-for-1. They've had so many really good shutdowns on C. But NongShim is the quintessential team to just go and hit the same site that they've been getting battered in. They don't ever let that shake them. And now on the defense, they're looking to close.
What a close that would be for NongShim to come back from such a deficit, one of the biggest deficits I've ever seen at this level of professional Valorant. Starby on the op again. It's been in the hands of RB in the past before. Goodbye, Mini.
Oh,
that's your entry player gone.
The Horde does not scan him. It's too far away. And now Darby on another off angle could continue to take on the second round here for NongShim. He just got a 4K.
This might just be over, folks. Extros on to Bippo as well. Martin, the only response, he had double paint shots on one of the winning rounds for mates before, but it's on Prox. The rookie has to do it all. And for NongShim, never say never. Don't tell me the odds. Prox as well, living by those words. Currently, it's 1 versus 3. But NongShim only need 1 more. But this last one is just taking them so long, but eventually the cracks will break, the dam will burst. And damn B, that was good for NongShim to bring this comeback to fruition.
That is unbelievable from NongShim. And you can only... I can only imagine the mental harm that's been inflicted on Gentlemates there. I mean, they're trying to stay positive, a lot of smiles on the face, maybe some nervous ones. They had 10 map points that they weren't able to take advantage of. Actually, more than that if you count overtime, but NongShim come out ahead of that one. What a bloody entertaining game there to set the OT record here in this tournament.
I started standing next to you guys round 15. It was 12-2, and I was ready for Gentlemates to celebrate on that stage. Instead, it's the boys from South Korea showing you that they have arguably the strongest mental in the game right now.
They do.
A ridiculous run. But was this Gentlemates playing with their food?
How do you not close this out?
Is this just we don't have an answer on attack?
I mean, at the end of the day, like they don't have a comp that necessarily combos ults, and even like when they do have one of these positions where the Raze goes forward with the showstopper and finds a pick. They weren't able to capitalize on that advantage. I'm sure there was probably a lot of rounds where they would have necessarily like just wanted a more vanilla round to get it done. I think most teams probably would have. But if you watch those defensive rounds for NongShim, quite honestly, they were playing fantastically.
Yeah, Admiral, you were saying like, this is over. There's no way that this game doesn't go to NongShim.
Everyone would have been saying because you don't see a 12-2 comeback where the team that only has 2 rounds then has to win 10 straight rounds in a row, then take it to OT, and then play, how many OT rounds do we get at the end of the day? 8 OT rounds or something like that?
Don't make me do math.
Not doing
it. To then do that again, where the attacking side was the weak side for both of our teams. Yeah, NongShim had to really pull up in a way that was unprecedented. I haven't seen a comeback like this before.
You called out Ivy going into round 15.
G2 versus XLG के बीच में G2 जीतेगी. मैं बोल रहा हूँ अभी. G2 ही जीतेगी. 0-2 से G2 जीतेगी. बोल रहा हूँ मैं. लिख के ले लो मेरी बात.
Yeah, RB. You got to look at Danby, of course, on the Neon. You saw that, back to back. He had a 4K. In the
the
last round, the opening 2 picks with the operator as well as Gentlemates contact top C. He really kind of shuts the door on any hopes for Gentlemates there.
NongShim could finish 2-0. They just kept it available, and now we are going to see a second map guaranteed. Will we see a game 3? Can Gentlemates bounce back?
I think Gentlemates are more than good enough to bounce back, and Gentlemates are not going to be happy with the ending of that particular map, so I'm looking for Gentlemates to come in with a vengeance for map 2.
Bilski, when we come back for map number 2, what should the fans be excited for?
Exactly what they just got. Like, honestly, that's it.
We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it is the decider here in the groups from EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀입니다. 오늘 유언 목소리 나오는 거 한 맞춰보는 컨텐츠를 해볼 건데 한번 맞춰보겠습니다.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe.
누구세요?
나 알 것 같아.
누구세요?
오케이.
뭐야?
뭐야, 다 달라? 킬조이지. 야, 뭐야, 5명 다 달라. 레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라?
이게 클로브라고?
오케이, JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Kjedelig.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데.
몰라, 이거겠지.
킬조이 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
아니, 그 5 of them 했잖아, 5 of them.
아니.
아니, 나 데드록 하면서 저런 말을 들어본 적이 없어.
안 돼요. 한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게 알겠어 이거.
목소리만 맞추는 것 같은데.
아 목소리도 못 맞추겠어.
역해가 너무 많네.
아 해외 버전 해야겠네 이거.
Who builds a neoclassical mansion in the middle of an ocean? Obnoxious.
아 오케이.
오케이.
이거는 마지막 거 듣고 알았다.
몰라. 난 그냥 감으로 해. 난 감으로 하길 선택했어. 감으로 적어.
이거잖아 말이 안. 마지막 목소리가 딱 그냥 딱 그거였네.
아 정말.
나 모르겠냐 왜?
근데 나도 솔직히 적고 나서
이거잖아.
모르겠어. 너 뭐 했어?
바보야?
When something matters, a client email, a doc my name is on, I can't afford to sound generic. I drop my draft into Quillbot's Humanizer and it keeps my voice, just cleans up the tone and flow. Same message, same speed, it just sounds like me and not too stiff. Try Quillbot Premium to get access to the Humanizer and all the must-have features for less than $9 today.
아 고민되네.
내 일편단심.
킬조이 아니면 아카야. 나 킬조이 아니면
킬조이 같은데. 킬조이 맞네.
네온이야?
아니 네가 모른다고?
맞네. 아 그래 네온 목소리.
야 나는 내 킬조이 3번 연습했는데 한 번도 안 나와.
Really?
Out of my way.
이거는 스펠링 틀리면 탈락하기로 하자.
나 한국어로 적었는데?
아니 상관없을 것. 예.
아니면 레전.
이건 모를 수가 없다.
예.
공짜 점수.
아이짜.
예.
Smells like victory and gunpowder.
아 둘 중에 하나인데.
아 나 이거.
아 나 챔프가 뭐 있는지도 까먹었어 지금.
레이저였네.
아니 뭐야 나 그냥 찍었는데.
어쩐지 나 레이저 할까 킬조 할까 생각했는데 아 그냥 킬조이 할 거야. 아 레이저
야 나
할 거야.
그냥 찍었는데.
Be at peace, my friend.
이거는 모를 수가 없다.
이거는
이거는 진짜 모를 수가 없다.
이걸
몰라.
모를
아니
수가
무빈아.
없어, 이거. 아니 지금
야 이거
아니,
진짜
아는데,
이거
뭔지
해봤으면
와. 체인버.
뭐야,
체인번. 와 이걸 써봐.
아 근데 아니,
야 그냥
소바잖아.
발음부터 러시아 사람이잖아.
아 진짜.
Seems like I'm the better one.
아, 네 성현이 나 그냥 눈치로 보겠어. 오케이.
어떻게 알았어?
솔직히 잘 모른다. 난
봐요.
그냥 너가 했던 걸 기억했어 난. 자, 너 뭐 했어? 너 체인버 했어?
체인버잖아요.
체인버라고?
응.
뭐야? 배웠네?
뭐야 얘네 아는 척 뭐야? 와 꺼드럭대더니 와.
야 이게 체인버가 아니라고 말이 안 되는데.
아, 근데 체인버는 좀 더 목소리가 굵어.
아래 어쩐지 그 익숙하다 했어.
오늘 이렇게 유언별 목소리 맞추기를 컨텐츠를 진행했는데 좀 많이 재밌었던 것 같고요. 이상 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀이었습니다. 안녕.
안녕.
Gentlemates looked like they were playing with their food, and, well, at the end, they got bit. 12-2 was the score in the end. It's NongShim RedForce up 1-0 in the first of three. Best of three, I should say. We welcome back Avril and Mitch, a.k.a. Pilsky. And Pilsky is all smiles after seeing our NongShim squad. So tell me, first of all, have you seen a match like this from this team? Why are they so exciting in Pacific?
Many games from them, even before they came into Pacific. I always somehow end up casting the most ludicrous games of Valorant when NongShim RedForce are in the server, and I think that's just another example of them. I think back to the Jakarta final, and that was, again, just another all-time classic.
Avril, on the other side, we saw a smile on the AG.AL's face at the end of the game despite the loss. Are you concerned about Gentlemate's mental, or do you think they can bounce back from a loss like that?
I mean, if you don't smile, you're going to have to cry, because those are the types of moments where you just have to kind of wipe your hands of it, think, we probably should have won that one, have the confidence to know that due to the fact you should have won that one, you're going to be able to win the next one, and perhaps the next two as well. I mean, we've seen Gentlemates in the past as well, where, okay, they lost Breeze versus Shilai. They then walked into the next two maps, full confidence, blowing out Shilai on Lotus, probably what they were thinking they were going to do versus NongShim, and then closing the series out of map 3.
And now we're going to a classic map, one of my favorites. We're heading to Haven, and of course we'll have that game 3 if needed. But going into this game 2, whose map choice is this? Let's remind the audience, and how successful have they been on this so far in the tournament?
So they actually won this map up against Gen G in the qualifier, and the funny thing about it is, when you look at how that game went down, it was almost like the opposite of what we just saw. NongShim had an 11-1 start versus Gen G in the qualifier on Haven, and then Gen G actually crawled back enough rounds that NongShim went to 13-11 after starting 11-1.
Yep. I mean, I casted that game, and it's much the same as the last game. That's the thing about NongShim. Like, sometimes they can go on a generational run, and sometimes they can completely throw. That game was an almost throw, but, you know, when you win 13-11, you feel a little bit better about yourself. Unfortunately, Gentlemates weren't able to do the same in that last map.
No, I didn't catch it fully, but I believe we have a mirror match going down. If that's the case, is there a playstyle difference between these two regions or two teams?
Usually there's a playstyle difference between the two regions, but I think Gentlemates is kind of the antithesis of that. You know, they definitely can mid-round, they can play a little bit slower, but they love to be aggressive, and so did NongShim, which is why I was so excited for this particular series, and it's exactly what we got on map 1.
It's time to jump in. Game number 2, NongShim one map away from moving into our playoff bracket. Can they seal the deal? It's time to find out. We've got Mr. Avril and the great Pilsky on the mic for this one.
Thank you, Puckhead. Let's get this one rolling. Hopefully no delays into Haven. No, sir. As we just had a crazy scoreline. That's right. If you look at the top left corner, your eyes do not deceive you. 15-17 is where we ended that one, Haven. See if it goes the distance again.
Yeah, it's a new day for Gentlemates. It's a map they know their way around, and NongShim have been up and down on it in the past. A lot of sheriffs being purchased up yet again, similar to the attacking side pistol round on Lotus for NongShim. RB with a full belt of utility. Gentlemates have taken all of this A space, and they're looking to try to get in on the flank here nice and early.
All about to unravel here. France is up first. Good couple of shots. Can he deliver more? No, Martin says no. But Martin doesn't have a lot of help here. He goes down to RB here as well. 2 versus 4. Paranoia puts the fear into Staza, who still gets a couple of good kills, mind you. But for 1v2 now.
Camera spotted him out, though, up on top of the tree, thrown by Ivy from outside of Ceylon. Ivy swinging out on Garage side, spotted out by Bippo's Cam, who will try to make them a little bit uncomfortable, jumping through his cage there. I mean, I know that Danby tapped the spike. Maybe he thought he could have got a 1v1 there. So, you know, I kind of respect the fact that he dives on through, but as it stands, NongShim just bait him into an easy 2-on-1 crossfire.
Well, that's going to be pistol going the way of NongShim when they didn't get a single pistol on Lotus. They changed around here, but Francis, my God, had the wherewithal to be able to actually get those first couple of shots, and then the last 2 players here. RB and Danby playing off each other, but like you said, that 2v1 well handled by NongShim. It was good to finally look at what they get to do in our anti-eco.
गाइस जो भी लाइक पे नए हैं लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब चलो 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 एनएस आ गई
control of this side of the map. They've got Ivy kind of active in the middle, courtesy of his cam, clearing things out and allow him to take up some position in middle. Not much of an investment here from a couple of the players on NongShim. Quite happy to just be on Sheriff and Light Armor.
यही मैच है जो निकालेंगे ना. चलो 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 चलो
deep
चलो.
short control.
वोट कर दो guys. पोल रिलीज किया. वोट करो NS
Control backed up by Martin there as well, who also has the opportunity to play for the curveball here.
बोल रहा हूँ मैं NS ही
comes
जीतेगी.
in first. Martin with a couple of curious shots. By the way, look at mid. Mid has been full explored, and that's going to cause a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, NongShim saw that whole trap. Gentlemates pulled the trigger on it. Ivy will get caught in the middle of the map here. NongShim, in the meantime, picking up the pace into C. On the backside of sight is Mini. Has got a Marshall and hasn't been checked well enough. He at least goes 1-for-1. Curveball doesn't actually hit him, but X-Ross will be able to clear that out.
X-Ross finds his mark, but the Marshall does not, and X-Ross will double up with Darby as well. All eyes on the smoke and players trying to rush through it. Martin is just looking for something, only gets a singular kill. NongShim will get their second round here. 2 alive though. That was slightly more costly than they would have liked.
Yeah, but as I said before, 2 of the players with Sheriff and Light Armor had about 2.6k coming into that round, so I think they're just going to go ahead and invest in rifles here. The bonus should have a fair bit of investment early on for NongShim. Both Ivy and Francis being those 2 players to go down with the Sheriffs. Ideal to curveball your teammate, but didn't end up really unsettling NongShim too much as they head into the round here. Buying down to like 2 to 3k each. Have got some extra rifles purchased up here, but it's not a full investment for NongShim, just enough to keep things interesting.
Fast movements again to A-Long though. It'll be Starzo tucking him away. Over in short. Bit pushed up is going to be Mini and Garage as well as the troops for Gentlemate's defense start to corral around the A side of the map.
Starzo looking for some information outside of A lobby. Dealt with early by RB, and with only 1 shot being fired, it's hard to read just how many players are around A. The camera has got the deep sea info line. You've still got Mini with a judge inside of Garage, so I think, you know, Gentlemates are not really going to be moving these 3 players off this A site anytime soon unless some pressure comes in elsewhere.
Playing for the retake here on B. Eyes on whether Ivy will attempt to do something on this side of the map. 45 seconds remaining here, and the spike is going to start to fall on Francis to potentially sell a fake over towards A. Once again, NongShim have correctly read that the trap is going to be set over on towards A, and everyone else moving over towards the empty site on B. This is the site where nobody from the defense has arrived just yet. Hang on a minute. Darby, or rather Mini from behind. Looking for kills, been full flashed up here, causing some issues, and Judge is not going to find its mark at all. Okay, not too bad. Pistol will still get there. Starzo as well for the secondary kill. Now Starzo will develop up for a little bit more. 2 players, RB and Francis, still in the mix here. Flash is going to be good though.
कोई नहीं
Starzo and Bippo to save the day. Starzo particular with the triple there.
Yeah, nicely done. But the bonus does a fair bit of damage there. As I mentioned before, there was a reasonable amount of investment for NongShim, and that does a number to Gentlemate's economy. Plant going down as well. Great scan on in. Making NongShim pretty uncomfortable there. Trying to get into that B post plant. Overdrive is ready for Dampy. It's a reset round 4. Both of these teams heading into round number 4. Starzo has got the Hunter's Fury at the ready. And with his position, I wouldn't be surprised if he rips it early if we get an A fight.
Yeah, playing off the fact that Mini is going to be quite pushed up with Martin. Scans will come on through with the recons and dodging those out. There's NongShim playing this one quietly for the time being. Same setup from the Cypher of Bippo on C.
Yeah. I mean, the cam is just getting the C info line every single time. You've got a judge in Garage yet again. It's much the same setup here for Gentlemates.
Early action over towards A long side of things. 1-to-1 trade. Both the Neons falling to both the Phoenixes.
We'll give X-Ross his run it back. Same for Martin. So the Phoenix ult start to add some wrinkles into this round. There is that aforementioned ult as the Hunter's Fury comes out. Martin will pump his as well. It's an ult traded for an ult here.
Phoenix still in play over towards that side of the map, but everyone else running over towards C. It's going to be Crocs up first. Smoke to slow it down a little bit. Still a couple of trips there to get past. Drone up first into the smoke, though. Prox trying to make that judge work for himself. Has a paranoia still to work with. But now the spike has gone back over towards A. Oh, Martin. Good shot from him, and X-Ross wasn't ready for it.
Oh, no. Might lose the spike here as RB, and indeed starts so punishing. This is falling apart for NongShim. It was disjointed to begin with. Francis has found Prox on the other side of the map, but I don't think that that's really going to do NongShim any favors, unfortunately.
Turned into a very chaotic round now. All three from Gentlemates facing
नीचे
into
नीचे
Ivy in a
नीचे
short moment. Time's going to run out.
10 seconds left.
Mates will bring us back
कोई
2
नहीं
and 2.
सेव कर गन बाय रहनी चाहिए
Bit
बाय
of an
रहनी
overcook
चाहिए
there on the attacking side for NongShim.
बाय
Especially
मैटर
in such
करती
a
है
critically important round.
कोई नहीं बाय मैटर करती है यार.
Sometimes they have these rounds where they're so split up around the map, they're trying to kind of push and pull, and individuals are trying to step into some of these spaces. But that's where things can just get a little bit too disjointed like this, and then you drop the spike and lose a player over on A long, and people are far too spread to be able to kind of cohesively put together a mid to late round and win it. You still have the Hunter's Fury in the overdrive. This could be a really quick one towards A here. He's only Mini over there by himself, cannot afford to go down early.
Well, we've seen Mini die here before. Both the Phoenixes killing both the Neons in the previous round. He'll still take an aggressive angle, but onto some utility has traded NongShim, this time heading into Garage. Somewhere they haven't really been yet before. They haven't really put the pressure on and attacked the C site yet.
Yeah, you could see the rotation already from Gentlemates after that initial A pressure for NongShim. They're a little bit out of position, trying to scramble back on in. Bippo under pressure now. A lot of utility dumped on his head. I'm surprised he's still alive on backside, and he's been able to make it out courtesy of the flash from Martin there. Ivy outside of Garage, able to trade back the kill from the Hunter's Fury. Martin on the backside of the site is good for the double, and Francis replies with one of his own.
Here we go, it's 2 versus 3. Spike is stuck on site here for now, and Ivy still has to buy himself back in. Going through Garage, trying to dodge out from the drone as Francis finds a timing. Doesn't get the kill, just too shaky in the shots. There should have been a freebie, Martin. Counting his lucky stars there a little bit.
Save करेगा
1 versus 3, but there's maybe just too many players to work against here. Martin is at least low HP that allows Ivy to get the first. Second player right towards his right side behind the logs, and Stars are run and gun. With a bit of backup from Prox.
Yeah, 9-2 for Starso. It's having a lot of impact here for the Gentlemates. Hunter's Fury kind of finding its mark in that last round. He catches the spike on short in just the round previous, and is able to win that localized one-on-one on that C site. Just stop Ivy any chance of clutching that, because we've all seen Ivy clutch those. Gentlemates in a pretty uncomfortable position, but Martin...
This kill.
I mean, yeah, that kill's fantastic. What's a little bit better is the fact that he makes it to C site in time, despite the fact that he was rotating A earlier on.
Yeah. Good read by Gentlemates as well. Oh, that's a decent scan. That reveals quite a few players on the opposite end. Martin now trying to dodge away from the relay. Bolton will successfully do so, with a little bit of help coming through from Mini on the fast lane.
They're still hanging in the balance. Starso and Prox are a little bit richer than everybody else in the rest of the server. Aggression on short side.
Ivy, that's good. Secondary is even better.
Oh, nice.
About 3 in a row here. This C-A defense has been completely dismantled. And now they're about to find out where Starzo is hiding as well. The player that you called that had a lot of money on him. Bags better get ready to defend this one. Flashed up, but he dodges it down.
Nice.
Dodge against Darby. How about a flawless for this round?
That is massive for NongShim, honestly. I was saying both Prox as well as Starso have got some decent cash to work with, but the rest of Gentlemates were pretty poor. And I think that's at least going to be somewhat of a reset earned by NongShim there. They safeguard their own economy with 4 guns up, or 5 guns up rather. That was a flawless. It's a big boon into this half. Now 3 apiece here, and as mentioned before, Gentlemates out of cash, but with enough money to be able to put together some hero rifles here, and one of them in the hands of Martin, who has the run it back ready to go. Mini's got the overdrive. This is a dangerous round still for NongShim.
Mini want to speed this one up. Be the first time Gentlemates have pushed up that quickly in quite some time. But speaking of pushing up quickly, B is under control. Darby's all the way in link. First up is going to be Prox, easy kill. No issues there. Relay Bolt's going to cause some issues for the rest of the defenders still stuck inside that corner. And the rest of NongShim seem to want to challenge this one right behind the blaze wall. 1 HP for Francis. How is he alive right now as the overdrive gets ripped by Mini? Going to the hunting now for the very low HP Francis. Should be dead through the window. Dice the stars would have probably created to his death anyway. Meanwhile, the plan has actually come on through. Extros keeping him busy on the right side of the map. Now suddenly they run it back to come on in. Doesn't even have a chance to really get a kill here. And Extros and Ivy now just trying to clean everybody up. Not quite a flawless, but NongShim still walk away 4 alive.
Yeah, they're really starting to string these rounds together more confidently now. This This is their map pick, and the attacking side is starting to look better and better. It's been some good rounds in there for Gentlemates. Much more back and forth game than what we got in the opening one.
When I say I want a close game, this is what I'm talking about. Not quite 2-10 both halves into an OT, although that was quite fun, Pilski, but this is the back and forth that shows the quality of the two teams. Starzo on 10, Darby on 9 here. Starzo, of course, a player I've been really looking out for since that Shilai game where he really stood up. As Gentlemates now stand forward and strong, walking down grass.
Camera and the drone confirming that there's a couple of players in the middle of the map for Gentlemates. It will forfeit that space for the time being. I mean, he's got the operator out here and he's posted up on the garage line. It's really not somewhere that NongShim have been heading over to too much, but they might consider it in the mid-round this time around. They've been starting A, or at least pressuring A to start out a lot of these rounds, but with the curveball over towards grass, we'll see where they end up going in the mid-round.
Yeah, they have to sort of re-clear this area because they're not too sure where Martin and co have gone. Of course, they're trying to clear out any potential trips on B as well, but the Cypher setup's gone over towards A, which is exactly where NongShim start to walk.
Yeah, Starso has a dart here. Martin's on a really, really nice rotation timing. This could be a great hold for Gentlemates.
Camera ready. You'll see it. Multiple players spotted there. Wall comes through. Darby under pressure from Bipper, but he's good for now. Cage has been popped. Bipper making sure that short is still going to be clean here for the time being. Starzo still sees plenty of players here, but time starts to run on out. Bipper now goes hunting, and he's actually found Darby through the wall. Just the sliver of his head picking out.
We got a massive misread though here. Gentlemates are convinced that this is not an A commitment for NongShim with 14 seconds on the clock. Ivy has walked through the middle of the map. The plant's going down. They know where Bippo is inside of short. Mini's found Ivy, so the flank has been cleared. There's the neural theft going down for Mates.
Frances, he's been neural thefted out, and so is Extros. And Extros now needs to find some shots, but Mini will just slide on in, complete the triple. Bippo rather holding on so strong on this angle of A.
It's actually unbelievable. You can tell that Gentlemates are really not used to the kind of pacing of NongShim, although in the past I have seen NongShim just leave one player A, send them into the site. Even with the Sova drone, they tried to do something like that earlier, and then pivot in the late round. NongShim really trying to use sound against Gentlemates. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about though. He only saw Darby. So as Gentlemates, they were reading this one with NongShim cutting sounders. They're going to pivot back towards B, and they were looking to try to flood in through the links, as you do when you play Neon Phoenix. Bippo getting that kill makes all the difference because he keeps his whole Cypher setup up rather than peeking into 4 players and dying.
Yep.
And really gives Gentlemates a lifeline into a round where they honestly had a bit of a misread.
Well, Mini now brings the operator out, and so does Darby on the opposite end. Back over towards A. I mean, at this point, NongShim have gone A so many times. The Gentlemates putting the op on the line makes a lot of sense. That op will now reveal itself.
G2 जीत गया guys. G2 0-2.
Drone into the middle of the map. It's tentative stuff for NongShim. They've got the cam over on grass side as well. Ivy, a much better game for him, at least to start off.
TH में थोड़ी गलती
Pick up his performance in Lotus, and he's kept the good times going into Haven here.
NS में कोई गलती नहीं.
One of his kind of signature agents.
NS ही जीतेगी.
This is a very different looking round for NongShim. Yes, they pressure A in the early round, but they're much more active in other parts of the map this time.
Oh, yep. Spotted IB. Thought he could get away from that scenario.
Can't use your smoke there. 35 seconds on the next one. You really just won't have any smokes to offer your team at the end of the round. So RB chooses to hold it. Martin seems like he's aware that somebody's kind of hanging around in the middle of the map. Prox looking for information from the shadows.
They hear the shot coming through from mid as well, so the rotation needs to start coming on in. Mini already walking in that direction, but a quick pivot from NongShim to start moving potentially over towards Garage. And like you sort of called it, the spike wasn't committed just yet. Extros coming on in. That's a good flash. Prox in trouble here and dies, actually.
Other side of the map, though, Starzo, he could be the hero here for the Gentlemates. NongShim are trying to scramble onto the site, and they need to clear him out. Scanned up and dealt with by Francis. And after all of that messy exchange, somehow NongShim have ended up in a 4-on-1, and Mini is probably just going to have to save the op.
Consider there was a fake onto C, and there's 3 dead players from Gentlemates.
It was a fake on a fake on a fake on a fake. They took A lobby, they pumped B, they went garage, fake C, and then went back to A. Like, how
Is
can
anything
you read
real
that?
in this life? Is anything real right now? I'm not too sure anymore.
I'm starting to get trust issues. I'm sure
I need
Gentlemates are
to
as
get
well.
one of those spinning tops so I know which reality is the real one. The Mini will keep the op, as you say. NongShim again, keeping 4 alive. Their economy is looking good for the fact that they have multiple players alive at the end of these rounds multiple times. But the success found on C off of, I mean, you just have X-Ross ripping the ult in there. Beautiful flash on a prox and just gets that kill. Using the ultimate to perfection, drawing attention away. Eventually we end up in a 4 versus 1.
X-Ross making a lot of noise here by himself. That's a nice little flick. Prox playing up inside of the one-way. I mean, I was expecting...
It's Ivy that got 2. Ivy just stands C long and gets 2.
Yeah. He was standing C long for the entire round. Patience comes... I mean, sorry, good things come to those who wait.
That's what you do as a Sentinel. You got to be the most patient player in the entire game. Attack or defense, it seems like.
Money's not good for Gentlemates. This could be a reset round here for NongShim, and Gentlemates don't have much to work with in the first place. Sova spotted out on this A side of the map. Martin, he spent most of this game just trying to run to the right side of the map, running back and forth through spawn. Look at this push from Mini, though. That's allowing Gentlemates to stack the A site.
Yeah, good information being found here. Drone doesn't really see that much at the end of the day, and while we'll go through now as Darby just slides on in. Easy kill so far, doubles up. Ivy's got 1 onto Mini. How about he just hold the operator for a moment here? Vipper hold that L. 6 rounds for NongShim now. Beautiful stuff as Mini just can't get it done on his flank either.
This is just quintessential NongShim. They don't care if you 4-stacked the site. They don't care if you got info on the whole map. They're just going to go into the site and roll you. It was a really nicely timed push for Mini. They had all the info they needed. They had all the players in the positions that you'd want them, and NongShim still completely wiped the floor with Gentlemates there.
This push was great. Darby getting the 2 nice and early. The fact that, you know, we'll drop the operator off to Ivy, who delivers onto Mini. That was actually op versus op, if I remember correctly as well, which does mean that defensively now, Mini's going to have to go without, unless he wants just to buy another one, to look at where the money situation is going to be after this timeout, and good time to take it. There's only a couple rounds left.
Yeah, and one of them's got to be a half buy. Gentlemates are completely out of cash. That was a big reset round for a NongShim who, honestly, it feels like they are winning this game harder than the scoreline actually indicates. They've been having some great rounds in the last few. But if Gentlemates can hang on in here and even just get 1 or 2 more rounds in what's left at the half, then, you know, can still get this game of Haven done in the next.
Gentlemates got that string of rounds between 3 and 5 that made things quite a bit more competitive. But in the last 5, it's been 4 from NongShim and only 1 from Gentlemates, which is why it feels like it's a little bit more NongShim favored. And you called the fact that the money situation is now officially broken for the side of Mates.
Come out onto grass here for Ivy. Trying to feel this one out. Pretty hands-off approach for a NongShim. Only really Ivy going forward anywhere at all. Dart into sewers, trying to see if anyone's playing on over there.
Note that Hunter's Fury is up for Starzo. Like very far back though is going to be Starzo. A full retake scenario. Players pushed up in garage. Bippo ready on B as well.
Just moving into a 1-4 makes a lot of sense. Mini with a Marshall on the line, an Outlaw on the other side of things. Not an exchange that necessarily goes better for each one of these teams.
Drop to 10 HP, but does call over a little bit of help from Martin. Back over towards mid, though. Ivy still walking up. And on 10 HP,
I'm bit over there.
as well over on C, which is where the spike still is and where we're going to end this one.
Oh, 30 seconds on the clock. Shot in garage. Martin's on his way out of the site. Mini's gone down early. That might be what NongShim were looking for.
Flash in, gets a good flash on, but Martin only gets a singular kill. It's everybody else in NongShim that will deliver for now as Starzo tries to get this Hunter's Fury in for a bit of support, but now he's the one that needs help. Has a bandit in hand and a bunch of shocks, and a bandit might just be enough. Finds an upgrade. It's just workable now. 1 versus 2. RB is unspotted. But another 1v1 opportunity. If Starzo can win this one, it starts to feel better, but oh, RB doesn't get the shot. RB, you missed a free one, perhaps.
He's gonna run away. Francis is playing the timer over on C-Long. He has some shocks to work with, and RB's just gonna give Starzo the run around here. He's just playing games with Starso at this point. He knows the round's done. Francis on the jiggle. Just needs to deny a half. It's a nice shot from Starso. I don't know if he has time for this one, though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable from Starso. 1-5.
Unbelievable. RB had the opportunity in Garage to close the round out.
What is he doing on backside as well?
Doesn't find the shots. I mean, Extros and the rest of the team gave NongShim such a good setup. And I know they're playing for time there, but 0.15. All you need to do is stay alive for a tiny bit longer.
You can see it there on the faces of Gentlemates. They didn't think he had it either, quite honestly. Starzo's definitely been the standout so far, and that round is one you had no business winning, but you'll take it.
There we go. One of the trips is gone. The other one still stands, but not doing a lot for Gentlemates at the moment as they all heavily stacked over towards A. Bippo's delivering the bad news to them right now. Free sight, how about that?
Yeah, they're mobilizing here. Gentlemates all in on the flank to join up with Bippo inside of Garage. This is where NongShim really need to take spawn side and try to flip the map if they can.
Okay, well, on towards spawn. That's going to be a broken trip into an ultimate use, into Mini now, trying to overdrive his way onto site, going through from Garage, spammed out, is going to be that player now. They're revealing everybody else. Time to move. You've got Bippo and the rest of Gentlemates. Got to walk into this one, but you've been flashed out. Lots of good util. Extros, Ivy, Danby, all getting kills, and that will be the round. That still gives NongShim the advantage coming out of the half.
Yeah, a bit of a slip up in round number 11, but they well and truly make up for it. That's a pretty convincing one to close out the half for NongShim. Looking good here on Haven, but like I said before, even if some of these rounds haven't looked particularly close and have really been favoring NongShim, I mean, a 7-5 half says it all. Still anyone's game here. It's up to Gentlemates to continue to fight for this game. They're already down a map. This is a progression game. Make your life a little bit easier. Go into the playoffs, get yourself a break. Because this group is pretty stacked. Like, you don't want to have to play G2 or XLG again. None of these games are easy.
And it's going to be G2. That's who they're going up against if you do end up losing this one. Sheila Gaming does end up falling on the A stream here. Lotus 13-7 to G2. Breeze 13-9 to G2. G2's hopes for a better international run still alive here at EWC 2026. Still alive for Gentlemates and NongShim as well. It will be a NongShim G2 rematch on EMEA America's showdown in that decider. Speaking of rematches, this game in and of itself still is the Santiago rematch, which NongShim cleaned up 2-0.
Yeah, it might be a 2-0 again, but not in the fashion that you would have been expecting if anybody tuned into that first map.
Imagine if you were the biggest NongShim fan. I would have
turned it off.
Or subscribe karo, like karo or subscribe karo.
Hopefully tomorrow's a brighter day.
I don't know what time it is in Korea, but might have been a good call.
Honestly, yeah. Wait,
as it turns out, it would have been a bad call.
No, 100%. There's someone who would have done that. I guarantee it. All right, waiting for the second half to get kicked off here. Been a pretty bloody good series, honestly.
Let's go, NS.
Good one to finish the B stream here for sure.
NS.
After this, still 4 decided games to go in the following days, all A stream. It's been a pleasure here on the B stream as we'll finish out the second half here. Maybe still deliver us a third map if Gentlemates can bring us a pistol into a little bit more.
Oh man, Prox, he was phenomenal in that opening map, but this is a bit of a fall from grace here. See if we can pick it up on the attacking side. See one long walk out from NongShim as Francis fires a couple warning shots in combination with the dart over on A lobby. Gentlemates not really dissuaded by that. They're going to go ahead and take short control.
Francis, doesn't quite see. Maybe for the best hit. And X-Ross will just backstab Starzo there with the rest of the players. They're just all on opposite sides of the map here. Francis lucky to get out with his life.
That going down nice and easy by Prox, who still has the paranoia to work with. Martin with a couple of pieces of utility as well. Bippo first up to bat on the flank. It's a nice crossfire between him and Martin.
See if Martin can get this done as well. So far unspotted. Has a good opportunity. Yeah, Bippo's even good for a secondary here, but Martin, there it is. Finally onto RB. We're waiting for that kill. 2 alive still for NongShim. One of them is Francis in heaven, but he just doesn't know where to look. He goes to hell. In a handbasket, it's going to be Ivy following him.
Big 3K from Martin, playing very well off of Bippo there. Gentlemates walk into that site without really having to use too much utility. They lost Starzo on the flank, but take that positional advantage, pushing Francis away in towards spawn side, and then utilizing, you know, the paranoia, curveball, crossfire between Bippo and Martin here to get a pistol that they will definitely be needing. I feel like NongShim have got a lot of confidence on this map. I've had a lot of really good rounds here so far, but Gentlemate's keeping things very competitive.
Much more competitive now as we're looking for the 7. NongShim walking down. Starzo already onto Francis. And Bippo again, he will land himself at least the 1. Does drop over... Does he drop over? No, he doesn't. He just had the Sheriff, actually. So
4v3.
Darby will have to work with it. What he's got.
He'll take it.
Still
have the relay bolt, paranoia, a couple of little pieces of intel for NongShim to do something with, but all things considered, they'll be happy if they could even just take one more gun away here from mates, who have gotten into A pretty easily.
रोटेट तो कर दिया ये सुबह कहाँ है सुबह का उसमें शिवर में
All players to get through here. Look how far off Starzo and Prox are playing as well. Just for a bit of an insurance policy, Martin, Hot Hands will be slowing things down. Opportunity here. Darby doesn't land the shot and Martin hunts him down. Martin's still on full HP here as well. Seems like Ivy's been spotted up in heaven, which means his opportunity is going to be quite slim. Looking for exits, going to be on the other side of the map. RB. Nice to Starzo, 1 singular shot, and now Ivy just has to jump in the spike.
Yeah, very happy with that as Gentlemates. Martin goes on the hunt and earns himself the run it back. Starzo with a couple more towards the Hunter's Fury. And you keep 4 guns up. About as good as it gets. Now up for NongShim to get into their first gun round on this defensive side as we even up the scoreline 7 apiece.
Good shooting coming on through. 7 all evened up.
जो भी लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नया है लाइक कर दो यार सब्सक्राइब कर दो लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस लाइक एंड
just on the side of NongShim.
हमारा छोटा भाई बस तुमसे एक चीज मांग रहा है लाइक कर दो लाइव स्ट्रीम और सब्सक्राइब कर दो चैनल को बस
What a lose there for Martin. He was going to find that ultimate, which will now have a good value there, speeding up big time. There's a runner back.
Yeah, NongShim on the other side of things, taking all of that A space and getting quickly in on the flank. Ivy wants nothing to do with this. Really big disengagement all the way towards spawn, which means Mini is in a deep position. What? Francis through the cages. X-Ross has found 2. Where did that come from, Kev?
Prox, there it is. He gets himself a kill on the board now. Ivy onto Mini here as well. Now Prox trying to find a secondary, not going to get it at all. But my God, Francis out of nowhere just drops 2 members of the mates.
I literally just autopiloted and assumed they were running into C. And I think that was all like, that must have been a C fake in the pivot back to B and they get caught by the players coming out A. I've got to see the replay.
Fake replay.
M8 की NS जीत चुकी है पहला मैच और दूसरा मैच
Strong reply there. First gun round now coming through from the Gentlemates.
I mean, it's a great first gun round, anti-bonus rather for NongShim. They've got great money now. Gentlemates, quick exchange over towards A. Both of the Neon straight outside of A long. Only going 1 for 1 so far.
Now it's up to RB. Yeah, he just wants to TP out of that one. Prox will get another kill here. Martin onto X-Ross. And now Ivy and RB, the last 2 players. Minimum. Well, that doesn't look good for RB.
Role reversal in the very next round. Credit the Gentlemates for winning this A fight so cleanly. Get the 1 for 1 early on. And then they were all over NongShim, who heavily set themselves up towards A long. Ivy just trying to hold on to the singular rifle. Definitely get a reinvestment here in this next gun round for NongShim. Very back and forth stuff.
Start feeding over the ult orbs over towards Martin as well. After having just used the runner back, he'll be halfway there. So back and forth we go, 8 and 8 apiece in round 16. Both on Neons just running at each other straight out the gate in A long.
Yeah. Signature agent for Danby. He's having a pretty good time on it. I mean, he's had a bit of a slow game. It's been a bit of a weird game from Gentlemates in terms of individual performance. Like, Starzo's going ballistic so far. Martin's always Martin. Some of the individuals going a little bit quiet for mates. I think even if they can just get a couple of rounds where they have a multi-frag or two, could be enough to push Gentlemates across the line here.
One of those players Proc did step out a little bit in that previous round, got a couple of kills.
OT खेलेंगे पर हारना नहीं है, please guys, please.
So this one looks like it's going to get
please come back
into a bit of a photo finish for our teams to try and bring us into either a map 3 or a NongShim qualification into playoffs. Everyone's on the board now, and Proc same as RB, so can't just laugh at one of the Omens, as both the Omens are just playing their roles at the moment, supporting where they can. One more time, it's going to be Mini and the rest of the squad rolling up into A-Long. This time, no other Neon from the side of NongShim to match that one. The other Neon's going all the way on to B into a clean site.
Yep. Bippo tucking himself back into spawn. Proc's ready to confirm that NongShim are deep on the flank here. Gentlemates have not committed to this B site just yet, though. They're continually tapping it, and they're going to pivot into C.
So he's got a camera in a single trip. The camera's gone. Bippo now opportunity at the Derby. Goodbye, Nero. That the reveal finally. He's got 2 more players to look for over towards spawn. Bippo has to be the first one that NongShim are looking for. 3 players trying to go for the chase, but Bippo's going to be able to hide behind a bunch of his own utility here. Martin onto Ivy, but not before Mini goes down. Xross's ultimate on the floor here as well. 3 versus 4.
Xross finally clearing out Bippo on the flank. He was looking for him for quite a while. There's the curveball. Martin not committing in on the peak. Francis now trying to meet up with RB. There's so many different arms in this push, and that is a nice double peak from Gentlemates. Procs with one on the flank. All down to RB. Caught on the cross by Martin. That round was all over the place, but Gentlemates are able to pick it up for themselves.
Please, bhai, mat karo yaar aisa.
That's a little shaky shots there. Could have had a free kill a little bit earlier on, but Gentlemates setting themselves up for success. Bippo buying a lot of time for the team, just keeping things busy for NongShim. Trying to flush him out. Now timeout to try and figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of these rounds where it's just both teams 1-4ing. It's a full retake on one side of the map for NongShim that Gentlemates are stepping into. NongShim are dominating that A lobby control and then just trying to take the whole map. Credit to Bippo. I think he just wins that round outright with all of the work he did on the flank.
Yep.
Opening kill and the neural theft confirming all of the positions of NongShim, and then he just wastes so much of Xross's time. He baits out his runner back. By the time he's actually cleaned up on the flank, like NongShim has just wasted half the round and half the post plant.
Yeah, really wanting to chase down Bippo, who I believe even got rid of the runner back from Xross as well before eventually dying, but the fact that he just wastes all that time, all the resources being put in. Underrated player on the team, I gotta say.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Bit of an all-over-the-place performance so far for Gentlemates, but Martin and Starso definitely the standouts, and they're getting a little bits of help from the other boys. This is a common scoreboard that you'll see from Gentlemates. That's a big round for them to win, though. You can see 16 and 17 picked up, and NongShim are now broke.
5 sheriffs, 3 armors, only the light variation. 1 away from the ultimate is going to be Francis. RB's just going to reveal his position there, hoping for a stray shot to land on a head through the cage.
Cannot count NongShim out in a sheriff round. They are usually pretty good at winning them. Danby is one off his overdrive as well. That could be very helpful to help them overcome Gentlemates with the gun advantage.
In is going to be Mini, and following through the rest of Gentlemates behind in the fast lane. Trying to find something here. It's going to be Xross. Good couple of shots and the triple kill. Caught it, but the sheriffs are nasty for NongShim, and Bippo now left alone. My God, Xross, that was good.
That is just such a lifeline here, and Bippo gonna have to do something even more impactful than just around previous. Charging through with the cage. Jiggled out by Ivy. That is a bit of an overcook. He's getting wrapped on by RB. I'm not sure he'll be ready for that. Inside of the aforementioned player's dark cover. Bippo is going to patiently wait here. Taps his cam on grass side. Swing out from RB, gets it done. Thrifty win for NongShim. Had no business doing it. And that really kind of turns this game on its head now. It felt like Gentlemates had finally started to get themselves a bit of a foothold.
Seemed like Gentlemates need a little bit more to happen in their favor after the fast lane comes down, because that curveball from Xross, a curveball metaphorically as well as literally in this case, completely denying dismantling. As soon as the fast lane was gone, what was the plan there for Gentlemates?
I mean, it's just vintage NongShim, really. how many, like literally 3 kills and 3 or 4 bullets at the sheriff from X-Ross in like 2 seconds. It's really what they do best.
Well, that round just completely throws a span in the works for Gentlemates.
Yeah, the money's pretty cooked now. They do have some good ults to work with, though. On the other side of things, NongShim pick up a lot of weaponry, and that's going to help out their economy. Operator is out on Danby, and he's got the overdrive to help him in one of these retake scenarios. He's going to try to dodge out the drone, but that's really heads-up stuff from Starso to push him away.
Also 4 ultimates as well. Do mind that we walked into the last round, NongShim not even having a single one, just 1 orb away from Francis, and now the 1 orb away from X-Ross finishing the full 5. Speaking of the ultimates here, one will be ripped on through nice and early for Martin. What can Ivy do here for the rest of the squad? Nothing so far. Hunter's Fury looking for tags here. Opposite Hunter's Fury now going to come on through on the other side of the map. Estazo finds a tag. Not quite a kill though, unfortunately. Onside is Proxo, mind that you. He's still in the mix, barely TPing out, not quite. Danby takes him down.
Gentlemates are pivoting to B. Off angle from Francis. Only goes 1 for 1. Martin has broken through. Danby really trying to chase down Mini here. He knows he's got him pinned in the corner, but the overdrive has elapsed.
There it is. Mini, no opportunity.
Phoenix.
Maybe it would have been better for Mini to try and slide that one away. Okay, the flash does not end up helping Martin enough here as Ivy brings it down to only Starzo in a 1 versus 4. He'll at least drop Danby down. Put the operator on the floor if nothing else.
That's almost up.
One more. Recon. But Extra swings for a big one. And the operator will be recovered.
NongShim able to manage that one well. There's been a couple of weird rounds like that for Gentlemates where, I mean, I saw NongShim do the same thing on their attacking side as well, to be fair. It's pressure from the Phoenix ult and a lot of noise being made to try to draw out a reaction and a rotation. Prox kind of trying to sell the fake by himself on that C side, but NongShim, I mean, like I said, they run similar kind of rounds on their attacking side. They love the chaos, they thrive in it, and they were able to manage that one really well.
Not as coordinated on the fist bump, so we'll work on that one for NongShim. They're at least ahead in this map so far and in the series.
I mean, if they win this one, this map in particular, then they'll have more time to work on it. Straight into the playoffs. Money not so great here for Gentlemates. Martin given a hero rifle.
There's one player you trust, it will be Martin on that. See if he delivers something over. RB walking forward. And he's going to give a gun away. Oh, he took a gamble, that one. 145 damage is a little bit rough. Or in that case, maybe 95 damage. Okay, that's a 1 more gun given over potentially. Does Prox have the opportunity to go for is the question.
I mean, these are just the rounds that really make you question NongShim at the best of times. Anti-Eco just walking out in one at a time in one-and-done positions that they don't necessarily even need to be in. Ivy's got a good position on the flank here, but he will be kept in check by the trip, at least for now.
He knows 1 gun, potentially 2 have been given away at this point. Depending on what Danby can see. Danby's position is about to get smoked on out. That is unfortunate. Just barely sees the drone. He's taking damage through the smoke as well. Relay bolt's the only thing that can work from. Nearly cratered to his death. Dropped to 26 HP. Eventually, Ivy's going to have to strike here as well. Danby, he needs to find a shot, but just can't quite land it. This is going to be a thrifty win.
Oh, it's a nightmare for NongShim of their own creation. RB try push on front B. X-Ross is by himself on long A. And Danby trying to make a hero play into the site when it's only him and Francis there, and Ivy just doesn't break the trip. Like, these are just the kind of rounds that make you put your head in your hands as a NongShim fan, because you've watched them literally in the last round, the last half, even a few rounds before, put together some of the best rounds you've seen, and then they just do something like that.
NongShim give, and they also take away. I mean, they won a thrifty not that long ago. Now they'll give a thrifty away to the other team. Starzo's even going to get that operator as well. Put it back in the hands of Mini.
Look at the money on Gentlemates now. Already had like 1+ K on all of these players coming into this round. Look at all of the weapons they picked up. Starzo with his hands on an operator. They are rubbing their hands together. Map 3 very much on the cards now for Gentlemates. And it's crazy because I'm pretty sure I said the exact same thing only like 3 or 4 rounds ago when NongShim were able to win a thrifty on that A site courtesy of a crazy curveball from X-Ross. Neither one of these teams can be convincing enough to just close out an anti-eco and get the job done.
That one seemed a little bit more egregious, just in the sense that, like you said, they just didn't need to take those risks. Too many players going for one-and-done positions. RB thinking he can just walk down through smoke and get something done there. Loses to Bippo, who again, like I say, severely underrated in performing today. And also the other day in EWC.
Mini droned off the line. Pushed out of A lobby, which has been all cleared out by NongShim, courtesy of Francis's drone. In the meantime, it's starting to make some moves in towards grass. Ivy on an off angle, and RB ready with the paranoia as the drone comes in.
Okay, RB. Let's see it. Trip gets saved there, which is kind of cheeky from Ivy. Like to see it on the defensive side of things. And for all of those trades, calling over some rotations, mates will slow it down now as Ivy pushes up slightly further.
Xros has to run it back. That is the key ultimate here for NongShim, because they are out of cash. If they lose this gun round, Gentlemates will probably just run away with the rest of this game and will be heading on to Ascent. Darby on the off angle towards short. Needs to come up with some success because he's only got Francis to back him. The rotations are not really favorable here for NongShim.
Xros is starting to move on over. You called it, but he's the player that needs to potentially make the difference here as the ultimate is there. No one walking to short for the time being. Late on the lurk is going to be Ivy, or rather, Bippo left behind over towards mid. Time running out. Here we go. Speed things up now. Xros popping ultimate, wanting to get some work done. But it's going to be Danby sliding on in. Mini gone. Goodbye. Big TP from Prox. And we're going to shift over towards B now. Ivy is the guy that is suddenly in position as Bippo just sees him move over towards the gong. RB prepping the paranoia. Doesn't quite land. Gets a couple of cheeky shots in the Martine at least.
NongShim going to tap it inside of the garage. Bippo just trying to waste as much of NongShim's time as possible. He still goes 1-for-1 even though the curveball comes out.
Both of our players coming through from garage now have to dismantle the three. All off sight. It's a miss from Starzo. Doesn't quite land the shot, but he'll recover onto Ivy. Martine on RB. Heroes on Xros. He's got to get it done. He's flashed, but so is the other player. Martine is going to be one that falls. The Phoenix versus Phoenix battle, but still got to defuse here.
It's no time. That is perfection from Gentlemates. And at the end of the round, oh, insult to injury. Starso swinging out with the bandit. 20 plus for him on the Sova. It's another carried performance. The AG.AL of Gentlemates, and that money will break NongShim. That round will break NongShim's money. I think we're going to Ascent here, Kev.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's take a look at where that money absolutely is going to be in the bin. Ivy at least has a singular weapon here. We've seen what NongShim can do with Sheriffs before. They're going to have to do it again.
Danby sliding out onto this grass line will be kept in check by the cam. At least aware that NongShim are hanging around in this part of the map. In the meantime, though, Gentlemates pick up the run it back and they're just going to run straight into C.
Cam's gone. That should tell you everything you need to know here as Martine is going to walk through on his ultimate. Mind you, the spike hasn't been picked up. Still going to be a little bit of a walkthrough from the rest of our NongShim players. Danby fancying himself the capability of getting into spawn. That's a shot, but not quite one that will land in a kill.
Yeah.
Many a lick of a wound, and he'll be joining his team now to see for the plant.
Spike still hasn't gone down yet. A lot of time kind of taken off the clock as NongShim don't feel the need to go clear out Bippo. Instead, they're going to mobilize over towards spawn side and try to break this massive crossfire, but there's a paranoia and a curveball prepped and ready for mates.
Drone doesn't quite see enough there, and there's a paranoia coming on through. Blazewall as well to follow on in. Smoke to cause a little bit more problems. NongShim got to get going at some point. Paranoia to lead the way in. Darby's already deep, and Francis follows through for the secondary kill. Martine, though, it's time to get the cleanup going now for Gentlemates. As Mini and Bippo will get the final two. Mates on mat point, looking for Ascent.
NongShim are going to be kicking themselves. Could have definitely had this game on a silver platter for themselves and just got themselves an easy 2-0, especially after what a generational comeback we saw on Lotus. But credit to Gentlemates for their resilience. Punishing NongShim for their mistakes and then following up with some very nice rounds. They've been very tricky on this attacking side of Haven. Now have a chance to push us through to 3.
Two incredibly tight maps in a row now, whichever way this ends. If you're Gentlemates looking at how map 1 of Lotus went, with the amount of opportunities they had to close it out, you better believe for Gentlemates now, They're looking for the one and done. Hit 12, instant 13, map 3. NongShim though, yeah, you're still looking back to that one Thrifty when they gave away, completely of their own making. And this time around, it's in this round Martine that just had the beautiful curveballs to drop NongShim down.
100%. I mean, we've seen already a couple of games at this tournament. Martine and Starso combining to just demolish the other team. This is another one of them. Great calling to back that up, and Bippo's had some serious impact, but it almost feels like a bit of a 2.5 versus 5 here from Gentlemates to get the job done. RB's having issues of his own, but it's crazy to see. Like, the last time I saw something like this is from T1. Like, there's going to be 2 players, maybe sub 100 ACS to win this game. Nice opener from Prox, follow up from Martine.
Extra still looking for something through that door, though. Will he walk on through? He's going to get taken down. This one might already be over before it starts. NongShim. Heroics now required. Good news is they're going to be walking into some of this Ivy setup on C, but how long is it going to last? They're both caught out by the smoke.
Spike planted.
That goes down. Ivy slips on towards backside, and with Francis going down, there's not much to be done. Mini with the 3K to get it done for Gentlemates, and that's going to be us going through to Ascent. I mean, especially seeing Lotus going the way it did, Kev, I almost feel like this could have been a duo for Gentlemates at this point, and I was feeling like NongShim was by far and away the better looking team in this series, especially the way that the end of Lotus went. Big run on through.
I mean, it definitely looked like the better game coming through from NongShim. At least hit the bottom end of that first half, but things started to really get itself away from NongShim as we move into that second half, and particularly some of the mistakes that we saw, giving away the Thrifty and a good lock-in. Like I said, you hit that 12. Gentlemates don't want to let that round slip through again into the 13.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 2 Havens rather in a row, and this will be their 3rd Haven win in a row. I think they're feeling pretty good on that map, and they're not really too upset to see NongShim pick it into them.
I think it's a really smart idea if you're a Gentlemates fan that your team is trying to wear down NongShim. Take them down, gruel this one out like an old school MMA fight on the ground. Avril, we're going to a game 3. Does it go over 25 rounds?
I think it has the opportunity to, but I think this one will probably stay within the 24, I'm hoping.
As we take a look at some of the highlights from this one and revisit the biggest plays, Gentlemates still surviving. A lot of people in the chat excited. Everybody wants to be in this venue next week watching their team in the playoff bracket. You win, you are in. You lose, you're playing G2. Taking a look at the big ones, the curveballs were on point for Martine. What did you see, though, on the other side? What was going wrong for NongShim?
Throwing the game in unbelievable fashion against pistols. That's the way I would put it, honestly. This game was theirs on a silver platter, courtesy of Gentlemates doing much the same thing, by the way. But look, credit to Gentlemates. This was NongShim's map pick. They know their way around it. But I really liked what I saw from Gentlemates, just kind of hanging in there in the first half, stringing 5 rounds together, and then the second half, their attacking side had a lot of legs to it. They were really, really good at applying pressure, trying to pull rotations. They were always tricky and trying to catch NongShim off guard. I think they really understood what NongShim wanted to do as well. The prep was evident. Bippo was just tucking himself all the way back into spawn and chilling back there, waiting for NongShim a lot of the time.
Yeah, he was wasting a lot of NongShim's time. The frosted tips that Puckett enjoys so much, and Bippo, I think one of the players that really stood out on that particular map.
Your top 2 players, Bippo and Cryo. Anybody else got frosted tips? I can't think of it anymore.
If they had it, they would be in my top 3. Unfortunately for those 2 gentlemen, they're the lone wonders with the frosted tips. And already we're going to see Bippo on a position to make his way into the qualifier. Avril, who's your favorite player to look at?
I thought X-Ross did an incredible good job there. Yeah. He had that beautiful triple kill on a Sheriff Thrifty round that kind of gave NongShim a decent amount of legs in that second half. You know, they did throw away a Thrifty in response, so NongShim they give, they take a little bit, they win a Thrifty, they throw away a Thrifty, so a little bit of 50-50 there, but he had some amazing moments overall.
Yeah. They're just here to provide us entertainment, Puckett, honestly. You know, it would be too easy if they just won cleanly and did the things they were supposed to.
Yeah, why was Mini having such a tough time on the Neon? Was that just running into people holding close to doors, or what was happening there? Because Martine's popping off. He's putting up nearly 30 kills, and the other guy who normally keeps pace with him was on the opposite side.
I mean, I'm no expert on EMEA. I've watched a couple of the Gentlemates games in Santiago and things like that. I've seen many games where one or two players on the side of Gentlemates, of the little I've watched, are carrying the team, and some of the other boys sometimes have a bit of a struggle. I don't think Bippo's scoreline, though, really demonstrates how much impact he had. For Mini, sometimes you're just a role player as the Neon.
Let's save that thought. We're got to go to break. They're going to be shutting down this venue before the match is over. When we come back, it is Game 3. Avril will tell you everything about it here at EWC. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Creatives, let me show you how I'm delivering projects faster than ever. Envato is the all-in-one creative subscription built to speed up my workflow. With unlimited downloads of over 26 million assets across every creative category like stock footage, motion graphics, and sound effects, I have everything I need at my fingertips. And their AI tools? A total game changer for generating AI video, images, and audio. Need unlimited generations or just enough to experiment? Envato has a range of plans just for you. Envato makes it easy to cut hours of effort from my video productions. Subscribe and fast track your workflow today.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
After winning the first event of the year in Chile, we saw NongShim have an explosive start and then slow down. Here they had a terrible start and then got off to a red-hot finish of Game 1. Game 2, starting to stall out again. Pilski, you've been watching this team for a while. You said they are always electric, always have the fans on the edge of their seats. On the other side, Gentlemates, I feel like, are already overperforming compared to what people were expecting of them. Thoughts coming into this final map? Who on paper is the favorite?
I have no idea, honestly. I think this series could go either way. What do you think? Like, Ascent is a bit of a wild card for me, for NongShim at least.
Yeah, I think this is pretty 50-50. I know that's a bit of a throwaway answer, but Gentlemates look so good versus Chile Gaming, and obviously we saw what they were capable of, even on map 1 of Lotus. Probably they should have finished that one out already. I mean, this would have been a 2-0 if they had won that Lotus. So NongShim, to me, I saw that team kind of holding on.
If NongShim wins, of course, they are into your top 8. They'll be playing in the playoffs next week. Loser of this match will go down and play G2 in our decider. We have 2 more days of groups. Those will be kicking off tomorrow and Tuesday. This is our final match, though, on the Bravo stream. So, Avril, if you've missed any of the games, best one so far, and what are you hyped about in our final game?
Yeah, I mean, we've had NRG Vitality, which has been, to me, probably the most fantastic game. But if this one delivers on map 3, this might take over as being the best game so far of EWC. So this has the opportunity to do that.
The play-in games are the best ones. We love to see it, Pilski. Here we go. Our players are about to take the stage. Headsets are going on. Thumbs up as we see Martin getting ready. Who's your player to watch?
I mean, you just said his name. He's definitely one of them. There's so many on both sides of things. I think Xross has been really, really good so far today. Dambi's been great today. Ivy's been up and down. I think, honestly, there's a lot of potential. For Gentlemates, I don't know. Watching their games so far, I feel like Starso and Martin have really been the standouts, and it's really up to the rest of the team to see how much they can kind of help out. But I think NongShim, I've watched a lot of them, and almost everyone has pop-off potential, honestly.
Yeah, Starso for me on Gentlemates has really been fantastic. He's not a player that you would expect. I mean, he's certainly the veteran of the team, so but usually for a player on that position, he's not going to be the central fragger. He's not going to be the one dominating the kill feed, and yet he comes out above, helps out Martin, stands alongside Martin in the kill department, which is so impressive for a player in his position.
Yeah. That's what he's doing in the winners bracket when they took that opening round as well. Of course, the competition a little bit easier than it is right here in front of you now. We'll find out, can they complete the mission? Our third map is going to be Ascent. So do we switch up our rosters? Do you bring in a new agent composition coming into this? And who is the individual best agent on this map right now?
I think mini swaps to the Jet, but everything else to me looks the same. I expect the NongShim will repeat the same comp that we just saw. No changes there whatsoever. I think it'll be good for them good enough for them to be able to pilot into the next map.
Is Chamber worth bringing out? We saw that kind of played with on days 1 and 2. I didn't see him at all yesterday.
I refuse to cast this game if Ivy locks in Chamber. I refuse.
No.
Honestly.
Has it gone bad in the past?
It's gone really bad.
Really poorly?
Pretty poorly, honestly. Just let him play the sniper. He's honestly, like, Chamber is a fragging agent. But Ivy always frags harder if he's playing like Viper or Cypher. You know, it just doesn't fit for him. So I don't want to see him be playing the Chamber. That's for sure.
There's a look at our stage, the final battle here on Bravo. Thank you all for tuning in to EWC 2026. If you're wondering what's different this year, well, it was all best of 3s. No best of 1s in the group stages, which meant we needed an extra week. We also added $750,000 to the prize pool. So just getting here, you're guaranteed $55K for finishing top 12. If you win this, you are guaranteed $90,000 and a chance at that $600,000 first place prize and the 1,000 club championship points, which I think both of these clubs would really like to walk away with. Specifically Gentlemates, though. You're looking across the board. They are here on home territory. They have all the French fans ready to storm this arena. If they can get into a playoff bracket, I'm telling you, that 6-man could give them that extra push they need to get into the quarters.
I totally agree. I think that these two teams have one thing in common, a decent start to the year, a great start to the year for NongShim, and then a little bit of a dip in performance. This is where they want to change that narrative. They can just cleanly get into the playoffs here of EWC and cruise through the rest of the year with some good results behind them. I think they'll be feeling very confident for both of these teams. As you already mentioned, for Mates, 100% they want that home turf advantage. For NongShim, though, they're the last Pacific team. They have got to perform here or our region is buns, and I can't argue with that.
Well, Pacific so far have had the only eliminations. All 3, well, up until Shilai also lost, but up until that point, it was all 3 Pacific Games teams that have gone out. NongShim's the last one. If they don't make it through, there will be 0 Pacific teams. NongShim would have to go down, lower bracket, face G2 in a rematch. sure G2 is raring to go for that one. They would love to play NongShim again.
I agree, honestly. G2 are a team that often has some pretty good prep, and I don't actually expect NongShim to necessarily change too much stylistically game to game to game. They like to kind of just go for a similar approach and maybe change up some of the timings, try to be a little bit tricky in that regard a lot of the time when they play the same team for the second time. But especially for G2, it looks like they've gotten themselves honestly a pretty clean 2-0 win, and now they're going to be kicking up their feet and just watching whoever loses this game and prepping heavily for that match.
So speaking of prep, what is the coaching situation like here at EWC? Because I see the coaches come out, interact with the players after games, then they go backstage immediately. Is the AG.AL in charge from that moment on, or when is the last moment you can have contact with your coach before you kick off?
The coaches take timeouts and then they can speak to the team. In other esports, you know, your counter-strikes and things like that, you get a lot of chair slaps. Not here in Valorant. No chair slapping. You're thrown in a box somewhere else, and you know, you chat to the boys from the other room when you take a timeout.
I usually quite like to have, hopefully at some stage, maybe a camera in the coach box as well so we can get some reactions. Sadly, Paper X already knocked out, so the best coach to get reactions out of is gone.
Maybe we can get him on the desk, though.
Maybe.
You know, he's available.
He speaks a little bit of French.
It could be fun.
Yeah.
We?
Who are we talking about?
Alex.
He speaks French?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is French.
Real?
Yeah, partially. Okay. It's the only negative thing about him.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
True. Based? No.
It's just banter, guys.
We're just waiting on this match to kick off. I'm not exactly sure what we're waiting on from our players, but you can see the intensity on Starzo's face. This man is locked in. Martin has been trying to backpack the squad in-game, and you saw his duelist duo finished in single digits. Needs to up the fragging and set that pace he saw earlier in map number 1. Remember, it was a 12-2 start before NongShim really showed up in this match. Since then, it has been back and forth with a 10-round straight run from NongShim on that opening game.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not as concerned about Mini. I just think he's playing his role. I mean, obviously, that's not the scoreline you want for a duelist, but as an entry, you're on the Neon, you're going to be sliding in first, you're probably going to be copping a lot of deaths in there. The good news is that your Phoenix player is picking up the slack and still delivering.
Yeah, 100%. The follow-up from Martin is phenomenal, and I think that that's how this Gentlemates roster seems to be constructed, as is the case for many teams in this meta. You have a space-creating duelist who's a bit more sacrificial, and you have someone on the follow-up who you can rely on to get the trades and have some multi-frags and some impact, and I think that that's exactly what Gentlemates is looking for, really.
Who has the most experience on the stage right now?
Starzo?
Starzo, yeah, I'd say so.
RB as well has been around since the start, no?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you got the AG.ALs on both sides of things that have really been around for quite a long time now. Arguably, you know, the majority that Valorant has been a competitive esports. Both of these guys have been getting in the mix.
Vision Strikers, June 2020. Hard to beat that one, I think.
2020.
What are we looking at for Starzo? He's pretty far back.
September 2020.
Yep, there you go.
So there you go. June 2020 beats it out.
Back at the beginning, and now, well, they're running some of those beta agents. We've got Sova, Jet, Omen, Phoenix, and Cypher locked in once again for Ascent. On the other side, the Neon is out for Danby. So what do we think about the differences here? What is the safer comp, and what do you need to see from Danby?
For Danby, I mean, this is just his signature agent. He always plays the Neon. He is known for it. He's the reason why it got nerfed, quite honestly, because he was just doing such unreasonable stuff as a bit of an agent specialist. Since then, we've seen him diversify and then come back to what was working for him for such a long time. On the side of Mini, I mean, playing something like a Jet is classic on this map. I don't know necessarily that it's stronger or weaker than current iteration of Neon. They're just different, quite honestly.
I think this is going to be potentially an important map for an op as well, so Mini going over to the Jet will probably help out Gentlemates a little bit in that department. Ascent is, to me, just that type of map. I mean, you'll know better than I will Pilski for NongShim, but maybe they're not as reliant on the op.
First final cast here at EWC 2026. I wish we could keep them forever. It's Pilski and Avril. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Puckett. The last map and our final series here for the B stream before we end it all and go into the last 2 days of decider matches on the A stream to see who will be the final 4 teams joining the 4 that qualify at the end of today. And this is the end. One of these 2 teams, NongShim or Gentlemates, the rivalry and the rematch from Santiago to decide it all.
That's a very high cam for Ivy. Already spotting out Mini on catwalk side there. Jiggle out from Starso. Mini very much on his own, going for the catwalk peak. Tailwind active, instantly punished from Francis. Excellent crosshair placement, and now a lot of pressure on Prox as he dodges out the relay bolt. Ivy's found Martin in the meantime.
He's just had to run so far, but Danby finds him eventually. Only 2 plays left to play through now. Bippo and Starzo are 2 of the players that have been solid so far, and that's why Bippo will find his mark. No issues there. Does take a bit of damage in response, but a double up is more than you would expect. And now Starzo has to win a 1 versus 3.
Reloading the bandit.
Chalo,
It's
aajo
a dart
guys.
to work with, but NongShim not looking to throw this 3-on-1 pistol. They want to kick off the attacking side of Ascent in the best fashion possible. Spike planted over on Jenny. This start could definitely help to kind of narrow down through process of elimination where some of these NongShim players may be playing, but so much time ticking off the spike at this point. Nice headshot onto X-Frost, clears out all of hell. There you get the dart in towards A main, but the half is denied by RB. I mean, it's a little bit too easy in that 3-on-1 for NongShim, and a great start here to Ascent.
NS, come on, yeah, come on, NS, come on.
Those kills. You certainly take it. Bippo on the 2, Starzo on the 1, leaving the 2 alive for NongShim, and they'll win a pistol. Just a reminder, it was 50-50 on Haven, didn't quite win one onto Lotus. We haven't seen an Ascent for a minute for the side of NongShim as well, but obviously no changes required here. Just keep playing the same agents, Danby on the Neon.
Group up towards B main for both of these teams. It's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath as the Paranoia is at the ready for the defense. That should hit everybody. Prox has done well there. You get the relay bolt, though, to zone back on through. But hold on, the Class is getting a little bit of damage here. It's getting scrappy. RB's cleaned up too. Starso with the shock dart takes out Ivy, and we move into a 2-on-2 now.
You have to commit to this one as well if you're NongShim. Otherwise, you're just throwing weapons away for potential upgrades. They might not be insane upgrades, but there's something. The damage is good. Bippo, man, that's a good shot to be found. And now RB, he's in a sore spot. This wasn't supposed to go this way. NongShim thought they were going to get an easy one.
100%. It's going to be a little bit traumatic if they concede this round because they basically threw the last map away because they could not navigate the anti-eco. I think we're starting to see a worrying pattern of behavior here for NongShim. It's a nice open plant for RB. He's always good in the clutch. So given the benefit of the doubt, as Gentlemates manage to scavenge a few weapons and rotate through spawn side.
They do pick up the scrap stat.
RB
still has the superior gun, and he's got the reposition here that Gentlemates are not going to be potentially ready for.
It's a good dark cover. He's trying to bait them into thinking he's playing on site, and he knows that it'll elapse by the time they tap the spike.
Still 2 players to work against, though. They don't have a lot of HP. Just 100 on Bippo, no armor, 65 on Starzo. Good enough for this Phantom to really rip on through. Double TPs in, trying to cause some issues here. Bippo has to come off of the spike, but his shot is just got 2 rounds in a row. 3 maps in a row. Bippo, solid.
Clutch from RB, though, is perfection. Very big brain stuff from the veteran of NongShim RedForce. That dark cover was just beautiful. Honestly, baited them into a false sense of security. Threw a follow-up one towards A main. And look, that's a very impressive clutch, but let's be honest. That is far too expensive for NongShim RedForce, and at the end of the round, that'll be a Phantom. I'll hand it over to Bippo. That is not how they wanted this game of Ascent to start. I'd imagine they're taking an eco here in round 3, but quite the opposite. There's some level of investment. At least a hero rifle on RB. The rest of the boys are saving.
Like नहीं कर रहे तुम लोग.
Going to clear some of this trip.
First
one's going to go wide because it's on the floor now. That's going to slow down Danby a little bit. Starzo trying to hold them off for the time being. Danby's in anyway. Good stun. Readabel hits 2, but Bippo still finds his shot regardless. That's a Phantom he recovered from a little bit earlier on. Martin onto Ivy, and the rest of X-Ross/NongShim trying to get anything, but none of them will get a singular kill.
Yeah, perfect bunker smoke thrown out there by Prox. Coming in on the rotation, that's exactly what you want to be seeing from your Omen. Keeps them safe in the backside of the boat shed, even though there's a big connection on the relay bolt, as we see here in the replay. Bippo gets scanned. Danby, he needs to get that entry. And the fact that he doesn't, and as well as the fact that the rest of NongShim all commit to lane side, is exactly what lets Gentlemates turtle on backside and flood into the site super easily. There was just no contest, really.
Pushed up now. Mini.
Take flight.
Just play behind that smoke, looking for a potential timing, dash prepped and ready, hoping someone's going to walk in. Backed up is going to be Martin as well. Might just be a flash and dash backwards, actually.
Looking for a pick on catwalk. NongShim with a drone to pressure the middle of the map. They're waiting for a reaction here for Gentlemates, but I think that seeing the cloudburst and the curveball on catwalk can make it pretty obvious to NongShim where the strong side was for Gentlemates. They'll reset this one. In the meantime, they're taking all of A main. Jiggle out from RB here as the paranoia on the curveball comes in. That will be the clear for Gentlemates, but I'm not sure they know that RB saw that.
RB's going to choose to smoke all the way into mid as well, so wait for the potential of the two omens to look at each other. Looking like a fake as it's going to be a pivot from mid to A now on response, so look at Mini.
There's no more curveballs here for Martin, so that's going to make it harder to hold this catwalk pivot.
Okay, Martin doesn't need the curveball, just finds a shot indeed instead. Blaze coming on in, he's the one that actually gets flashed, but it doesn't matter. Mini and Martin will be able to get themselves 3. Dropping NongShim to 2 players as RB finds himself in spawn, doesn't quite land the kill. Francis going for the plant now, RB still exploring, gets himself an upgrade against Bippo. And now the opportunity again, the opportunity to clutch one more time. Paranoia in. Still a player above! And Stars are through the smoke onto RB, prevents the clutch.
Yeah, really nice stuff for Gentlemates. Feels like they are in control of this game right now for NongShim. Felt like that was a decent chance. They actually could have pulled off that cat split. They drone the middle of the map. They throw out the fast lane in towards the boat shed to pressure out onto B and draw out a little bit of a rotation and reaction. But you can see the Gentlemates, courtesy of a great rotation time from Mini, were in all the positions they needed to hold that. Even without the curveballs on Martin, they had no problems there at all, and they will break NongShim's money here.
RP, it's on the Marshall here. That's the only thing they can afford, realistically. Mini is just sending through those outlaw shots. Bit of a warning as NongShim working their way up into Pizza, now through Market, and Ivy into the main as well.
Drone up the top from Starso. There is a lot of trips on this site. This is not where you want to be heading as NongShim, especially because you got Martin barking down on the flank with his runner back active. Does pick up Francis. Hold on. RB's putting together a couple of Marshall shots on in here, but that's not enough to get it done. One of those was on the runner back, and consequently 4 alive for Gentlemates. It's a very easy anti-eco. I'm starting to get concerned for NongShim. The money on defense is looking very, very good indeed.
It's going to cause for concern for a lot of rounds now to be required from NongShim to start to break that economy. Their own economy. This is the round where they got the guns together. Need to find something special here. I think RB did as best as he could, but weren't expecting too much from that round in all honesty. The game hasn't quite gotten away from them, so NongShim still in play for now. Run it back for Xros this time, hoping for some magic.
Mini walking down middle, looking to get potentially on this tiles line. He's helped out by the rest of the team who have got him back nicely. Very clear what the intention is here for Gentlemates. You cannot afford to make a mistake here as Francis, and courtesy of Ivy's camera, he won't.
Important camera that spots out the operator, and now are they going to re-clear with something here? Do they believe that Mini's already dropped off the angle? Oh, it's a good drone.
Yeah. Just nullifying any potential risk with good utility. And in the meantime, over on the A side of the map, looking to make some inroads straight through the fast lane. Double kill for Starso. That is unbelievable.
The veteran AG.AL steps up one more time. Drone to spot the last couple of players. Xros has been flashed, and RB stuck in a hard place to work with at the moment. Xros, hello! A collat on the Starso and Martin. Drop someone out of nowhere. What else can we get here? 2 versus 3. Bitpo's uses ultimate as well now. They know where the enemy are. And again, NongShim need this round. Their money is not in a great spot. Finally coming through with the plan, and Bitpo looking for RB. Finds him. Caging up 2 versus 2. Xros low HP. He's off the site itself. Ivy has to be the one that also delivers now.
Trip spotted out by Bippo. Knows that Ivy is probably in this neck of the woods, but that is very, very nice from NongShim Sentinel. Mini knows he's got him pinned into the corner over on Hell's side somewhere. Spy cam dart needs to be pulled out by Mini to try to work his way through the rest of this 1-on-2, but the camera, the trick, nice shot converted. Xros very low on HP. This is very doable for Mini to keep mates on a good roll, and he's sticking it to completion. No peek from Xros. In fact, he does right at the end of things. I honestly thought that spike got diffused to completion. I saw the white bar fill all the way up, but right at the last second, X-Ross coming through and getting it done for NongShim. Unbelievable.
Timed to perfection, but maybe almost overcooked it. Speaking of cooking things good here, Starzo just started out so strong, but the response from X-Ross was just disgusting. That double onto those two players is absolutely criminal. Gentlemates were not ready for that one, and yeah, you're not wrong on the defuse there. Pause the frame, because that one was basically on completion.
I 100% thought it was done. I'm not gonna lie. Danby with a lot of pressure out A here.
Okay, walking through, but not gonna happen. Big scan as well. Hunter's Fury trying for a little bit more damage. Seems like we just know where everyone is. Starzo certainly knows where a couple of players are. There's Ivy, Francis, and X-Ross slowly making their way on towards the site. Hunter's Fury again, slowing things down. Starzo will not allow the plant to come on through, but they lose Mini for it. Oh, and an opportunity missed there through the cage as well.
They know that NongShim are pivoting over towards this B side. The trip is in the way, and it is triggered. Gentlemates looking to try to catch them on the cross, and that's exactly what they do. 4 for Starzo, and Martin to back him up there. It's the same duo again and again for Gentlemates to continue dominating this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, they just read it correctly. Obviously, you see the player's head running across the cage. You know where their pivot's going to land. And you have NongShim trying to cross into market. It's almost like they knew that they were going to get cut off there as well. Rifles pointed over. Obviously, they walked into the trip, but just unready, unprepared to deal with these two players completely posted up.
जीतेगी भाई, जीतेगी NSC जीतेगी, टेंशन
Yeah,
मत
the
लो.
defense has been phenomenal. We saw it over on Lotus, maybe less so in the second half. Three of the maps has been pretty impressive. I mean, NongShim just continue to keep putting pedal to the metal. Overdrive active for Danby.
Danby walking in. Last time he got shut down straight away, breaking the glass though, giving his position away. Many too happy to clean that one up, but they don't know about the second player. Not prepared for X-Ross, who comes in. Guardian swinging. Martin still on site, spotted. Gets the 1-for-1 here as Bippo cleans up into heaven. 2 versus 2. Ivy, no gun. Francis still on to Guardian. Cage is good so far, but Bippo needs a better opportunity. It's 2 players below them. Drone spots 1. Shock dart might just be good for it. Flushes Ivy out, and now Francis revealing his own spot. Has to run away with the spike.
Trying to bait them into a peek here. And he's been able to do that onto Starzo. Very doable now for Francis, but he's pivoting straight over to B, where all of Bippo's setup is. Francis trying to bait Bippo into a false sense of security, much the same as he did to his teammate, but the camera there for Bippo to tap. I don't think that he's going to be biting on this one.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Francis is going to end here on A. But does Bippo have the read? He's got a setup on B, and it hasn't been triggered yet. He's thinking it's got to still be here.
No.
What is Francis doing, though? Very curious. He's maybe just looking for the kill, but eventually he's got to drop and plant.
He has a dart to work with as well. That could definitely help him out, but Bippo's looking to cancel the plant.
Here he comes, Bippo. Is he going to swing for this one? Eventually we'll get it.
नहीं यार.
Another round going the way of the Gentlemates. Francis trying to play that one
जो भी लास्ट में यार लाइक करो, लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो.
In that last map, and to kick this one off as well, already well into the double digits early on here. It's exactly what you want to be seeing. Defensive side of Ascent, your Cypher is just on top of every little movement that the other team are trying to put together.
Vote कर दो guys, vote कर दो. NS जीतेगी हमें.
Early on, Danby goes down right off the rip. He's really been trying to run hard entry duties for NongShim on this attacking side, but to his own detriment, he's 1 and 8.
On the other side, Bippo's 12 and 3. I mean, the role swap with Bippo and Mini has just been working so well for Gentlemates. About to find out if it's going to work well enough for them to get their win at EWC to send them through to the top 8 in front of the home crowd in Paris. As Many preps the dash, about to lose that one, about to eat a potential curveball, but not before he gets Danby first, and Francis falls at the same time. This is a rough round now for NongShim. They're losing members and they're stuck in mid.
Yeah. Trying to molly one of the players out of the corner and start to even up the numbers, but Gentlemates are making NongShim's life very difficult. TPL over behind the box for RB. Ivy's lost some help over towards B. Off angle on Catwalk that X-Ross is about to walk into. Probably should be another one for Gentlemates, and there is. Immediate paranoia to follow up. Curveball. This is just a nightmare making their way through middle. No business having any kills in this round as NongShim And how many rounds in a row has this been for Gentlemates, whether it be complete shutdowns like this or coming up big in the clutch?
Don't even know if Ivy can save. The amount of time left to play through, mates can go for the chase here. They've got more money.
ऐसे तो मत करो, लाइक तो कर सकते हो यार स्ट्रीम को.
Don't really want to give Ivy the sky left over, but there's just nothing left to do in this round. A complete annihilation.
लाइक तो करो स्ट्रीम को
The
यार.
Gentlemates dismantling any semblance of attack on round number 9. Spike instantly dropped, barely recovered. And now Prox and Martin trying to sniff out Ivy.
Just want to take everything away from them. Swing out from Starso, and not even a single gun lost for Gentlemates. Safeguarding their shaky-looking economy as they continue to move ahead on this defensive side of Ascent. For NongShim, with no money to work with and a run it back. They got to try to once again cause another one of these vintage upsets with the pistols.
सब्सक्राइब भी करना है तो अपनी इच्छा है आपकी. मैं तो बस बोल रहा हूँ.
Quite honestly, the best they can hope for is 4 rounds, 5 rounds here in this half. There's no way they're winning it.
Is it too much to say that they've come back from worse?
Not bad.
2 maps ago.
Feels like a lot longer than like 2 hours ago, but yeah.
We had less faith in NongShim than we do now. But this one is looking a little dirty. That last round, again, nothing happening for NongShim at all. They just looked completely lost. As Gentlemates walk around them, walk through them.
They got a really good feeling for NongShim's facing so far in this series. They're a team that, on many of these maps, really likes to send it, especially when they're running Neon Phoenix comps. And so far, Gentlemates have been able to deal with that on the defense pretty well, even versus the Neon comp on Lotus. I think Cypher has been super, super key for them. Big shout out to Starso. Both Bippo and Starso have been phenomenal. Everyone really pulling their weight on the side of Gentlemates. This is not just a one-man team.
The one man I'm looking at is Darby. He's got the one okay gun here in the Stinger, but the lowest score line. I think to start to see him, best Neon in the world, many have said, to step up to the plate now and deliver the performance a player with that title would be expected to deliver.
Drone into B. Only RB spotted out in A main, and Prox will hear his TP as he commits on into the site. NongShim really trying to contest both mains at the same time simultaneously, but I don't think Gentlemates really care, to be honest. They know they've got the better weaponry. They can just play a really safe setup here, kick back, and wait for NongShim to make the first move.
And Martin especially, ultimate in hand, ready to do anything. Fast lane in, time to go. Darby working his way through, beautiful paranoia combo. I believe that was actually both the runner backs in play here. Long rotations coming through from some of the Gentlemates over towards Tree. An unfortunate timing on that. X-Ross now up to the plate, but he can't deal with Martin. It's a problem. Mini is going to pop the Blaze Storm after dealing with Darby. Again, there's just no weapons here for NongShim. They get the plant, but it feels like an opportunity to win the round. They're still just a little away from them, particularly because they've lost their star duelist players, and now they lose everybody else as well.
Yeah, really nice retake there for Gentlemates. There was a moment in time there where I thought X-Ross was about to, right at the end of the run it back, be able to pick Martin, and then maybe we're talking about a round, but as it stands, despite a clean entry from Dami, finally finding some success on this attacking side, doesn't change the end result. Gentlemates keeping this streak going really nicely.
Not a lot of rounds left now. See what we got to work with here. Money online again.
Careful.
One of the few remaining opportunities. 2 more to play, 11 and 12. Just a singular ult on for RB. Nothing else to work through. Starzo 2 away on the side of Gentlemates. That's going to be Mini on the line for B as well. No one biting on that side of the map.
Similar looking start to the round. This time the drone through middle is really just a clear signal that NongShim want to deny information across the map. Mini has been able to get on that info line towards B main despite the camera out from Ivy. Blaze Wall looking to apply a little bit of pressure here for NongShim, who are very much grouped in towards A main. The intention is clear. They want to pick up the pace into A, and it's Bippo and Martin to defend.
Bippo in an interesting spot here, but obviously full util to play through.
Come on,
Bippo and Martin. Plenty of util here. Fast lane up and ready to go. Behind the cage, Bippo ready to strike. And Martin finally swings on out. His position was completely unspotted. He just can't quite get a secondary kill, though, which is a little bit of an issue. RB and Darby, good for it.
Yeah, that was a decent little bait setup, but Martin needed a multi-frag there because Bippo didn't have too much success inside of the site. Now the dark cover slowing Prox down. Trip dealt with over towards door side as the drone leads the way on in for Mini.
Let's take a look at what we can get. Information only sees Darby, and it's enough. Mini rips his head off, and now Mini looking for a little bit more, going onto site. Main has been clear, but Xros has not. Low HP means Xros will eventually fall 1 versus 2. The young rookie of Prox will once again have to be the one to deliver this for General Mason. Give them 8 rounds. RB is so close and too close to comfort. 1 versus 1. IV does not last. Prox, what a 1v2. Does he have time?
It's very close. Again, coming down to the last possible second. Celebrations from Gentlemates. And I'm assuming this mic doesn't go off right at the end there. How many times is it going to go down to less than a second on the spike here? This is crushing for NongShim. They did everything they needed to win that round. Usually so good in the clutch. But even the rookie here on the side of Gentlemates just coming into the roster has been able to put one together for the EMEA side.
One enemy remaining.
Many have criticized, but Prox still delivers. As the defuse comes on through. Now, fresh round. Martin, who wanted an extra couple of kills last round, couldn't quite get there. A very aggressive spot now. Has to be curious about that drone. There comes Darby once more, straight into Bippo. That's the kill that Bippo was looking for earlier. He's tripled up, but one of those came through on the trip as well. Ivy at least responds. What more can he do here? Both the plays from NongShim might be looking to peel off.
You really don't see that too often. A kill with a trip. 17 and 5. I'm not sure there's anything Bippo can't do right now. Feeling quite comfortable in this Sentinel role now. Ivy and Xros pushed away from A. Denied outright. Prox and Mini creeping up onto this catwalk line. This could really go either way and really determine who's coming away with this round. But the tailwind away is enough information for mates to kind of fall away for a second.
NongShim look like they want to go through mid, which could be a little bit dangerous. A single swing that times itself well. Could just be it. Prox delivers it onto Ivy, and Xros has a lot of work ahead of him. Again, the pathing. Curious coming through from NongShim. Not sure that it had to go that way.
Xros getting out of dodge. One off the run it back. Doesn't have time for the orb. He just needs to get into the site and try to get a plant down. Not much to work with, honestly, here for Gentlemates coming in on this retake. Xros, if he gets 1 kill, will have another curveball and has a blaze wall to try to be a little bit tricky in this 1-on-3. Hunter's Fury looking to cancel the plant. It's bought a lot of time here for Gentlemates.
The last shot doesn't quite make it, but Benny's already swinging on in. That's all you need. Again, Xros just didn't have the time. Hunter's Fury beautifully placed to just prevent him. Couldn't even get his ultimate off.
100%. It was perfection from Gentlemates. There was 15 seconds on the clock. Hunter's Fury buys you 5. First plant denied by Mini. Even if he went down, you'd throw another body at it and get it done for Gentlemates.
Worst part about this as we close out the half is it's not a 10 and 2, Pilski. I think that's the magic number that NongShim need.
I mean, I was thinking the fact that they won the pistol and the anti-eco and then they got 1 round after that. That's what I was thinking was the worst part given. But apparently not.
I think 9 and 3 is unfortunate. You need the 10-2, mate. 10-2 is the magic number of NongShim. 9-3, it ain't good enough. I'm not feeling it.
All that work on Lotus, all for naught, unfortunately.
Well, they won the Lotus, so that singular map contained within itself ended up being good going. But this now, you have to be NongShim making a big comeback twice. And I just don't know if Gentlemates will be giving it to you twice. One time, potentially a fluke. A second map where Gentlemates throw away a lead like this. I don't know if Lightning can strike twice like that.
Oh, that's so nice from Gentlemates. They are really switched on right now. Bippo's having a crazy game. Just pure entertainment is this.
The good news here is we haven't reached 12 yet for Gentlemates, but it feels like it'll come sooner rather than later. NongShim need this pistol, and then they need to lock in hard for the rest of this half.
We've got some real quiet performance on the side of NongShim as well. Got to step up here on defense. All three of them.
I must wait a moment.
Cam dealt with for Bippo, hanging around over on tile side. Gentlemates push through the dark cover together. Gonna wrestle control of A main and head straight into the site.
Okay, not gonna waste too much time. Mini is already in. Damage onto RB. Goodbye, burning down. Turn to ashes here as Dambi. It's a sight onto Martin. That's all he sees for the time being. Rest of the players from NongShim. It's going to be Ivy trying to make his way through tree next. Scan to play onto one player, but XROS is only going to be the one so far getting that curious kill. Mini responds onto Francis, and now only Ivy, the sole responder, up against 4 players in a giant crossfire.
This is a death sentence for NongShim. Gentlemates looking for double digits. Starzo keeping Ivy interested. Peeks out by himself. It's some bravado that is punished, but not going to be enough for a clutch here. Not even for someone of Ivy's caliber. One way onto Generator.
Can't even tap.
There's nothing to do. Mini gets it done with the frenzy. He was so aggressive in on the entry in combination with Martin's hot hands there. Finds the opener. And when NongShim try to fight out heaven, it's the Jet that gives them a lot of problems.
The fact that Martin is still in A main as well means that Darby doesn't have the confidence just to drop down and challenge for Generator or Hell.
That is so good. Like the frenzy v Sheriff there, that's exactly what you were looking for. Last kill for Mini as well. Already starting to look to build himself up a Blade Storm.
Many would ask, if you were down as, well, if you lose a map like Lotus for Gentlemates, where you should have really have just won, where would your mental be after that moment? And I think the answer is, at this level of pro play, you'd just be mad that you lost, and now you get to take that anger out and redeem yourself. Well, this is sent as RB had the opportunity to get that kill, but doesn't quite find it. A beautiful flash from XROS. We've seen better from him before. And now you need to see a little bit more. Not going to happen. Mini and Bippo get the giant cleanup. It's not a lot of equipment brought in by NongShim, and 11 found by mates.
Yeah, it's so close to getting more substantial damage than that done. 2 players very low on HP, but low doesn't count for a lot when Gentlemates still walk out of that round with 3 rifles. Should be a pretty good looking bonus here for the EMEA side.
Guys like
and NongShim, I mean, how
like
often does lightning strike twice? Let's be honest.
Like and subscribe, guys. Like and
That's what I'm saying, dude. NongShim need to really clean this up right now. This has to be a gun round that works in their favor. Otherwise, you're going to have to start riding this one off. Already the TP on the side is going to be Prox. Doesn't feel like it, though. Goes back.
I'll be sitting in wine. Darting into the middle of the map here. Bippo being set up a little bit by Starso, but he's not feeling too bold to go ahead and take control in middle. Cracker of an entry from Martin. You've already lost your smokes as NongShim in the first gun round. This is falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, just immediately punishing that peak. There should be a free upgrade for Prox here as well, who doesn't quite have a gun, but over towards Glass. Mini takes down XROS. It's all falling apart. Ivy has an opportunity, though. He's unspotted for the time being. Darby needs a delay. He's got his hands out. Not his gun. Caught using utility. At least Ivy's found success onto Heaven. That's the only thing that's really going well for NongShim at the moment.
Creep out from Francis here. Does catch Martin a little bit, but not enough to actually punish. One player deposited under Hell, looking pretty similar to what we saw in the pistol. Dart dealt with, so at least there won't be the spam through from Starso, who is caught in the corner. But again, no punish for NongShim. They can't capitalize, and this is series point for Gentlemates. They could have got it done earlier in 2. You had a monumental combat from NongShim, and honestly, on Haven, a chance to close out the map. But they didn't get it done, and now they are going to be feeling very sheepish about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is now feeling basically impossible. I know they had a 12-2 comeback, but look at where we're going to be. A final 4-spy to come through NongShim. It's kind of dirty that Francis can't beat Starzo in that Hell battle as well, when Starzo only had a pistol. He even had advanced knowledge of the fact that Starzo was hiding behind those boxes. A final timeout to try and just bring it together one last time.
It'll be a desperation 4-spy. And another ridiculous comeback for NongShim that I just don't think they have in them. Gentlemates are playing far too good of a game, let's be honest, and it's not even a two-man show. Mini and Bippo have been outstanding this map.
Rox has won clutches too.
Every single player on the side of Gentlemates are performing where it's needed. Looking like a really well-rounded squad right now. And, look, here in EMEA, we're in Paris. They're looking to maximize the amount of teams they could get into the playoffs here at the detriment of Pacific.
Stars are one away from ult, Mini one away from ult. Ivy, the only player on to NongShim that his shots that make use of the Vandal. Darby, he's been so quiet so far in this map, but it's hard to be heating up now over towards main. Mini and Martin looking to finish things off. Darby is down, and now Ivy is all that counts. It's the final round, the final opportunity. Martin can feel himself winning this for the Gentlemates. The runner back will not find anything done. But off the back of that one, Ivy, not saving this one, buddy. You gotta go in, you gotta make it count.
एक किल निकाल दे बस आईवी, एक किल.
That's exactly what I'm feeling right now. Ivy doesn't have anywhere to go. Here comes Martin. Perfect flash. And the Gentlemates will be the second French team after Vitality now to make it into the top 8 of playoffs for EWC. As that rings the death knell for Pacific. All 4 Pacific teams will fall in the group stages.
Yeah, unfortunately for NongShim, they're going to have to get down there into the lower bracket and get another game done against G2. That's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. That is great revenge, though, on the side of the Gentlemates for what you saw over in Santiago. They're going to be thrilled with that win. Thrilled to represent EMEA and France here on home soil in front of a home crowd in Paris. Fantastic win for them. And in the fashion that they did it, they're going to be very, very happy with themselves. Every single player in this series had their moments, and they're going to be one of these first seeds coming through into the playoffs, putting them in very, very good stead for a decent run here. I'm interested to see who they're going to draw as that second seed from another group.
What a play, what a series. Gentlemates really coming on through. Showed us what they were capable of against Shilai Gaming, then once again showing it now versus NongShim, who caused some issues on that first map. Will still be one of the most ridiculous maps that we've seen. Definitely the longest one and the closest one. Most entertaining one of EWC so far, but the EWC journey will continue a little bit further on for the French team of Gentlemates. And NongShim is the last Pacific team. Their run ends here, but I can't wait to see how far the mates will go.
Yeah, 100%. I think they've got a really good shout in towards playoffs, especially if we start to see some more consistent performances, as we saw in this series from all of the boys. Had some heroics from Starso and Martin in combination at certain times. Bippo was fantastic on the defense, honestly. I'm interested to hear what Puckett thought of this series, you know, as we have a little bit of a look over these highlights. You know, we were hopeful for a really good game at the end of things, but at the end of the day, it's a blowout for Gentlemates.
I think Gentlemates are just excited that they didn't have to play another 20-plus round game. This time, they don't let their opponent get more than 3. A 13-3 finish. They're able to seal the deal, unlike they were unable to in game number 1. Martin, definitely the player of the match for me. If you're looking outside of Martin's performance, Avril, who do you think deserves some honorable mentions?
I think it's been mentioned a lot now, but this map, and maybe across the entire series as well, Bippo has been phenomenal. He held down the defense on both of those maps of Lotus and this one defensively. Was just incredible. Even Haven as well just did so much. Starzo also super consistent. Everyone had their moments here. I mean, we sort of looked at it across the board. There wasn't a single player that I think severely underperformed. Mini played his role extremely well. Prox won his clutches. It was a team effort, and they won as a team, and they moved forward as a team.
No.
Bippo and Cryo, the 2 players with frosted tips, both in the playoff bracket. Phoenix, the one character with frosted tips, the best duelist. I think I'm onto something, Avril. I don't know why everyone else hasn't caught up.
This is sounding like a conspiracy theory.
I'm picking up what you're putting down there,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's time to do a little bit of hairstyling for my guys on Carmine Core. They need to get into this playoff bracket as well.
I think you could pull it off, man.
Bye. Let's take a look here at some of the best moments here as we get ready for an interview. Avril, we saw all of the highlights, but on the stage, the storylines just unfolded. How do you go up so big and yet maintain composure throughout this entire match after allowing your opponent to come back in that game one?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. I think you're more mad than anything else. You're really angry about the fact that that happened, but you know you're the better team. You're going to take away from the fact that you don't lose any confidence. It's something that slips through your fingers, but knowing that you're the better team, you're going to come back angry for the next 2 maps and just win them exactly the way that we saw. And when you see what happens on Ascent, you're thinking, can NongShim come back twice in a row? No, because now Gentlemates are just not going to allow it to happen. Whatever happened in that first map, that's in the past now.
Final thoughts?
Final thoughts? I mean, I'm just keen to watch Gentlemates in this playoffs bracket. I think that they've been playing very well. I've been saying it all series long, and that says someone coming from Pacific who's hoping the best for our last representative here. They got a rematch with G2 that I'm really hoping that they can win, but for G2, they are very, very good at preparing and playing the same team multiple times in a row. I think they're going to do quite well for themselves.
It is all smiles on the stage as we send it down to Gennaro. Take it away.
We're smiling. It's also, you know, it was getting a little cold. I had to put on my scarf, but congratulations. Thank you. I really like the colors, you know, like, yo, they kind of like match your jersey.
Can I say it's cool, guys, right?
Kind of crazy. But anyway, I want to talk about this performance that you guys had here because you are now qualified onto that main stage. We'll talk about that later because first things first, I'm going to dim it down a little. What happened in that first map, bro?
I mean, we had some flashbacks from last year. Me and Prox, you know, we managed to throw every 12-0 lead, so some bad memories came back, but I'm glad we managed to get more practice, you know, even for the main stage there.
Good night.
And I'm just excited, like, it shows how the team, like, how much strong we are, you know, we all trusted each other even after a comeback like that, you know, so just shows how good we are, and we're gonna be keep showing it on the main stage.
I like that energy. The main stage is where it's at, but you're also talking about getting some of